What up, big dog?
One.
Yes.
I think what's next?
You have to they play. So maybe let's see here.
Johnson. Was he in that game?
Josh Allen.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was a pretty darn good game.
Yes, sir. They won by 3. Okay, so the Bills are the winner. The Patriots Chargers game, which is is going to be tonight.
That's cool. Yeah.
Excellent, my man. So do you want the Bills to win?
Yes. My Ravens, they dropped out.
Yeah. That's what happens.
I really wanted the Ravens to win, but it sucks.
All right. Well, good chance they could win.
Buffalo streamed on Twitch.
Oh, cool.
So he watches almost every Bills game.
Very cool.
That's pretty darn cool.
Yeah.
What? I was watching the stream. Was he watching on my end?
Oh, I don't know.
Was he watching the game on my end?
I don't know.
You don't know?
I don't know, Brandon.
I'm supposed to be on the way through, though.
There you go, big man.
Yo, Buffalo.
There you go, big man.
The Bears make me want to down. Let's go, Buffalo.
There you go.
Yes. I definitely believe in love at first sight. I fall in love at sight. I definitely.
Damn, you're cute, girl.
I fall in love
Ditto.
at first sight. All the time.
Same.
I'm looking for someone who's loving, and loyalty is really important to me.
Same, girl.
People lied to me before.
Yeah, those people suck.
It just wasn't a good time. I am. Now.
What, Miss Aquarius?
I'm out here, bingo. People just want to get in the multis and start talking stuff out with people.
Okay.
People mean.
I agree.
I heard Brandon on there.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Sorry, let me disturb you.
You're good, Miss Aquarius. No worries. Making a video. No biggie.
Okay. Always remember your birthday.
You're so nice.
And you know why? I know why.
Why is that?
I love to.
Is it because I smelled your queef? You have a craft closet? You're like a mini Michaels.
A deal breaker is having a girlfriend.
What about a harem?
I could do anything on a first date. I could make the birthday card for you.
Wow, you're got a craft closet?
I could make the best birthday card for you.
I love your enthusiasm.
For me, a deal breaker is having a girlfriend.
What about a harem? Like
I could do anything
a list of chicks you slay.
I like breakfast.
Ditto, girl. Like Belgian waffles.
Unless you don't like breakfast.
And we can make our own Big Mac muffins.
I'll watch football. And I hate football.
Do you remember what happened November 13th, 1993?
And date you and
Same.
call you
Cool.
and marry you.
Ditto, girl.
We'll be together.
If you're still single, call me.
I definitely believe in love at first sight. I fall in love at first sight. Where are you talking to?
Miss Aquarius, they have these people who made VHS in the 1980s. You remember where they would do dating? Like, I'm sure you've seen them. They're like VHS tapes. It was like a date service before, like, you know, Tinder and all that stuff. It'd be like a VHS tape that you would make, and then people would like connect with you. So there's this trend on Instagram of people who either like lip sync them or respond to them. And I like to respond to them. And I like to make funny video response. And this one person had a very nice VHS tape, and I hope she actually found love 35 years ago. It was probably before your time, but I'm sure you remember they would do VHS dating. You don't remember that?
VHS dating video, like recording.
Yeah, so they didn't have the internet yet, so you'd make a videotape, and then and so there's
They
the
send it out.
exactly. So there's this Instagram account called VHS Dating, and it's like a thing that influencers do where they either lip sync them, like mouth them what they're saying, or some people respond to them, like they would really date those people. And I've been doing them just out of somewhat boredom, but I do enjoy it. I think some of them are funny.
Damn, you're cute, girl. You said VHS dating?
Yeah, I mean you can go to Instagram. It's called at VHS. Just a moment. It's at VHS Dates, and you can see these people from the 1980s who look very 1980s with the shoulder pads and the bright neons, and they just are looking for love in like the 1980s. It's very retro.
Oh, yeah. Oh, wow. Cynthia Marshall. Super fun is whether it's Amy. Do I want to be a father? Yes. I think it would be a disservice to this earth if I didn't reproduce. But here's the thing, and I commit. And I commit to being a father. No. Okay. That's cool. I like to dance. I dance a lot. I love music. Whoever I'm going to be with, he's going to need to dance because don't embarrass me. I'm here to find not just a man, my man. I've been looking for a long time. I need a man. Okay, damn, Rabbi. He like that. Don't you like it, right, Rabbi?
I like the vintageness of it. I like that it's really like it's old, and some of the people on them are like pretty normal, but then other people are like ridiculous, and they're very funny to just joke or like make jokes about. And they did follow-ups with a lot of these people like 40 years later to see if they actually fell in love and actually they met anybody. And it's interesting that this used to be like a way that people would meet.
Because I'm so far out of your league, you would be. Yes, I'm looking for a date, and I've been looking for a date most of my life. The last guy didn't work out. I'm very easy to get along with, and everybody will tell you that, and my neighbors too. What I'm looking for in a man is he able to afford to take me to the things I enjoy? And most of the things I enjoy are free, so that's an easy one. Take me out rollerblading and catch me when I fall because I'm not very good at that sport. Tell me I'm sexy. I just have an ego that needs to be fed. That's the truth. In my job, I have to be very, strict, non-personal. If you see the sexy side of me, hey, that's going to work for me. I could quit my job tomorrow. I think I'd be a musician. I'd be a musician that maybe something like a play ukulele. Because that's something that you can get. I've been living with my name is Trish. I'm good at taking care of things, taking care of other people. Somehow I just always know if something's lost, I know where to look for it, to find it. It's one of my gifts. I'm looking for a man with compassion and integrity. Nothing. I've been singing. Hi, my name is Madeline. I'm a cocktail waitress. Hi, my name is Madeline. I'm a cocktail waitress at Hula Hands, and I just meet all sorts of interesting people My name is Heather. My name is Michael Flannery. Sure, my name. You're the smart. Someone who can love. I'm Lorraine. I'm a hairdresser, and I'm looking for love. I love making people feel good. Hey, ladies. I really like a tall, kind of hairy, dark guy. Don't drive a sedan. Sedans are boring. I need her. So these are kind of, I think the best way to ask me on it is just say, hey, let's see. I would like to go on it. My name is Dawn. My name is Hiroshi. Hello, dear ladies, young girls, not below 18, of course. If I would want people, I'm sorry, ladies, older than 40, I could have it worth my previous 4 wives. I'm gonna pamper you when we're gonna meet first time. But you have to be gentle, sweet, nothing vulgar. Give me real, genuine, modest, wonderful, intimate. Let's talk as it is. Sex. We're gonna get to know each other. I want you to learn who I am, to feel for me. I tell you the story. We were in a huge carnival, and my parents told me that. And I get lost. That's it. I say, I need a girl with some style. Holy see, the first thing. Hey, guys out there. My best qualities are. Holy. Hey, guys. That's working. I've been just leaving out, right?
Yes, ma'am.
That's how they do that. Just leave it on.
We just have people come in.
You don't like big business.
I actually think it's really great from a functionality standpoint. The thing I don't like about it so much are some of the people.
Mm-hmm.
Nothing. I shouldn't say anything like really against them, but it's I personally, you know what, I really haven't even given them a chance. But there is something to its functionality where you can have 16 people in the same room. I think that's really cool. I don't know why it's not more popular. That's a big thing. I've never heard anyone like outside of the internet ever talk about it. I feel like if they like advertise on a television commercial or something, that it would become very popular because its functionality is really one of the best apps I've ever seen. Gesundheit.
And I know one person, she always go live, like she just sit her thing. Sometimes she'll do verses and then she'll just sit it there and be doing her own thing. She be doing a virtual live. I don't know.
So smart. How fucking smart is that?
winning quarterbacks had a last name ending with the letter E. 1 minute. That's fun. Right back. Let me go. Another one. And Elway, Reno, 30 seconds. This guy's multiple. Again? Steve. Big one. Steve. Which two Super Bowl winning?
Every subway in New York runs on it. Instead of overhead wires, engineers built it at ground level so the system will run faster to ground. Each train drives metal shielding on it, powering trains with it. At peak, one train can draw over 4,000 kilowatts. The thing is 4,000 homes running at once. And here's the wild part. The rail never stops. It stays electrified 24/7. Only shutting down during emergencies or maintenance. Just why try to special grounding here so near it. Awesome. Can my husband kick a 50-yard field goal?
Don't make a big deal out of this. We keep it quiet. Obviously, if someone's 18 birthday, we've been getting reports of this 18-year-old possibly drinking under the age. I mean, you still got 3 years left.
Okay, yeah, because you can left. Well, he's not drinking.
But this isn't my first year doing this.
You can look, I'm from home. I swear to God, he's not that you could never send us a place.
Yeah. Keep your feet close to the ground as possible. Like Calvin says. We're going to turn back this way. Yeah, actually, I do. Where's your house name? I'm the one in charge. Are you drunk right now? You guys understand I'm the one in charge now? I get Doug over here. I don't know. Here, sit with. What's on the other line here? Doug? Yeah. That guy, what? The alcohol monitoring team.
From?
Doug. Yeah. The guy that had a church. Is it your last name? Who's his boss? Boss? I don't know. I just. You did that shit. Yeah. He wants us at least here, sir. You guys are. Okay. Okay. Get out of this.
That scene of me with all the chef. You walk into a Trader Joe's with a ring on your left hand. Single women can feel the vibrations of the ring. Like the ring, it knocks us, and they come out of the frozen yogurt aisle. Little lemon highlighted hair, like, yes, you win! We wish to be betrothed as well.
These kids are not back into a spike board. That's fucked up. That's not. Fucked up my name. Cocoa butter ball sack. We already saw that. Barney says this. Count the watch this again. So watch 1 hour special of Bert Kreischer or 1 hour politics talk with Ben Shapiro. 1 hour with Ben Shapiro. Dude, I'd rather watch my family get murdered. I'd rather watch my family get murdered than to watch 30 seconds per Friday. He's a talentless host. Never said a thing in his life. But one story he tells you word over interesting.
Yeah. Oh, damn, dude. Shout out to new political show. Check out Vic.
Sure, 1 hour politics talk with Ben Shapiro. 1 hour with Ben Shapiro. Dude, I'd rather watch my family get murdered. Look at me. I'd rather watch my family get murdered.
Imagine that you have
This reminds me of
Three.
You know when politicians they have them on and they ask them a question that you're supposed
squares
to answer,
at the
like,
top
very forcefully.
and 3 at the bottom. Is it possible to draw
How high should the text
to
be in
each
middle
of the
class?
3
And
squares
one person's like, I don't think they should
from each of the other 3 squares?
people should. Another next
This is
person's
a
like,
puzzle,
I would
sometimes
never,
used
ever do
for
middle
electricity,
class, like tax for that. Like I just won't do that. And then the third, like,
water, and another to get the 3. Possible to do it without overlapping lines.
we're not getting tax. Vote for that guy.
Brian Senzo is Jelly Rollardo selling ice cream in that outfit.
Because it's he like old style 50s ice cream guy.
So
There's a classic
But
logic
back then,
puzzle
oh yeah,
for the 3 utilities code showing what's in
that's
as
fucked
well.
up. We're gonna ban you from the chat. Let's see here.
Okay.
What we got next? Joe Rogan is John DuPont of comedy.
That's like you never heard that Fox caption where the dude around school the tables have turned. Danny, go for it. This guy, he was a wrestling coach that day, and he killed the guy he trained. He went to the gym and shot him.
Oh, I know John DuPont.
Yeah, it was like a big fucking.
Do it nuts. Joe nuts, dude. Let's see. Okay, here we go. Cole Phelps 1247 posted this can't have this anymore because of woke.
Yeah, that's the reason. We were talking about this earlier. Maybe that is the reason we don't have great comedy anymore. Yeah, dude. His legs are so small, he looks like a child.
I mean, like has to have like a size 6 foot.
It looks like those old In Living Color sketches where Jim Carrey's legs flailing around or something like that, or they had like fake legs and sketches.
Yeah, that's sad. Let's see.
That's so. Even if Brother Gare doesn't care about the fact that they're going to rape, right? But he does care the laws, the laws that continue existence. Papa, Yerusha, Sager Kamak, don't bring a riot in this case. You're bringing a riot, bringing up this from the case of the inheritance of the Ger. No, Shani Yerusha Sager, that he will go out. Rabbis were nailed by Yerusha. In other words, normally, perhaps this case should be covered, but halacha myself, Chazal were nailed by Yerusha. And as long as the Ger has not yet actively taken possession of the Yesef or the idols, he's absolutely permitted to work this out with his brother. Right? And so you take this, you put away this stuff, I'll take permitted stuff. Yes, he was to continue existence. Why? Why would they make a by a Ger? That people are on Zera Shemin Yasher, that he has to make a choice. His money, his Yerusha, and his religion, he will choose on the Ger. That's a reality if you will choose before as well. For example, the Chazal said that in certain sects, doesn't always have to return that which he stole, right? And the victim should not expect the stolen item. Why? In order to go ahead and facilitate creators, the thief has to return everything.
If I ever had a chance to be afterlife to be
difficult for people to engage in self-sacrifice when it comes to
yeah, so that would be sweet.
right? Money is important. And you know, as much as we say, you know, like as long as you have your health, as long as you have your health, and you can pay your bills. If you don't have money, you just feel like becoming and could not stand up to religious challenges. And it was a choice between religion and we're afraid that if he has to choose between halacha and ultimately Mushah, he may be tempted to choose his again, not because of it, again, because it's human nature. If a chazal did want to put in that situation, may go by it there. I'm just saying that often in this kind of case, it is stated as comprised of committed items, therefore allowed him to keep the committed items if his akum what's that other days? Tanya Rachi writes that supports this. Imagine when is this so? Shiyusha, in the case of Yerusha. Avan Yishtat. And in the case, let's say, a business partnership will be also. So you see from here that Chazal allowed certain things to happen in the context of Yerusha that they would not have allowed to occur in other contexts. Well, because you don't want to put the person in this incredible. So remember that. Other Yosef, remember again, all of this is the same. Or Rabbanim sitting there. Another question that came up. Ger Toshav now Shivatva Avasko. Shavasa, this is a very interesting case. Can a Ger Toshav go ahead? And we'll say, just before we go on, this idea that Chazal will make it by the Ger, just so you understand the tremendous Mr. Hansen on this. Halacha is structured in a way to make us succeed. That emotional Olam wants us to succeed. And some people are very skilled very skilled that you know, Kashpar was waiting for us to mess up so you could smack us down. Because all waiting for us to mess up so you could levy some type of punishment that would be against us. That's a good thing for the truth. But emotional wants our success more than we want our success. Zal wants our success more and we want our success. And the halachas, the work we do is all these strictures and lawful punishment are only there to put us on a path to success. When we go ahead and we make a mistake. But again, understood what we need in order to Chazal understood what we need successful. And when to relax the standards to make us successful, they do it. It's incredible. When success is accomplished through relaxing of standards, Chazal is no, but you have no greater advocate in this world than That's just well done in this world. Chazal constantly promoting for success. Okay, incredible. Other Yosef Cohen about Ger Toshav, Moshe Batal. So that's very interesting. Ger Toshav, Ger Toshav, go ahead and abolish or negate idolatry. Remember again, an Akul has the ability to use that whole Yisrael, thereby showing it from its status of theological significance. So Ger Toshav, let's know what is the Ger Toshav. Now we're going to see what is the definition of Ger Toshav. Rashi points out that Ger Toshav Eino Ovid Avodas. Hopefully again he doesn't worship sheep. But he's like an Akum in everything else except he doesn't worship idolatry. Right? He believes in that Mishpar. He believes in God, idolatry, but in every other respect he's a non-Jew. So does such a person have the ability to decommission idolatry, to negate idolatry? Where it says, on one hand, only one who worships idolatry can decommission idolatry. Or maybe not. We say like this: anyone who's what we call a banis. If you're in the parsha of an Akum, then you can go ahead and hold this up. And this guy is in the parsha. He's not Jewish. He's not Jewish. So because he's not Jewish, he's in the Akum. So because of that, even Baruch Hashem, he himself doesn't worship me, but he has the koach to go ahead and negate it. You must only do that, so I'm going to say nothing. This stuff right there. He says, well, only someone who worships can negate it. But someone who doesn't worship idolatry cannot negate idolatry. Therefore, the Gertoshav doesn't have the ability to negate idolatry. So must be basic question. This was that. We saw Shabbat Shabbat. This is idolatry in the marketplace. Found out marketplace. What's that like? Actual Basili. So I remember again. So right, listen to this case. I'm walking in the shop. I'm walking in my face. I see a gold yellow. If I lift it, that's problematic, right? And once it's been acquired by a Jew, essentially can't be used. So what do? Ashla Basel, so before I get out. Omer lo ovid kochav mevak. I can call Akum, and then we're going to say Akum, and see the Akum. And right, theological decommissioning. So go ahead and engage with the mission of us. However, again, in the Shavasal, but again, if I pick it up, I take the garbage, at that point, it cannot be decommissioned. Only for covenant for Avodas for Chamush, the Shachavim. For Chamunakum, to decommission his own Avodah Zarah, or the Avodah Zarah of his friend. Day of dawn, day of She'imah. Whether he worships it or he doesn't worship. Whether he finds his things. Might of dog, might be of. What does it mean that whether he worships it or doesn't? Even if you want to say that, then Hayu Shalom Shachari. We already said that. We just said before that in Akum, the theological decommission, and the Avodah Zarah of his friend. And a lot of the overcomers, who might shit in a lot of the overcomer, right? Ultimate end of the means and Akum. Who might shit, what does it mean? I'm not in front of their Tosha. Oh, so we're able to go ahead and decommission both in actual. Gertosha Shmanino, Gertosha Nanilvaka. What do you see from here? That a Gertosha has the ability to be Mutako, ultimately to naturally decommission Avodah Zarah. Incredible. Wish no. Rather, it could very well be the only person who can decommission Avodah Zarah is an actual idol worshiper. I have the Kamrit. I knew Shalom Shachar. He said already said that. And then the price is retarded. He already said that Akum to be done decommission. His Avodah Zarah. And his friend of Reisha, listen to this. Two different cases. Reisha is Zed like Arda and Zed Marcos. Reisha is teaching you like this. If you have two Akums, right? And both worship Baal Pa'ar, or both worship Marcus. So obviously, again, Akum 1 can negate his idol and his friend's idol. And 2 can negate his idol and his friend's idol. Seifa, Zela Ba'ar, Zela Marcus. Oh. Seifa is teaching something different. Seifa is teaching different. Let's see one Akum who worships Marcus and one who worships Baal Pa'ar. What's the novelty here? And Akum who worship in idolatry, even if he doesn't worship. So what's it say? Number 1, an Akum can negate his own idolatry. Number 2, and negate his friend's idol. If number 3 is an Akum can negate his friend's idolatry, even if he worships it. Incredible. So it says. But again, no lie about a Gertosha. When it comes to a Gertosha, because that was our show. Can a Gertosha, which is a Gentile who repudiated idolatry, can street be the back level. That was thought of it. Most amazing was Kasha, easily get Tosha. What's a get Tosha? Tosha Kiba also was now getting more definition. What is the definition of a get Kiba? One that may be more familiar. Shalom. Nina says it's any action who is active upon himself in front of three times. Cover reasons.
His clothes don't
Some
fit
of it's different. She's in those
I'm not a nice guy. I'm not gonna do anything, but if
So
we're
in
gonna
this
work
context,
together,
the conscious way
if
just
you
needs
leave
to
a
base.
base game, then I won't leave
Anytime an
at all.
outcome comes in
And
front
if
of a
you're
base,
trying to make a basketball
and he repudiates idolatry, that's a get. That's a get shot. That's what I mean. Come say, Moshe Kiba Allah Sheva Mitzvos Moshe Kiba Sheva Mitzvos. Some say a Gentile who has accepted on himself the 7 Noahide. That's a gear shot. Sheva Mitzvos B'nei Noah, the next Freedom or able to go ball with not true. Freedom saying not true. Neither of these definitions satisfy the definition of good. What is a gear shot? And the Hosha, Zed Yer from the Velo, Shekiba Allah with only Kol Mitzvos Hamulas Patola, Chutz Me'isr Neveris. Is the definition of the Gertoshav. The Gertoshav is someone ultimately a man who eats not kosher, eats the velos, but he has accepted upon himself the rest of the mitzvahs in the Torah. It's a pretty shocking definition. So let's say it's really my focus. The definition of the Gertoshav. That we may have upon himself in front of the ladies and that's what he accepted upon himself Shem is from the Noah. Achirim has accepted upon himself all of the mitzvahs except for all of them. He's not in that kosher. Incredible. But the price is on. Yachad text. Yeah, he match.
he's got
Beer should be one with the get right? You can leave it with him for the time. I should say deposit. You can leave with him one for the time. Now, what's the reason? What are we concerned about over here? What are we concerned about over here? We're concerned ultimately again that Rashi says over here. We saw Maniach the Khalil. We saw actually left the Yosim. Actually, thinking about it. The Akiva the Lord will not go home and ask him. The Mago comes us in the hour of this location. Even another cat, Ilomani, or the Allah. Who say this man of Mua, that ultimately, I think we put the present wine with him for a short amount of time. Not for a longer amount of time. Because what they turned in, they swap out the Jews for his own law. Okay. And this is true even in a city where the majority of the inhabitants are Jews. You could live with one for a short amount of time. Not so long. I don't get not so if you have or with treating idolatry. But we are concerned over time for a long amount of time may short amount of time Shmano Kiena says and his oil like his work. Shemen Mika Havi what can we weigh with oil? Oil can't be into that. Hello. Yeno Shmano. Interesting enough, that what it means is like this. That ultimately again his wine, his wine is like his oil. Just like that just like his oil is permitted, so to ultimately again is wine. Now look at Rashi just for a moment. Rashi look like about what does it mean that his oil is like excuse me, that his wine is like his oil? With the same that you get enough from his oil, you get enough from his wine. And it can't drink the wine if you get from but ultimately you can get enough from his wine. And the sharp called Davar ultimately and for every other thing, already called it. He is like a he's like an exclusive Western. Shimon Omer, Yeno, yes.
You gotta understand, we're working
Va'amilei Mutter. Shimon says his wine is like Yasef, but others say for consumption. So actually cause over the other. And we'll pick up in the actually let's get Katanias. Katanias, what do you see? Katanias, when you charge by the public, you see from the other, this happens like actually to hear Tosha is like an apple regarding every the life of the soul. Ultimately, again, what does it mean when we say that it hears Tosha? It's like an apple for everything else. What does that mean? First, Gemara says, "Love the Navato Avodah Stofavim Ke'avodah Stofavim." It doesn't matter. This was more again like their Tosha could start. That started because we tried to figure out doesn't get Tosha have the ability to negate the Yavashi definition idolatry. So now we just got finished saying that in this respect, again, Tosha was unique, but in every other matter, he's like an apple. Doesn't that mean that you have to feel like definition and negate that stuff? So too can it get Tosha? To which the Gemara says, no, Litin the Shus without those actually uses something else. What is that? Sunday. So, Muller, if you have multiple homes that open up into a courtyard, you cannot carry from home into that courtyard. Some homes that are without includes. Right, essentially means we collect food from all of the inhabitants of the outside. They join together, and that joint food into the domain of one home. Remember, I hear it. So if we catch from the home into the chutzner, that's into the home. And also is who did not join in the chutzner, he could use his reason. I forgot to speak from the he could yield his right to himself. If there is a Jewish resident, the halacha is you have to rent his rights. You cannot simply yield his rights, you have to rent his rights. So watch this. The Gemara says, "We saw Mamar to Shara Shabbos of the Shot and the Navas of the Shut." Ultimately, again, if you have the Yisrael Mamar, which unfortunately again is the Yisrael to an apostate. So as long as externally he's not an apostate, right? Like right, and publicly, privately he doesn't do so. And at least in public he keeps Shabbos. And what's the halacha? The Vato Roshos. All he needs to do if he didn't participate in the area, he just essentially yield his right to someone else in the club. Okay. Shemesh Shabbat Rishot. About Rishos, but again, if he publicly violates, then essentially he's like if he's like an apple, then it's not enough for him to yield his rights in the custody of other residents. Rather, you have to rent his rights. Yisrael, no same Rishos in the Rishos, right? Yisrael ultimately again has the ability to go ahead and yield his right, give up his rights, or give over his rights to the other residents. Actually, by actual being, you have to rent. You have to rent. So therefore, again, we're saying that when you say just Kids or law say how does yield to the right of the over the over law, you should seek I hereby give over rights, right? I my rights to or you should see me to tell us, or my right to you ultimately it works for the purposes of these quiet. The rights of its next participants just in general, about potatoes, you need participation of all Jewish residents. In general, if you have a Jewish resident did not participate, even on Shabbos, he held his rights, or being a doctor, or just being his ownership rights. In the question now that everyone else to utilize the funds. Even if he's installed, as long as publicly he comes across as Jewish, ultimately again he can yield, or he can go ahead and or be by a passport, you have to go ahead and acquire his rights. And who's publicly on the work is treated like it's their fault. When we said before, that ultimately again is treated for all other things, it's interesting with a Geratosh, you are choosing a fuss they want to make it zero. They must rent the rights ultimately again of the Geratosh. Now, whether or not the Geratosh actually going to be Sarah, in the show say, you'll see tomorrow's daf. Shkayach everyone. The daf, let me further experience such a system with all of you. And see everyone.
The whole time. And open my got his way. Damn. I didn't know I was doing the show with a poet. Yeah, dude. You got a poet that serves ice cream. They're like, just like today.
We will say a great spot for some TV will tell you for you this morning, begin by all 4 hours just for this morning share to thank our annual commentary special. Dedicated to German Russia this year as a Swiss service process for the month of Chabad and October Stephen Randy Drazen in honor of parents, Israel Drazen, Dina Drazen, Rosenzweig in memory of Stanley Rosenzweig of the a week of learning sponsors, Dr. Faith Wolf, Commission of the Yard of Dr. Wolf's father, Cyrus Wolf, Shalom Ben Tzvi Raha, Nathan Adler in memory of their father, Robert Baruch Mordechai Ben Moreno. Sponsors for today, Jerry Applebaum, memory of his beloved mother, Rosalind Applebaum, Rachel Kass, with our American over the nation's families in almost neither future of wonderful ladies for the coach, which and our holy soul. So most of let us begin today. That is Son of God. Incredible God ahead of us today. We are taking up from Son of God on the days 63b,
He's been
and
like
we are
made
picking
fun of
up 2, 4, 6, 7
his
runs
face
up
2 to
from
3
the bottom.
times.
So they're not
With everyone
Ula
laughing at him
Abinu
about
Bar
that, that's
Papi.
what
Not
that's a
Ula
fact.
Abinu Bar
Let's talk
Papi. Yasa Bifia Bar Ami Gabai. And Bifia Bar Ami is sitting with them. The Kabbalah, my wife, the Kabbalah question. Listen to the fascinating aspect. Safra Mishpa Yayimesa Ma. What is the halacha if an Akum hires a Jew to smash barrels of Yayinis? Right, so if you're not going to, Akum comes over to Ruben, so I'm going to pay you $50 an hour to smash these barrels of Yayinis. Mahu, what is the halacha? Is the Jew allowed to receive and to accept the wages from this halacha? Let's remember again, in yesterday's document, with the concept of funds or income that is generated from what may or may not be committed activity or dealing with items that themselves may be asr. So here, Yaakov is asking me to do something with the INSF, but he's asking me to destroy the INSF. He's going to take me for it. So am I allowed to keep those proceeds? The Gemara says, so this is very interesting. On one hand, I want the existence of the INS. Now, why do I want the existence of the INS? Because if the barrels were to break on their own, I would break them and I'd lose the final. So on one hand, enough, I want the existence of the INS because I want it. Therefore, maybe that makes the proceeds greater. Look at Rashi for just a moment. Three lines up to the bottom of Rashi. The Yisrael Zerotze B'Kiyuvan Shachami saying the Jew actually wants to barrels. Shalom Yishtamei Lehem. I don't know how doesn't want them to break on their own. She Sharebu feeds their muscle. So do we say that since the Jew actually wants, and this is interesting to think about this way, right? The Jew actually wants the Yain Nesach to remain in existence. I don't want it to break on its own. So therefore, maybe that's considered to be proceeds from Yain Nesach. And therefore, again, on the other hand, this is destruction of the Yain Nesach. This is a good thing. This is a good thing. Sure, I want it in existence. But again, we need to describe what the Zara is and the proceeds ultimately again should be committed. Fascinating child. So Nachman says, Yishbar Nachman, take the job, choose the job, get the money, and tell should be blessed. You have to go and read out Zara. That is a good thing. Take the money and go. So let's see others. Let's bring up proof to this, I guess. It's either or not. Oh, treating big public collapse. Let's say again. In Ashkelon, right? Lines for getting so we had sessions just 2 days ago. And let's say, for example, wheat and grape farms. That's the kind of medical thing. For getting mixed. So if an orange farm is planted, the Jew can't go ahead and assist from the family. Like oh, you can use this on the church. You can't do that. That's not valid. 64A. What can I do? Uproot, right? I can uproot killing. That I am allowed to do. Look at Rashi. Let's say he hires and maybe it's sober. Do me a favor, I plan to try now again. But let's say he asks me to uproot it. I am allowed to get paid for working with Kilayim, right? And I want the existence of the Kilayim because if the Kilayim are not uprooted on their own, I lose out on my parnasa. So the Gemara says. So the appears here this is to support. He says you are allowed to go ahead and benefit financially from a forbidden item when that benefit ultimately again results in the destruction of
You guys gotta check out my
even though
if you want to see
you
what
by
I
definition want the continued existence of the limited item because you don't want to destroy this, you can get for it as opposed to being destroyed on its own. So who up, someone can be found before it. So who up, money, so the key is Amar,
And then when I started listening, it was just like,
very interesting. Keep a hold
and they're really, you know, I mean, look at them. They're fat, they're gross.
Not only is there a prohibition to plant killer,
I would
not
just like
only is
make
there a
the
prohibition
list
to go ahead and facilitate the growth of children, but you can't even do anything that sustains them. So for example, Rashi points out over here, so let's say someone has planted a lion, right? Lion, and the apple has to put up a fence around the kid. Now the kid says, also, why? Right? Because the act of putting up a fence, I get the sustaining of children, putting up a fence has nothing to do with the actual plant itself. Nevertheless, it is going to be also decided. Here we go. Nechaka means covering the seeds. Look at you get mountains, right? Because again, that's kind of cool. But there you're actively and directly. The Kiva says, the Kiva says, even if you do anything to sustain, for example, put up the fence around the Kilayim, that's really problematic as well. So you might come to be a Kiva. Where should be Kiva from? What's the subject? Self-follow Tizra Kilayim. Plus it says, do not plant Kilayim in the field. In the I only know the prohibition of planting. How do I know that I'm not even allowed to do something to sustain the actual growth itself? Like even like putting up the fence, I'm a lomar low kilayim. Right, so let's say, so it's interesting over here. You are a little bit of play on words. A little bit of play on words. So again, there's got you. Was like low kilayim. Can't do anything that ultimately again enables the existence of Kilayim, even if it's not directly involved with the actual plant itself, it's just something that sustains it. That's maybe Ilo, Gemara says the Ilo, the new Ute Tifla Shari. But ultimately, interestingly enough, even if we're pretty going to be Pila, the prohibition. What about if somebody paid me to uproot him? So the pashtos of that is going to be totally unnecessary. Well, does not be that thing of Rabbi this. Rabbanon might be open after you mean Amishaka. No, but it's not true. According to the Rabbanon, this is Rabbanon. Rabbanon will put up a fence. Because Rabbanon only can be a kill. Rabbanon will everything you can with plant it, actively do something that facilitates the plant itself. Sometimes, according to like a fence they hold is multiple. So putting up a fence is you can get paid for that. Then you can get paid for other fences. So it's not even
that's fine. So you think
what's the case over here? They call Avid Bechina. Where ultimately I'm uprooting the Kilayim for free. Yaakov asked me, and I'm doing it for free. So what's the problem? Watch this. Amar, leaking Lahem, not Naskina, also, Rabbi Yudas of the opinion that Allah Almighty are not allowed to do a favor for them. Like he actually has some our Los Sechanim. No, is what Los Sechanim means. Compliment them, they give them a it says, don't let us get killed. You can't do something for an outcome to even if it's free your favor, there is destruction of all the Zara. You still can't do it. sonuçta Mercedes Rabbi Yehuda, Nishma Rabbi Akiva, La, now the fact that you're setting this up for Yehuda, says if the first Rabbi Akiva was not permitted, Rabbi Yehuda, also Likim HaMaknasim, Tifla Shatir. Mercy, no. Yehuda, and this is true. You can't do a favor so that you give a free gift. You can't do a favor for an but to do something good about the Zara, that's absolutely true. That's of objective benefit. I, as viewers, as Rabbi Akiva Nami, I thought of Rabbi Akiva. I'm Rabbi Akiva, I'm the kind of like, yeah? Tifla Shatir. When you say 7 Rabbi Akiva was a more expansive, approach. The prohibition of not only can you not plant it, only can you not see the actual plant itself. So people will put up a fence to sustain it. Even if people would agree to uproot the lines to get rid of Isser, to get rid of the prohibited, is absolutely prohibited, and you can get paid for that. Which the Gemara says, is so low, there is nothing else to go ahead and discuss. That's great. This phrase is Sulamidi. This is like the Talmudic equivalent of like a mic drop. Sulamidi. That's it, we're done. There's nothing more to discuss now. So this is very interesting. Because therefore what this means is now let's go first. How did you start this? This all by the case of an apple was to destroy, was to break his barrels of Galilee. He asked me, he wants to hire me a Jew to go and break his willing to pay me $50 a barrel. Great, said my life to not. So remember, on one hand, you can say no, because therefore that means I know the existence of the Yahin from above his up. On the other hand, I'm just trying above his up. But Nachman said, do it if it involves the destruction of a Zara of that prohibited item. Even though, yes, I do want the continued existence of the INS. So I get it. I don't want to talk. I want to break it. I don't want the plan to be uprooted on its own. I don't uproot it. But nevertheless, I am permitted to go ahead and do these activities, get paid for them, keep the proceeds, because the destruction of people, the destruction of the destruction of prohibition ultimately is a good thing. Nachman says you get paid. Tavel Allah. Incredible. So there is a really is such an interesting idea because kind of a part of Western society, the mindset is live and let live. And that is important. As members of society, the general approach to living in their society, we should approach take an approach to living. Yes, I didn't realize we said I thought you meant like we go back. I didn't read. Nor is it extended. Like everyone else's lifestyles or everything else. Live and let live. And that's to assume that has to be our approach to living in society. On the other hand, it's also teaching us this idea that
what are you talking about?
Shouldn't be allowed to take the root within our life. And when there's something that is evil, it has to be uprooted. When there's something that is evil, it has to be broken. When there's something that is evil, it has to be smashed. It has to be destroyed. To let go, then it spreads, it becomes the norm, and sometimes then those lines between good and evil ultimately again become incredibly blurry. That's why nothing is discussion of yes, destroy the INS and cover our love, because ridding the world of evil is a bracha. That is a bracha. It's not easy. It's not easy. And it's part of the challenges. You see this for what you think about this incredible thing. But you think about the nation of Israel, the state of Israel. doing it. We really have to.
So
And
now
some
when I
of you would
say
think that like the world would just
it's like
line up
they wanted
false.
Oh,
Right? Just
okay,
flat.
so
Because we're
you
doing
explain
the
it now.
world. And yet again, it's hard.
Oh, well, yeah,
It's
what's I put my tickets out of your fucking pause.
Sure. The math tells us sometimes you're
I'm gonna
living
put
like
cum in
live,
your gas.
and that's what it says. Sometimes you have to identify
I'm tired. I'm not making
smash it, you have to destroy it,
I'm sorry.
do it.
There's gonna be you're gonna leave your state.
Ultimately, the process
I
is
went to a
different.
comedy show.
The process is
What you
long.
think? He's like,
But ultimately, we get to the other side of the process. That's
that doesn't make any sense.
You might go right there. Good. How do you last week? So again, the same cover was saying. And after that, got how do you last week? It's coming by like, may I have a from the other people. So I said, this is very interesting. What happens if an Akum sells his idol? So Akum sells his idol and he has now sold for $1,000. He's got $1,000. Does that money in the end of the Akum take on the same identity as the Avodah Zarah itself? Now, Mitofes has done the Avodah. Does take on the identity, right? Does it take on the identity of the idolatry or not? So I'm gonna nothing. So this is very interesting. So ultimately, you're gonna nothing. So nothing says Akum sells his idol. That money doesn't mean idolatrous entity, but rather that money is just mundane money. Now why? So here's our methods. Need to know with the us with me about it. When we came up with another room, zero command the Suez Sky. This is fascinating. So that was like this. There were these people who came up with and what happened? Us in guys, before you convert, here's what you need to do. Sell off all of the idolatry, right? Sell off all of the idolatry, and then you have the cash. After you do that, and listen to watch this rough over here. And Rashi says, okay, look at Rashi. The Suez guy, all this guy, remember, if they convert, it's still only idolatry, then that's adoption by a Jew. Actually, by Jew, number one, can never be negated, right? Can never have this identity. They can't get enough. So it tells you instead, while you're still Gentiles, sell it off, you have the money, then you can keep the money is committed. What do you see from there? Obviously, the halacha when someone sells his idol, that cash is committed. So you know that. You shouldn't be concerned with the name, but let's go cover the other from your time. Let's go proceed. Sell the idolatry, hands of the ultimately is permitted. I have to go and shine this and that actually way by that bunch in that case, since they're in process of conversion, obviously they're negating the theological significance of the idol converted. So it happens to be that is our result. So maybe that's why the course I don't need the help. I don't need help. You saw Shai Noshim money. Umafar of Voldos Fokar, I lent Akum $1,000. So what happened? So the Akum went and sold his idol. Right? And brought me the proceeds from the sale. Or Yanis of same case. I went ahead and I lent Akum $1,000. He sold his Yanis. And then he brought me the proceeds of this. What's that? Mutter, ultimately again, interesting. Gemara says, now watch this. Actually, I said, yeah, I can sim case. I'm $1,000. So what do I pay you? I'm supposed to sell my
I think I'm going to
I
get
am
out
not
and
going
get
to
me some
I'm going
space.
to
And
somebody
that's
else
what I
and
want.
we got the policy. In that
He told
case,
me, I'm like,
it's
well, that's
awesome.
going to happen. So
So
he
here
likes
we
to trick
go.
for
Case number
I
one
don't
case.
know if people
I lent
understand
$1,000.
how
Case number
how
one,
much better
he
my
goes off,
product is
sells his
than
idol, goes
everybody.
off, sells
I
his
know
guy, and I said, I
jujitsu
have
people
no
do
idea
what
what
we
he's
do.
doing.
But I go,
Brings me
well,
the proceeds, pays back the debt.
you're not in the
Move to
area code.
case number two, same thing, I lent him $1,000. He said, I want to pay you back. Give me a couple of hours. I gotta sell my idol. I gotta sell my IMSF. Then he comes up with the proceeds. The proceeds are
which is, of
prohibited.
course, muscular guys.
I effectively murder my relations. So what's this? I don't say what's this conversation? Safe from the Hamile Kilotse Bikino. So this is very interesting. So now we see to sort back a little bit. But here's the difference. In sex, where the operator, while I sell my idol, or while I go ahead and sell my wine, I want the continued existence of the wine. Like, so because I want it, therefore if Sheshes posits the post if you look at the that's what we just said before, that's what the Lord will say. When you want the existence, but I'm not doing anything to further the existence. So yes, I want the continued existence of that idol until the awesome self. I want my money. I want to continue the existence of the IMSF because I want my money. But I'm not doing anything to facilitate the continued existence of these prohibited items. Why should it be us? But none. Here, this is very This is very interesting. You have two brothers. One converted and one they're both they're Akon brothers. So brother there, brother Akon. What happened? Their father died. Their father, their Akon father died. Now they inherit their father. So they want to split to the state. His state is idolatry, or Yainesa, and idols. So Ger, Roma, Lord, Tom, Aka, Bodas, Topam, and Ba'animos, Tom, Aka, Yainesa. So brother Ger, it's Akon, brother Akon. You take all the idolatry stuff. You take all the Yainesa, and I'll take money and it is. He can do that via Mishabol, and that's committed. However, the Mishabol is just like your also. Obviously, all of this presupposes that the Ger has not yet actively taken possession of the INSF or idols. See, once that happens, there's no more right fucking well. Technically, there is weakness. When you see this, you can get an Akron to be in the background of the setup, but it's much more complicated. Once it owns it, there are very limited options there. So as long as Brother Ger has not yet taken possession of these items, no problem dividing up the estate. However, if Brother Ger already took possession of his so let's say, so ultimately, again, what do you see from that? For my son, now in this case, Brother Ger wants to continue the existence of the idolatry. But he's not doing anything active to promote its continued existence, and therefore it's mutter. It's mutter. So what's the problem? Which is Amrava Ba'ulam Matzema Bolos Vakam Miskalekis Yishivala. What's the case over here? This is just I don't like to say it's made of gold or silver, which means that even if it breaks, it's still valuable. So therefore, again, Brother Ger doesn't actually care if it means even if it breaks, who cares? It still has value. Which he says that's fine. That works fine for an idol. How would you explain the case then of Yain? The first Hadroni. So what's these Hadrianic person. So apparently, Rashi points out over here, Hadrianic earthenware ultimately was very absorbent. Therefore, when you put wine in there, the earth absorbs the wine to a degree. But you can take a shard of air, put it in the water, reconstitute wine. In that case, also, blood or beer doesn't, who cares if the casks. This is the one thing about Lolo, so the humans are usually what show you. The Rushas Hamlet don't bring a riot in this case. In the case of the inheritance of the Ger. So, shiny Rushas like there, rabbis will make them by whereas normally the United States planet. But halacha myself, Chazal will make them by Yerushalayim. And as long as the Ger has not yet actually taken possession of the Nessa or the idols, he's absolutely permitted to work this out. Brother, right? So you take this, you take the proprietary stuff, I'll take the permitted stuff. Even though, yes, he was to continue existence. Why? Why did they make a Ger that you Zera Shemim Yachzor?
He likes women
between his money, his Yusha, and his religion, he will choose his money, he will choose his religion.
It was really good.
And we'll say, that's not a knock on you. That's a reality of human beings before reality, for example, right? Because someone's a Sean. Chazal said that in certain cases, theft, the thief doesn't always have to return that which he stole, and the victim should accept that he stole in the line in order to go ahead and facilitate the thief's trip. It's difficult for people to engage in self-sacrifice when it's financial. Right? Money is important. And, you know, as much as we say, you know, like you like to say, as long as you have your health, as long as you have your health, and you can pay your bill, right? Because if you don't have money, you just things are like and many people could not stand up to the challenges. There was a trust between religion and were afraid that the Ger, if he had to choose between halacha and the Yerusha, he may be tempted to choose his Yerusha. Again, not because of the Ger, because of the Yerusha. So they thought that want to put in that situation. Make over there, understand that often in this case, you're going to have in state that is comprised of permitted items. Permitted items, therefore allowed him to keep the permitted items. Give his Akum brother all of those okay, I'll say other days. Tanya, Rafi, right, support this. When is this so? Shir, in the case of you, Avan Shad to us. And in the case that's a business partnership will be us. You see from here that Chazal allowed certain groups to have in the context of the Yerusha that they would not have normally allowed to occur in other contexts as well, because we don't want to put the person in this, we don't want to be there in this precarious type of situation. Incredible. Another idea. How do you guys sometimes it's not like all sitting people around sitting together. Another question. Now she's back for Avodas. So this is very easy. Can a Ger Tosha? Can a Ger Tosha? Go ahead. And let's say just before we go on, just this idea that Chazal will make go by the Ger. So you understand the tremendous mistakes. How it is structured in a way to make us succeed. That a Bono Shalom wants us to succeed. It must become a very sweet, very sweet, beautiful. Then that's probably is waiting for us to mess up, so like smack us down. He's all waiting for us to mess up, so let me some type of punishment. That's a pretty cool thing to choose. Success more than you want our success. Chazal wants our success more than we want our success. And what the halacha, what do we do this? All the strict law of punishments are there to put us on the path to success, not to smack us when we go ahead and make a mistake. But again, this one we need in order to be successful. That's how we understood what we need to be successful. And when they need to relax the standards to make us successful, they do it. It's incredible. They do it. When success is accomplished through relaxing of standards, that's how people do it. No, no greater advocate in this world. That's in this world than in this world. In this world, now, incredible question. Other guys are talking about Koshev. Marshay Batalon was very Gary Koshev, go ahead and abolish or negate idolatry. Remember, an Akum has the ability to negate thereby decommissioning it from its status of theological system. So Gary Koshev, let's know what is he doing? You can see this is not focused about definition. So Rashi points out the top of the graph. Gary Koshev, Eno Ovid Avodos. Ultimately, again, he doesn't worship idolatry. But again, he's like an apple in everything else. He doesn't worship idolatry. Right? He believes in God. He doesn't worship idolatry, but he's non-Jewish. So does such a person have to decommission to negate idolatry? The says, on one hand, only worships idolatry can decommission idolatry. Or maybe not. Let me say like this: anyone who's what we call a time, if you're in the pressure of an apple, then you can go ahead and decommission idolatry. And this guy is in the He's not Jewish. He's not Jewish. So because he's not Jewish, he's in the parasha. So because of that, even though Baruch Hashem, he himself doesn't worship idolatry, but he has the have to go ahead and negate it. You must only do that. Someone who worships it can negate it. Someone who doesn't worship idolatry cannot negate idolatry. Therefore, Koshev doesn't have the ability to so went ahead and found idolatry in the marketplace. Found idolatry in the marketplace. What's that? Oh, actually, so what's it saying again? So let's say, listen to this case. I'm walking in the shop, I'm walking in the marketplace. I see a gold item sitting there on the ground. That's problematic, right? Because I'm not quality. And it's required by a Jewish essentially. So what do? I should have so before I take it out. I can call over an apple. Remember what I said, call over an apple and say the apple. I need you to negate this idolatry. Right? Theological decommissioning. So go ahead and engage radical decommissioning of it. Permitted. However, again in the Shabbos, they not only open Shabbat, but again, if I take it out, if I take possession of it, at that point it cannot be decommissioned. Omnu, Ovid Tochato Avodos Tocham Shalo, Shachar. And Ovid Tocham Yakum, commission is only Avodah or the other day of dawn, day She'ino. Worships it or he doesn't worship it. Might of the might of what is it called? What is it called? Decommission. Whether he worships it or doesn't worship it. Elema easy of it. If you want to say that both are talking about Hakum, then Hayu Shalom Shalom. We already said that. We just said before that in Hakum, if you actually decommission his Avodah Zarah, we have Avodah Zarah of his friend. And a lot of the Oved Kohanim, a lot of the Oved Kohanim, right? All of the again, of the means an actual act. We might she'in of the what does it mean? Non-shipper, Gertosha. Oh, so able to go ahead and decommission both know Gertosha and Nabaka. What do you see from here? That Gertosha has the ability to do Nabaka. ultimately theologically decondition Avon, which the Gemara says, no. The ultimate Ibn Lafat is easier to connection. Could very well be the only person who can decondition as long as an actual idol worship. I did the Kamrit, Hainu Shalom Bacham, or he said, then the price is become, because he already said that Akum could go out and decommission his idol, and his friend's idol. It says, Reisha is two different cases. Reisha, Zed, is Zed Lepar, Zed, is Zed Lemarcus. Reisha is teaching you like this. If you have two Akums, right, and both worship Baal Pa'ar, or both worship Marcus, so obviously, again, Akum 1 can negate his idol and his friend's idol. And Akum 2 can negate his friend's idol. Seifa, Zela Ba'ar, the Seifa is teaching something different. Let's say one Akum worships Marcus, and one who worships Baal Pa'ar. What's the novelty over here? And Akum can worship an idolatry even for. So let's say, number one, an Akum can negate his own idolatry. Good. Number two, an Akum can negate his friend's idol if they worship the same idolatry. And how often number three is an Akum can negate his friend's idolatry even if he worships a different idol. Incredible. As the Gemara says. Next, but again, no right. Right? So comes to the we stood like a Gentile who repudiated idolatry. Can he be near that level? That is thought again. What's a ger kosher? Kosher kibbutz. So now we're getting more definition. What is the definition of a ger kosher? Zeh kosher kibbutz shalom la'avod avodas chavirim. It's any akum who has accepted upon himself in front of three chavim. Chaver who spoke about chaver normally means.
Anybody in the chat have a kid that does travel
so in this context, the concept just means there's no base. Anytime an atom comes in front of a base, and he repudiates idolatry, that's a ger kosher. That's a ger kosher. Go sorry, no. From say, keep up Allah Sheva Mitzvah. Keep up Allah Sheva Mitzvah. From a ger kosher is any gender was accepted by himself to 7 nullified.
World Series,
You're going to have to require that's a ger kosher. 7 is an off, it makes it freedom only able to go ball.
So we got
Ger kosher. Not true. Achirim say not true. That's like neither of these definitions satisfy the definition of ger kosher. What is a ger kosher? That ger ofel mevelos shemekayim kol mitzvos hamulas b'Torah chutz me'isur. So this is very interesting. What is the definition of a ger kosher? A ger kosher is someone ultimately again who eats mevelos, but he calls himself the root of the mitzvah. It's a pretty shocking definition. Most like really not the definition of ger kosher. He accepted upon himself in front of the nation of idolatry, but Achirim, he has accepted upon himself all of the mitzvot except the laws of kashrus. He's Latin and kosher. Incredible. But the Bible goes, Miyachad bin etzlo, he would be airship. Let's say the halacha is, you could constantly walk with him for a little bit of time. You can leave with him wine for a short, constantly with him wine for a long time. Now, what's the reason? What are we concerned about over here? What are we concerned about over here? We're concerned ultimately again that Rashi says around Rashi says over here. We saw Maniach Kafalusa actually in the Hakiba Rosala, not the Romanasi. I go from us in the Amar Besa of Rosh. Even I know the fact nobody will be all that. Take this matter of work, that kind of thing. So ultimately, deposit wine for a short amount of time. Not for a longer amount of time because it's certain that he may swap out the juice wine for his own meal. Okay. And this is true even in a city where the majority of the inhabitants are Jews. So leave it for a short amount of time, not for a long time. We're not with the INS. Or not with the INS. That's because he's retreating the right? But we are going to over time for a longer time. He may switch his wine for the juice. So for amount of time is mutter, for a longer amount of time is shmano. He says, and his oil is like the shemen. Mihavi yayin. It's not properly oil can't be into Ella. Yeno shmano. Interesting enough, rather than means is like this. That Allah for the saw that ultimately again his wine, his wine is just like that's just like his oil is permitted. So to ultimately again is his wine. I look at that just That's Shmono being Abigail's Emmanuel, Shmono putting shit in that he looked like. So what does it mean that is like, excuse me, that is like his oil? It's the same that you enough from his you get enough from his you can't drink the water you get from yourself, but ultimately can get enough. The sharp ultimately that is for every other thing, how do you call it? He's like an apple, to which you must have. Yeno, Yayin, yes. But I mean, like, Motor va'amulei. Shimon says wine is like yayin nesa, but ultimately again that is ultimately again for consumption. So we'll actually pause over there. We'll pick up our next session. Actually, let's finish. Let's finish this again. Telling us what do you see from there? Telling us is showered part of we see there that it happens like an action to hear coach up is like an action regarding every other matter. The mindful ultimately again what does it mean when what is that? To which the Gemara says, love, in the battle of loving, so it doesn't matter. Because most again, how did this whole thing like got started was we trying to figure out does he get a social capacity to negate the actually decrease idolatry. So now we just got finished saying that in this respect, again, social unique, but in every other matter, he's like an actor. Doesn't that mean it just doesn't actor can theologically definition and negate that whole desire, so too can it get kosher? So can it get kosher? To which the says, no, retain rishos without the rishos. Actually, uses something else. Actually, what is me kosher? I was going to say, watch this. Keep saying that. So, more. The shaman Shabbat is the most excellent. Just Erev Hazaros. If you have multiple homes that open up into a courtyard, from a home into that courtyard, so many homes that courtyard with that, right? Erev essentially moves through from all of the inhabitants of the Chatzar. Brings food mixed into the domain of one home. Remember, the home is the Chatzar. The halacha is if you have a Jew who did not join in the Chatzar, he can yield his right. That's the shot starting. He can yield his right. If there is a non-Jewish resident, is you have to rent his rights. You cannot simply yield his rights, you have to rent his rights. We saw a moment, the Shara Shabbos of the short, the Daka Rishis, ultimately again, if you have a saw a moment, again, in Israel, so as long as externally, he's not an apostle. As long as externally, like, right, what would you keep Shabbos? Privately, he doesn't. And what's that? All he needs to do if he didn't participate in the era, he just needs to essentially give his rights to someone else in the process. Okay. Same as Shabbos of the Shot, in the Rav of the Shot, but again, if he publicly violates Shabbos, and essentially like if he's like an apple, then it's not enough for him to yield his rights in the process. Rather, you have to write these rights. May Sha'amru Yisrael Rosi Nishos in the Nishos, right? Yisrael ultimately again has the ability to go ahead and yield is give up his rights or give over his rights to the other tenants. By Akum, ultimately you have to rent. You have to rent. Therefore, again, we were saying that when you see son, Omer law, say how does the yield his right to do Omer law, I hereby give over my rights. Right? My rights because of you. Or Shusim never tell us my rights are negated. You could have ultimately for the purposes of the Jewish reservoir, the rights of this participatory Jewish they talk was many informal. So just in general, about Eros, again, you need to participate in general. If you have a Jewish who did not participate, even on Shabbos, he could yield his rights or be not or to simply negate his ownership rights in the Chazal that allows everyone else to utilize the Chazal. Even if he's a Yisrael woman, as long as publicly he's across as Jewish, ultimately again he could yield or he could go ahead and or be free. By Akum, you have to go ahead and acquire his rights. And Yisrael woman who is publicly a Momer, full circle, therefore, we said before that their kosher ultimately again is treated like an act for all other things that we do there with a ger kosher. The Jews in the Chatzar want to live zeros, they must be space, they must rent rights ultimately again of the ger kosher as well. Now, whether or not the ger kosher is actually going to be the Sarah, and there's a Shalom say, we have small staff, Shkach, everyone. What a daf, what a day such as with all of you. Wishing everyone
Yeah, Papa's better dad than Rampage for sure. I wanted that right on his dad. You're my son now. Calm down, be cool, dude. I'll have to cut the part out. Let's see here. Man, not a lot of stuff got changed this week, y'all.
I'm going to say a great spot for some video of all of you this morning. Begin by thanking all of our this morning's good thing. Our annual Talmud Torah conference. First and Shulchan Aruch is dedicated Rushers this year as exclusive to the Soros Talmuds for Am Yisrael. Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Av Kabbalah, we told Stephen Randy Jason in honor of their parents, Israel Jason, Dina Drazen, and Lou Rose in memory of Stanley Rogers. Our week of learning foundation of the yard site of Dr. Wolf's father, Cyrus Wolf, Steve Hirsch, Nathan and Beth Adler, of their father, Ben Adler, However, Baruch Mordechai Ben Moreno Ravnos. Film sponsors for today, Jerry Applebaum, memory of his beloved mother, Rosie Applebaum, Rochel Bas, with our the merit of our Talmud Torah, all of the Nisham Stav and families in the family, all those who were unfolding each other, their session, all of our hostages, Shalom and Bukhara, allow our holy soldiers success in the fall of night. And with that, let us begin. Today's daf is Samach Dalet 64. An incredible daf ahead of us today from Samach Gimel 63b, and we are picking up 4-6 lines up from the bottom. So Rav Nachman Ula Ahinu Bar Papi. So again, Rav Nachman Ula Ahinu Bar Papi. Yasser B'Chia Bar Ami Dabai. And the Bar Ami is sitting with him. The Yosef, the Kabbalah, my wife, he asked the following question. Listen to the fascinating question. What is the halacha if an akum hires a Jew to barrels of yain? Right? So if akum goes over to Ruben, I'm going to pay you $50 an hour. Do me a favor, smash these. Mahu, what is the halacha? Is the Jew allowed to receive and to accept and to keep the wages from his halacha? Remember again, in yesterday's daf, we were dealing with the concept of funds or income that is generated from what may or may not be permitted activity or dealing with items that can be also us. Here, the outcome is asking me to do something with the INSF, but he's asking me to join the INSF. He's going to pay me for it. So am I allowed to keep those proceeds? The Gemara says, no, what's the law of Miyamin Kid, the laws of the Primo also? This is very interesting. On one hand, I want the existence of the asset. Now, why do I want the asset? Because if the barrel to break on their own, I would lose the opportunity to break my asset. Interesting enough, I want the INS because I want it. Therefore, maybe that makes the process perfect. Look at this for a moment. Near Minerva, 3,000 at the bottom of the machine, the Israel is loads of the Kiyuban Shafabios. Do you actually want the existence of these barrels? I don't want to want to break on their own. Actually, Shabbat Rule, to do say that since the Jew actually wants, and it's interesting to think about this way, right? The Jew actually wants the Yain Nesach to remain in existence. I don't want it on its own. So therefore, maybe that's considered to be process from Yain Nesach, and then it's awesome. On the other hand, oh dear Lord, this is the destruction of the INS, destruction of the Zara. This is a good thing. This is a good thing. I'm sure I want Mouse in existence, but again, ultimately, to destroy the Zara is a good thing, and that the process ultimately, again, should be a fascinating chapter. I'm not laughing. The Nachman says, Yishmar the Torah of Lecha. The Nachman says, no, take the job. Jew, take the job. Get the money and help Brooklyn should be blessed. You have the opportunity to sell a huge do that on Zara. That is a good thing. Take the money and go. Let me see this. Let's bring up this. Ain't Ochi in the Olympic performance. We'll say, let's say again. An Aku plants July. Right, July is for big years. So wheat, we had such issues ago. Wheat, and let's say, for example, wheat and grape farms. That's what we had. You put any forbidden mixture. So if an agriculture is nothing, I, the Jew, can't go ahead and assist in the family. Ultra means like you know, they can't do that. Half of Son of Dalit, I do. I can right. I can uproot that. I am allowed to do. Look at Rashi about lots of the Kimash and the Akron check. Let's say Akron hires and maybe it's in silver. To me, they are planted to line. Not again. The Akron is planted to line. But let's say again, asks me to uproot it. I have to do that even though I'm going to get for working with right. And I want to existence of it because it provides an upward. Oh, and he's like on my side. So the Gemara says. So it appears from here this is to say not. So nothing says you are allowed to go ahead and benefit financially from a forbidden item when that benefit ultimately again results in even though you by definition want to continue to assist of the prohibited item because you want to be the one who so, second one from the town, 64A. Zavua Haman, who's a being Nikki was a Nikki Hammer, and a tiny lion wolf. It's very interesting. The people hold in general. Not only is there a prohibition to plant not only is there a prohibition to go ahead and facilitate growth, but you can't even do anything that sustains it. For example, Rashi points out over here that let's say someone else planted with the lion, right? Asks me to put up a fence around the tree. And the Akiva says, also, Why? Because the act of putting up a fence, by definition, is part of the sustaining of the life. Putting up a fence, nothing to do with the actual self, nevertheless going to be also going to be decided. Here we go. Nafish means leading. Mechaka means covering the spirit. So Nafish, look at you get my respect because there you're being directly participating. Utilizing of Kiva says, because even if we do anything to sustain it, for example, put up the fence around the Kilayim, that's the what is the Kiva get that from? Satfa Tizra Kilayim. Pasuk says, do not plant Kilayim in your field. In the Elazaraya, I should have planted. How do I know that I'm not even allowed to do sustain the actual growth itself? Like even putting up the fence, I'm alone. Kilayim. I see let's say so it's interesting over here. It's a little bit of a play on words. A little play on words. So again, there's actually kind of splicing the past like low killer. You can't do anything that ultimately again enables the system even if it's not directly involved with the actual plant itself. It's just something that sustains it, that's gonna be Ilo, Gemara says the Ilo, the new take gets much sorry. Not even according to the Kiva. Right, according to the Kiva, the prohibition ultimately is something that sustains the Kiva. What if somebody is going to pay the upper words of the Kiva? The Pashtos, it sounds like that is really totally interesting. Gemara says, not necessarily. No, that be that. Rather, Haman, who's it? This Rabbanon, it's Rabbanon. Rabbanon might hear you really Namisha. No, but it's not true. According to the Rabbanon, this is Rabbanon. Rabbanon is going to put up a fence, right? Because the Rabbanon only can be a Kiva. Rabbanon only can be like or actively do something that facilitates it itself. Some type of like supporting a putting a fence, they hold is mortar. So putting up a fence is mortar, and you can get for that, and certainly again you get for uprooting.
I guess they lay.
So which the Gemara says, Hachamas, is very interesting. What's the case over here? The Ka'avid Bashina. Where ultimately, again, I am uprooting the Kilayim for free. Yaakov asked me to do it, doing it for free. So what's the mark? So we do the Hida. Eating Lahem Makmaskina. Awesome. Ultimately, the opinion that halacha ma'isa you are not allowed to do a favor like we actually have. All my focus what most means. Compliment them. It says don't do nothing so you can't work. You can't do something for an outcome for free. Even if the free favor is destruction of the whole Zara, you can't do it. So which measures. Now, the fact that you're setting this up for Yehuda doesn't according to the Yehuda will not be permitted. Yehuda also became Nasino. Tifla Shakir. Gemara says no. According to Yehuda, Yehuda says it's true. You can't do a favor, so you give a free gift. You can't do a favor for but to do something good about Zara, that's what you can do. That's an objective benefit. I have numerous of Rabbi Akiva. I found out Rabbi Akiva. I'm Rabbi Akiva. I'm a kind of like, yeah. And the say Kiva Shakir. You say something according to Rabbi Akiva. Even according to Rabbi Akiva was a more expansive, approach to the prohibition of Kilayim. They're not only can you not plant, not only can you not do the actual planting itself, but you can put a fence to sustain it. Even Rabbi Akiva would agree to uproot Kilayim to get rid of Isser. To get this prohibited is absolutely permitted, and you can get paid for that from the outcome. Which the Gemara says, there is nothing else to go ahead and discuss that. That's good. This phrase, so this is like the Talmud, like a mic drop. That's it. We're done. There's nothing more to discuss. It's very interesting. Because therefore, what this means is ultimately start with this. This all started by the chief and after wants to destroy, wants to break these barrels of gangs. He asks me, You want to renew in June, you got to break his word for $50 a barrel. So remember, on one hand, you can say no, because I want to understand the existence of the animal. And I'm benefiting from all this art. But nothing said, do it alone. If it is for that matter, be prohibited. Even though, yes, I do want to have the IS. I don't want it to break on its own. I don't want the plant to be uprooted on its own. I want to uproot it. But nevertheless, I am permitted to go ahead and do these activities. For them to keep the process because the destruction of people, the destruction of the Zoros, the destruction of prohibition, ultimately is thing, as Martin said, paid and Allah. I will say there is a there really is such an interesting part of Western society. The mindset is, as members of society, just the general program, integrated society, taking approach to yes, you know what? It's not that religion that means the Lord that you do that. Nor is it nor is it a place to stand in judgment of everyone else's right out choices or everything else. Live and let live. That's to a certain degree that has to be our approach to the greater society. On the other hand, it's also teaching us this idea that evil should be allowed to take root within our world. And when there's something that is evil, it has to be uprooted. When there's something that is evil, it has to be broken. When there's evil, it has to be smashed. It has to be destroyed. Because if we let evil take root, then it spreads. Unfortunately, it becomes the norm. And sometimes then those lines between good and evil ultimately again become incredibly burden. That's our nothing uses yes, destroy the INS and cover Allah love. Because ridding the world of evil is a bracha. That is a bracha. It's not easy. It's not easy. And it's fun. You might actually get a lot of subs. It's such an incredible thing. You never really know about what the nation is or what the state and some of you think that like the world just line up false, righteous lies. Because we're doing the world's dirty. Yet again, there's often a world to see what's evil, what's can't see who's right. But the Matthew tells us sometimes there is a middle way to live. The Matthew says, Yishbar Tavallah. Sometimes you have to identify the evil, to break it, you have to smash it, you have to destroy it, and ultimately the process is green, simple line. But ultimately, out of the process, that's what it's working for. But Hadri Yas, again, the same cover was saying, and the answer to the question was Hadri Yas, tell me why, like, the may have us come the other people for them now. He was like, this is very nice. One has an apple since his idol. So idol, and he has now sold $1,000. Does that money in the hand of the apple take on Mahu? Does it take on identity, right? Does it on the identity of the identity or not? So I'm doing nothing. Interesting. So ultimately, stop with the nail from the other. So I'm not going to say I think it's more to that. If an apple sells his idol and he has that money does not retain idolatrous. But rather that money is mundane. Listen to this. So here's our reference. The Hanon with the Asik made the Rava. There are these people who came from the Rava. What? Another one. Zero Zibino Komad the Islam. The serious guy. This is fascinating. There were these people who came from Rava. And wanted to convert. Rabbi told them, guys, before you convert, here's what you need to do. Sell off all of your idolatry, right? All of your idolatry, and then you have the cash. After you do that, then convert. So now watch this. What's going on? Now, it says over here, if you look at Rashi, look at the Suez guy. Bovis quero de acho que quero acho que nunca vai falar da música da fã. Remember, if they convert and it's still only idolatry, that's idolatry owned by a Jew. Idolatry owned by a Jew, number one, can never be negated, right? Can never have this identity, and it can't get hung up. So he tells them instead, but while you're still Gentiles, sell it off. You have the money, then you can put some in it. What do you see? Obviously, you see from here that Allah is selling himself, that cash is committed, so the Gemara says, my time, you shall suffer the name of us, but how the sell of idolatry that are in the hands of the open is permitted. I don't shine us in the heaven that I lay, bad I bought in that case. Why is that? Because since they are in process of conversion, obviously they're negating the theological significance of the idol. Converting. So an Akum could be Meldak of his Avodah Zarah. So maybe that's why they're so sensitive. Let me help. The Gemara says, here's the truth. You saw Shai Moshe of Maya. Although this spoke on him, I went $1,000. So what happened? So Akum went and sold his idol. Right? And brought me the proceeds from this sale. Or, yeah, you know, in the same case, I had an expense of $1,000. He sold his yayin. And then he brought me the proceeds of this. What's that? Mutter. Ultimate it's mutter. The insistent Gemara says, now, however, about an overlooking thing I should end for a whole bunch of fun. Yeah, you know, I thought, I can sing things, I can shout. I'm still already paying the way, yeah, I'm still to say, I have that with the process. I'm going to somebody, yeah, you mess it under that process. And in that case, it's possible. So again, interesting. Case number one, same case. I lent up to $1,000. Case number one, he goes off, sells his idol, goes off, sells his idol. I have no idea what he's doing. He brings me the proceeds, pays back the debt. Case number two, I lent him $1,000. He says, I'll pay you back. Give me give me 8 hours. I got to sell my idol. He comes back with the proceeds. The proceeds are to me. I effectively know that my generation, my so what's the distinction? I don't say what's the difference in these two cases. Rotation see from the so now this is the circle back to the previous circle. The second case, where the outcome says, wait here while I sell my idol, or while I go ahead and sell my I want to continue the system. I don't continue the system because I want to get paid. So because I want it, therefore Shesha's causes the proceeds of us. Listen, what's that? If he wrote it because he had gotten that's what we just said before. But that's much on both sides. When you want to continue the system, but I'm not doing anything to further the existence. So yes, of course, I want to continue the existence of that idol until I themselves because I want the money. I want to continue the existence of the Nesef because I want my money. Doing anything to facilitate the continued existence of these prohibited items. Why should it be us? None. You have two brothers. One converted, and one they're both they're brothers. One converted and one is so brother Ger, brother what happened? Father, their Akum father died. Not the inherit their father. So they want us to the estate. In the estate is idolatry. permitted idols. So there you have a normal large problem. Hatta bonus for animals. So Ata Yain as a Panteros. So Brother Gare is saying to Brother Atom, says Brother Atom, you take all the idolatry stuff, you take all the Yain stuff, and I'll take money and the potatoes. If you do that, then you should. And that's permitted. However, the Shabbat is just like yours, obviously. All of this presupposes that the Ger has not actively taken possession of Yainessa or idols. Obviously, once that happens, there's no more recourse. But well, there you Christians never really see this. You get often to be Mabakwa and Cesaro, but it's much more complicated. The only owns it, there are very limited options. As long as Brother Ger not yet taking possession of this, no problem. There's no problem to the estate. If Brother already took possession, then it's custom. So ultimately, again, what do you think there? The halacha in this case, Brother Ger wants to continue the existence of the idolatry, but he's doing anything active to promote its continued existence, and therefore it's mutter. It's mutter. So what's the problem? What's the case over here? No?
Psychological.
This is just an idol that's made of gold. This guy, though, it breaks. It's still valuable. So therefore, again, Brother Ger doesn't actually care if it remains in its whole state or not. If it breaks, who cares? It has value. Which the only problem is that works fine for an idol. How would you explain it to his friend Yayin? Garas Hadron. So listen, Hadrianic person. So currently, Rashi points out over here. Hadrianic person is very absorbed. So, therefore, you put wine in there, absorb 1, 2, 3, but you can take a shot of that earthenware, put it in water, and reconstitute water. In that case, also, Brother Ger doesn't care. Tasks great because either way, the value is still retained. Which is the one second about one second, even if that's so, even if Brother Ger doesn't care about the fact that it's great, right? But he does care, so he still wants to continue existence. You're bringing up the case of the Ger? No. Yerushas Hager, Kahil Barana. Rabbis were made by the Yerusha of the Ger. In other words, normally, Gemara says perhaps this case should be problematic. But halacha l'maisa, Chazal were made by Yerusha of the Ger. And as the Ger has not yet actively been possession of the Yainess, the idols, he is absolutely permitted to work for himself and brother. Right, so you take this, you take the office permitted stuff, even though, yes, it wants to continue existence. Why? Why would they make the Ger? That's what Rabbanon is Shem Yatsu. We are afraid that if the Ger has to make a choice between his Yerusha and his Yerusha, he will choose his move, will choose his own. Listen, that's not a knock on the Ger. That's a reality that you need to choose. Used before as well, for example, right? What's wrong with as I said, that a certain case of theft, the thief doesn't that which he stole, right? And you accept that the slave is wrong in order to go ahead and facilitate the thief's treatment. We're afraid if the thief has to return everything, that will become it's difficult for people to engage in self-sacrifice when it comes to financial. Right? Money is necessary, and as much as long as you have your health, you don't have money. Things are like incredibly complicated. And many people do not stand up to religious challenges. There's a choice between religion and they're afraid that ultimately, again, you need to choose to use. Again, not because of a gift, because it's human nature. So if Chazal people have come in that situation, not that they will know by it there, and you say that in this kind of case, you're going to have a mistake that I was able to allow him to keep the presence with his actual brother over the orders. Also, all of those. Tanya, enough that supports this. Imagine when is this so? Because the Yerusha. About Shad Shikha in business partnership with the So you see from here that Chazal allows certain things to happen in the context of Yerusha, not normally allowed to occur in the context of flow, because you don't want to put the person in order to get in this type of situation. You know, like the other Yosef time, I get all this is just sitting down and sitting. Another question that they get from someone to back to other stuff. So, this is what can a Ger Tosha go ahead? And I will say, just before we go on, this idea that Chazal will make it just see what I'm saying in this a structured way to make us succeed. The Ribono Shel Olam wants us to succeed. Speak of a very sweet view about those words. A very sweet view of Allah. That view of his brother. Who's waiting for us to mess up.
It's no different than a director
mess up. Let me start the punishment.
Like, you know, it's so
that's a beautiful from the truth. The Ribono wants us more than we want our success. God wants our success more than we want success. And all of the halachos, all of the rules, and all of the scriptures, and all of the punishment to put us on a path, not to smack us down, we go ahead and make a mistake. Again, Mishpach understood we need in order to be successful, understood what we need in order to be. And when they meet the standards to make us so, they do it. They do it. When success is accomplished through relaxing standards, that's how people do it. No greater advocate than
that the lag is caused by
this
being at least 5 people
now constantly
I just got off the phone.
Okay, question. Other uses from Ger Tosha, Man Shebat was very interesting. Can a Ger Tosha go ahead and abolish or negate idolatry? Remember again, an Aku has the ability to negate this idolatry, thereby decommissioning it from its status of theological significance.
So just join Patreon.
What is it? As my focus about the definition of she points out that Ger Tosha ain't no ultimately again he doesn't worship like she but again he's like an absolute everything else except he doesn't worship like he believes in God, he doesn't worship idolatry, but in every other respect he's a non-Jew. So does such a person have the ability to decommission idolatry, negate idolatry? Whereas says, on one hand, we say anyone who worships idolatry can decommission idolatry. Or maybe not. Let's say like this. Anyone who's called a Bani, if you're in the parsha of it, then you can go ahead and decommission idolatry. So this guy is in the, he's not Jewish. He's not Jewish. So because he's not Jewish, he's in the problem. So because of Baruch Hashem himself doesn't worship idolatry, but he has the thought to go ahead and negate it. You must also have ways of this. The Halach and God the book are not says no, only someone worships it can negate it. But someone that doesn't worship idolatry, the Ger Tosha doesn't have the ability to do it. You must basic just one second. We saw so went ahead and found idolatry.
I wonder why it says
found that in the marketplace. What's that? actual boss of the it was a single. I remember again. So let's say, what? Let's into this case. I'm working in the church. I'm working in the marketplace. I see a gold idol sitting there on me. And if I lift it up, that's problematic, right? You acquired it. And what the acquired by you essentially can't be decommissioned. So what do? So like, actual boss of this. So before I pick it up, or always go club and I can call over an apple. Remember now, so you package it. Call over an apple. If you have an apple, and you get to negate this about decommission. Like theological decommission. Engage in theological decommission of its permitted. However, again, in Shabbos Yogo, ain't no only open from the Vasa. Again, like if I take it out, I take possession of it, at that point, it cannot be decommissioned. In Shomro, Avodos Kocham Shalom, the Shachavim. In Ovid Kocham, when decommission is on Avodos, or the Avodos are of his friend, God, staying Shein, whether he worships or he doesn't worship. That's fine with this new thing. What does it mean for what does it mean that whether he worships if you want to say that then Hayim Shalom Shalom, we already said that. So you just said why down Atom has the theological decommission his Avon Zara and his friends. A lot of the Ovid Umay Shim a lot of the right? Ultimately, again, Ovda means an actual act. What does it mean? A non-worshipper? Oh. So who is able to go ahead and decommission? No, Gertosha Nanibata. What do we see from here? Gertosha has the ability to be Mabato. Ultimately, to feel naturally decommission of all desire. Incredible. Which where it says low. No. Not true. Rather, it could very well be the only person who could decommission of all desire as an actual idol worship of himself. Okay. I have the comrade. I knew we said already said that, and then it writes into this. Two different cases. Reisha is Reisha is teaching me like this. Right? And both worship Paul, or both worship Marcus. Obviously, again, Akum can negate his idol and his friend's idol. And Akum too can negate his idol and his friend's idol. Seifa, Zella Ba'ar, oh, this teaching something different. Let's see if one Akum Marcus and one worships Baal Ba'ar. That's the novelty over here. And Akum can worship even if he doesn't worship. So let's say, so there will be three halachas. Number one, an Akum can make his own idolatry. Good. Number two, an Akum can negate his friend's idol if they worship the same idolatry. And halacha number three, an Akum can negate his friend's idolatry even if he worships it. Incredible. Incredible. So the Gemara says, but again, no liar about a Gertosha. Right? So when it comes to a Gertosha, you still and a Gertosha. A Gentile, who repeated the idolatry, can he be in that level? That was still an answer. What's a Gertosha? So now we're getting more definition. What is the definition of a Gertosha? That Kosher Kiva says it's any Akum who is accepted upon himself in front of three Chavim. Again, I will say, someone is careful about so in this context, it just means that we're the base. Anytime an Akum comes in front of the base, I'll tell you from the Chavim. That's a Gertosha. Good. close to the also Kuda Allah. Seven is such a problem. Some say, and their function is anyone was accepted upon both the seven nullified law. This is a piece of private base. That's a given that's going to go up, the next is even only what is the difference? So on the piece of the Tosha, Z, all mitzvahs and muros, but what's mitzvahs? So this is very interesting. What is the definition of the Tosha? He's not kosher. It's the but he has accepted on himself the list of the mitzvahs. It's a pretty shocking definition. Really not cold with that definition. Yeah, he accepted upon himself in front of the lady, not kosher idolatry. So all of the mitzvahs except for he's not taking kosher. Incredible. Incredible. So the Brisa goes on. Yachad in Esler, Yain, very much not keeping Esler Yain. Keep the constant water stuff, right? Give the thing for a little bit of time. You can leave anything wine for a time, but you can't pass it within wine for a long time. Now, what's the reason? What do we think of here? What do we think of here? But ultimately, again, that's Rashi says, Yachad in Esler Yain. Rashi says that here. You saw my Yachad actually the Akiva no Shara will not go on the asset. We're not going to us in the base of even the Iman of the Kakin of an equal we got right. You say it's not more like a so ultimately I think the present wine with him for a short amount of time. Not for a longer amount of time because we're considering this swap out the juice for his own. And this is true even in the city where the majority of the inhabitants are Jews. You could leave with more short enough time, not for a long time, not sure if the INS or not to the INS, not because it's a free idolatry. Right? But in this time, for a longer amount, a short amount of time is longer, for a longer amount of time less. Bono, Yena, the Gemara says, and his oil is well. What is that? Another case, and I thought, Sene can't be in Allah, Yeno, Kishmano. Interestingly enough, what it means is like this, that Allah saw that ultimately again his wine is like just like his oil is committed. So to ultimately again is Shimano bin Abiyah Yeno Mutadano Al Kodin Shukra Hashem not look like Abba Bishia. So what does it mean that his oil is like excuse me that his wine is like this oil? It's the same that you get enough oil you can get enough from this wine. You can't drink the wine that you get from shop, and ultimately you can get enough from this wine. The sharp dollar ultimately then for every other thing already called he is like and he is like a Jewish Muslim. Shimon Yeno Ness. So I mean like Shimon says this wine is like Nessa, again for consumption, for Shimon. So that's because of the other. We'll pick out let's finish this again. I'm telling you about it called we see from the other things like the platform to get to shop and that ultimately again what do you need to do? What is that? Loving capital that's so fun. So it doesn't happen because we're going to get healthy like there's social stuff. That's how we try to figure out doesn't get social to negate idolatry. So now we just got finished saying that in this respect, again, but in every other nerve, he's like an apple. I think that means it just doesn't happen. Can theologically definition and negate that all this so too can it get kosher? Doesn't can it get kosher? To which the Gemara says, no, I'm not going to say no, retain the shus without those shus. No, it actually Shabbos. What does it mean for Shabbos? The Shabbos Shabbos is just if you have multiple that open up into a court, you cannot carry from home into that court. From it, once the habit right? What essentially means we collect food from all of these inhabitants of the cluster. They join together, and that joint food into the domain of one host. If it's part of the cluster, goes into the cluster. Is if you have a Jew who did not join to the Chatzar, he could yield his rights. Let's say not the start, forgot to participate in Ruben forgot to participate in the Eruv. Yields his rights to the other members of the family. If there is a non-Jewish resident, the halacha is to rent his rights. Simply yield his rights, not to rent his rights from the Gemara says, he saw the Shasha Basa the Shek and ultimately again, the Abi Yisrael, unfortunately again is Yisrael, who so as long as externally he's not an apostate, right? As long as he likes right in public to keep Shabbos, privately he doesn't, but at least in public he keeps Shabbos. Only if he didn't participate in the email, he just needs to essentially write to someone else in the process. In the but again, if he publicly shines, and I said, if he's like an app, it's not enough for him to write in the process. You have to write. So no similar shows in the shows, right? So ultimately again. Have the ability to and yield his right, give his rights or over his rights to the other residents, or the other ultimately you have to rent. So the Gemara is saying that when we say Ketzad, Omer Lo yields his right to be over his rights. Omer Lo, I hereby give her my rights. Right? I bequeath my rights in the closet to you. Or my rights are negated to you. Ultimately, it works for the purposes the other Jewish residents acquire the rights of his non-participatory Jew who didn't participate in the Eruv, and Chavis also. So just with Eruv Katzeros, again, you need the participation of all Jewish residents. In general, if you have a Jewish resident who did not participate, even on Shabbos, yield his rights, or just simply negate his ownership rights in the country that allows everyone else to utilize the stuff. Even if he's a Yisrael woman, as long as publicly he comes across as Jewish, ultimately again he could yield or he could go ahead and bequeath. By act, you have to go ahead and acquire his rights. And the Yisrael woman who is public woman is treated like a full circle. Therefore, when we said before that the kosher ultimately again is treated like an after of all other things, that if you live in a chatzar, kosher, and the other chatzar want to make it either, they must rent the rights ultimately to get kosher as well. Whether or not to get kosher to actually hold Sarah, in the show, you will see it tomorrow's daf. Shpech, everyone, what a daf, incredible experience such as this with you. Make sure everyone.
I never got that crayon on your face. Why you just from that?
Telling all of you this morning, we did not thank you for this morning's shirt. Thank our annual Torah talk. So since we very German Russians this year is a Swiss from South Stavos I'm Torah sponsors for the raising in honor of your parents, Israel raising, Ina raising, and new Rosenweig in memory of Stanley Rosenzweig of Russia and Kate Wolf, and the yard site of Dr. Wolf Cyrus Wolf Shalom, three versions of Raha, Nathan and Beth Adler in memory of Father Ben Adler, Hachaver Baruch Ben Moreno Rav. The only studies for today, Jerry Applebaum, memory of his beloved mother, Rosalie Applebaum, Rachel Bas, Ben Aaron. The merit of our time of Torah, their families in the form of all those who were foolish, together with some before they each other. Let us today's dot is South Dallas 64. A really incredible dot ahead of us today. We are checking out 27 Gimel on the base 63B and picking up 2, 4, 6, 7 up from the bottom. Let's start off knocking the Ula, Adini Bar Papi. Start off knocking the Ula, Adini Yasa, Bikia Bar Ami Gabai. Bikia Bar Ami, the Yosef, the Kabbalah, my boy, he asked the following question from me. Listen to the fascinating question. Safra Lishbar Bayayi Nesa, if an Akum hires to smash barrels of yayin nesa. So I said, okay, when this Akum comes over to Ruvain, I'm going to pay you $50. Do me a favor, smash these barrels of yayin nesa. Is the Jew allowed to receive, to accept, to keep the wages from this process? Remember again, in yesterday's daf, we were dealing with the concept of funds or income that is generated from what may or may not be permitted activity, or with items that consist of that means. Here, the Akum is asking you to do Yayin Nesa, but he's asking to destroy Yayin Nesa. Or, Sa'am, I have to keep those. The says, he's very interesting. On one hand, I want the existence of the INS. Now, why I want the existence of the INS? If I was to break on my own, I would lose the opportunity to break when I lose the finances. So, interestingly enough, I want the existence of the INS. Because I want it. Therefore, I think maybe that makes the closest point that we could actually do. We run up to the bottom of the Restream. The strongest actually wants the existence of these barrels. So then instead of actually land, I don't have a doesn't want them to break on their own. Actually, they will be tossed on us. So do we say that since the Jew actually wants, and it's interesting to think about it, the Jew actually wants the Yayin Nesach to break on its own. So therefore, it's going to be proceeds from Yayin Nesach. Therefore, again, it's all Yamal. Call the gift less shepherd. What it gets instruction of this is a good thing. Sure, I want to also make existence, but again, ultimately, to describe what it is a good thing, and the proceeds ultimately, again, should be fascinating shit. I don't know. So Rav says, Yishbar and Kol Rabla. Nachman says, no, take the job, Jew, take the job, get money, and Kol Rabla, you should be blessed. You have the opportunity to go and root out of Zara, and then take the money, go. So you must limit it. So it's been a proof to this. You treat it or not. Ain't no treatment of the performance plans. Okay, let's say again, an Aqua plants to line. Right, to line is forbidden. So, wheat had such a just to wheat, and let's say, for example, wheat and grape farms. That's the kind of any forbidden mixture. So, if in every performance planting Kilayim, I, the Jew, go ahead and assist him in the planting. Ultra means like a hole. You know, when you need to see covered with dirt, you can't do that. It's not a challenge. About open can I do? I can uproot, right? I can uproot that I am allowed to do. Rashi about open. Rashi from the Eagle, but I felt that those are the key. Let's say Akmi hires me and says, listen, silver, to me, if I try to put it out, okay. So let's say again, he asks me to uproot it. I am allowed to do that paid for working with the line, right? And I want the existence of the line, because if it's not uprooted on its own, I lose that up. So the Gemara says, so it appears from here to support the master. Says you are allowed to go ahead with financially from an item with benefit ultimately against destruction, even though you by definition want the existence of the prohibited item because you want to be the one who destroys the market's going to be destroyed on its own. So when I say Savua, second line from the top 64. Not only is there a prohibition to plant, not only is there a prohibition to go ahead and facilitate the growth of the land, but you can't give you anything that's sustainable. But Rashi points out over here, someone else planted the lion, and the apple has to put up a fence around it. And you keep us also. Why? because the act of putting up a fence by definition is part of the sustaining idea. Putting up a fence has nothing to do with the plant itself. Nevertheless, it is going to be us according. Here we go. Nafish means Mechasha means hugging the streets with birth. So Nafish and Mechasha, look at and get out the streets. Again, that's kind of you're actively participating in the driving of family. Kiva says actively kind. And Kiva says anything to sustain the family. For example, put up the fence. The Korean has really problematic as well. My country, where is the key? What's his name? So, such problems like your life. Plus, it says, do not plant Korean in your field. In the Alazaria, I'm going to pollution of planting. Mekayim. How do I know that now you're allowed to do something to sustain the actual growth itself? I'm a low killing. I suppose say so. It's interesting over here. You are making a little bit of a play on words. A little bit of a play on words. So again, you must actually kind of say it was like low killing. You can't do anything that ultimately again enables the existence of the value. Even if it's not directly involved with the actual plant itself, but just something that sustains it, that's going to be us as well. Filo, Umar says, Vilo, when you take Kefla Shari, interestingly enough, even if I'm just very good, the prohibition ultimately is considered as sustaining to upper root the so with Kashtos, it sounds like that is going to be Umar says, necessarily low. Doesn't be that rather Haman. This Rabbanon, Rabbanon, my area open. You may not be shot. It's just that's not true. Rabbanon, this is Rabbanon. Rabbanon, you have to put up a fence, right? Rabbanon, only can keep up. Rabbanon, you can do planted. Actually, do something that's still itself. Some type of like supporting it. Fence they hold is more. So putting up a fence in it, or you can get paid for that. Then certainly again you can get paid for uprooting. That's not going to be a problem. To which the demand is like Alphamas, so here the other interesting. Where ultimately again I am uprooting it. For free. Yashon asked me to do it, and I'm doing it for free. So what's the thing? Watch this. Ultimately, the leaders of the opinion that Allah Almighty you are not in favor of like the actual hadith. All my focus goes to me. Right, as a leader. Compliment them and give them a madness. Don't give up this thing, you can't free. You can't do something for an apple to hold these up. You still do it. So which the immerse is Buddha. Nishma la that thing is happening to Buddha. There's not permitted for Buddha, also looking at Makasino. About the Tisla Shakir. Immerse is going to print to Buddha. Buddha says it's true. You can do a favor. So to give a free gift. You can't do a favor for him. But to do something to Buddha, that's absolutely permitted. That's an objective thing. I have immerse is going to keep it. I thought that's going to keep it. I'm kind of line look, yeah? And the Ute Tisla Shakir. You say something according to even the Akiva was a more standard approach to the prohibition line. They're not really cleaning up the actual planting itself, but you can't even put up a fence to sustain it. Even if you put a green root line to get rid of this dirt, to get rid of liberty is absolutely permitted, and you can get paid for that from the which the Gemara says is too low. There is nothing else to go ahead and discuss about this. Well, it's great. This phrase is like a mic. That's it. We're done. So it's very interesting. But therefore, what this means is ultimately, now let's go full circle. How did we start this? We started by the truth of an Asim wants to break his barrels of Yainesa. He asks me, wants to hire me in June to go to break, he's willing to pay me $50 a barrel. Great. So am I allowed to do it or not? So remember, on one hand, you can say no, because therefore that I want to continue existence of the United I'm trying to hold this up. On the other hand, I'm just trying to hold this up. But Nachman said, do it and cover along. If it involves the destruction of the Zara, for that matter, a prohibited item, even though I do want the continued existence of the INS, I don't want it to break on its own. I don't want it to break on its own. I want to uproot. But nevertheless, I go ahead and do these activities to get rid of the associates because the destruction of people, destruction of Zara, destruction of conditions ultimately is a good thing. It says you get paid and cover Allah. I will say there is a really interesting idea because kind of a Western society and mindset is not living and that is important as members of society, just general in greater society, we should approach take an approach. Yes, you know, it's not the opportunity. Nor is it your place to stand in judgment of everyone else's lifestyle choices or everything. Live and sit on your couch. That's to a certain degree that has to be our approach. On the other hand, it's also teaching us this idea that evil shouldn't be allowed to lead in our world. And when there's something that is evil, it has to be that is evil. It has to be broken. When there's something that is evil, it has to be seen. It has to be destroyed. Because if you let evil take root, then it spreads. And unfortunately, it becomes the norm. Sometimes when those norms become evil, ultimately again become incredibly murder. That's sort of nothing. This is get destroy the INS and talk about love. Ridding the world of evil is a bracha. That is a bracha. It's not easy. It's not easy. And it's fought with incredible challenges. We see this for what think about it's such an incredible thing. Think about what the nation of the state Israel is doing. And similarly, it's like we're just blind applause. Right? Just because we're doing the world's dirty work. Again, it's hard because often the world can't see what's evil, what's good, can't see who's right, who's wrong. But when that tells us sometimes there is a little more live, and sometimes we're not. And it says, Yishbar and Kabbalah. Sometimes you have to identify evil, you have to break it, you have to smash it, you have to destroy it. You have to do it. The process is different. The process is cool. The process is long. But ultimately, when you get to the other side of the process, that's when it's incredible. More goes like that. More goes like that. So Hadi Yasvi, so again, the same thing as saying. And after that, Hadi Yasvi, the name of us probably not. So what's it very interesting. What happens if Akum sells his So Akum sold idol and he has now sold $1,000. Does that money right now we don't even take the same identity as the identity? I wish I did. So I can say that they're good. Mito has done that the idol. Does it take on the identity? Right? Does it take on? So I'm doing that. So it's very easy. So ultimately, you're not going to stop with the nail from the other one. So I'm not going to do Akum sells his item and he has that money. That money does not retain idolatrous identity. But rather, that money is just money being won. Listen to this. So here's what I'm not saying. I know what the Oscar made about when these people who came up with what happened. I don't know. Zivino Komadi is the suicide. This is fascinating. So that's what like this. There were these people who came about And what happened? Blah blah blah. And they wanted to convert. Rabbi told them, guys, before you convert, here's the truth. Sell off all of your idolatry, and then you have the cash. After you do that, then convert. Now listen, now watch this. What's the logic over here? The logic over here, look at Rashi. The Suez Skyru, hold this Skyru to the African Skyru, because remember, if you convert and it's still only idolatry, then idolatry owned by a Jew. Idolatry owned by a Jew, number one, can never be given. Never have its identity. They can't get enough from it. So he tells them instead, before, while you're still Gentiles, sell it off. You have the money, then you can convert and the money is permitted. What do you see from here? Obviously, you see from here that Allah someone sells his idol that is permitted. So the Gemara says, my mom, you shouldn't become sober. Now, let's go have them get out of the Talmud. Let's get the proceeds of idolatry that are in the ultimately delivered. I did not show them that I could relay, but I bought them. Maybe that's their process. Obviously, they're in the fact. They're negating the logical significance of the idol murder. So an apple being the battle is a Zara. That's why the proceeds are. Elami the Hafa. Elami Hafa. The Gemara says, here's the proof. Listen to this. I lent probably the proceeds from the sale. Or Yain Nessa, in the same case, went ahead and I lent an apple first. He sold his Yain. And then he brought me the proceeds of mutter. Ultimately, again, it's mutter. Interesting. The Gemara says, now, however, unless it's in some case, I'm going to pay you, the way there, I'm going to sell my idol. I'm going to sell my idol. In that case, it's possible. See, interesting. Case number one, same case. I lent $1,000. Case number one, he goes off, sells his idol, goes off, selling, and I said, I have no idea. He brings me the proceeds, he backs the debt, move to case number two. Same thing, I lent him $1,000. He says, I want to pay you back. Give me a couple of hours. I got to sell my idol. I got to sell my idol. He comes back to the proceeds. I effectively murder my so what's the intention? I understand what's the see from the Shumka, how you make to Christ. So this is very interesting. So now this circle back over there is silver. But here's the difference. In seconds, where the says, wait here while I sell my idol, or while I go ahead and sell my wine, I want to continue to consider. I don't want to continue to sell because I want to get paid. So because I want it, therefore it's the proceeds of us. He goes to the Yuma Kiagatami. That's what we just before, but that's what. That's what the others will say. When more the continue existence, but I'm not doing anything other than the existence. So yes, I want to continue the existence of that idol until the opposite. I want the money. I want to continue the existence of the Inessa and money. But I'm not doing to facilitate the continued existence of these heavenly items. What the us? But now, here is this. But here, all the problem. She are showing it other comes. Also, it's very interesting. You have two brothers.
Yeah, thanks for tuning in.
They're both brothers. One converted and one. So brother Ger, brother Ahmed. Your father, your father died. Not the inheritance. Your father. State. Let's say permitted items. So Ger, your animals. So brother Ger is saying to brother Apple, I said, brother Apple, you take all the ideas and I'll take the money and nails. You can do that in Shabbat, and that's permitted. However, in Shabbat, it's just like your husband. Obviously, all of this presupposes that Ger has not yet technically taking
Feature
possession of
Goody
Nyanessa
and
or
live
items. Obviously, once that happens, there's no more
he's calling
recourse,
me the wrong
right? But
name.
well, there is recourse. No one really sees. You can get an outcome much more complicated.
Listen,
Once that you already owns it, you have really very little
it's unfortunate.
So as long as Brother Gare has not yet taken possession of these items, no problem. There's no problem providing up the state for this. However, if Brother Gare already took possession, then it's fine. So let's say, so ultimately, what do you see from there? Now, in this case, Brother Gare wants to continue the existence of the idolatry by Nyanessa, but he's not active to promote the existence, and therefore it's mutter. So what's the problem? What's the case over here? The solution? This is an item that's
Maybe
no
there'll be surprises.
it's still valuable. So therefore, again, Brother Gare doesn't actually care if it remains in its whole state or not. Even if he cares, it still has value. Bruce Lee says that's fine. That works fine for an idol. How would you explain it? Then, yeah, you the Cheres Hadroni. So this is very interesting. Hadrianic, so apparently, each country out over here. Hadrianic person, so therefore, you put wine in there, the earth will absorb to a degree that you could take a shard of that somewhere, put it in water, and reconstitute water. In that case, also, Brother Gare doesn't tasks, right?
Like we always said,
the value is still retained. To which the Gemara says, one second. Even if that's so, even if Brother Gare doesn't care about this being great, right? But he does care about whether or not it's still lost, so still wants their continued existence. Yerushas Hager Kamrat, don't bring a riot in this case. You're bringing a riot in the case of the inheritance. No. Shai Yerushas Hager, Dakilu Barabba, by the Yerusha. Normally, the Gemara says perhaps this case problematic. But halacha myself, Hazal will make it by Yerusha. And as long as the Ger not yet actively taking possession of the idols, he's actually, so you take this, you take the prohibited stuff off of the next. Why? Why wouldn't Yahtzee look at the between his Yerusha and his religion? He will choose his money when you get. That's a reality of human nature. It seems to theft. It doesn't always have to return that which is except that is go ahead and do it. It's true. Afraid of the thief has everything. Difficult for people self-sacrifice when it comes to food is necessary. And as much as that. As long as you have your health, it's true. Because you have your health and you can pay your bills. Right? Because if you don't have money enough to religious charms, you're afraid that you now, some people want to play in that situation and buy it there. I'm just saying that often in these kind of cases, you're going to have mistakes. The items, therefore, committed items, if his upcoming birthday. Because I know, okay, by this, imagine what is this so? Years. In the case of Yerusha, that's too awesome. And in the case, let's say, the business, you see from here that Chazal allowed certain things to happen in the case of Yerusha, not kind of normally allowed to occur in the context of well situations. Incredible. So remember that. Honey doesn't find that. So remember, I guess all this is the same people around. This is a very interesting case. Can a Gertosha go ahead and we'll say, just before you go on, he said, think that Chazal will make it. Just so you understand the tremendous circumstances. Halacha is structured in a way to make us see that a Bono Shalom wants us to see these people
Yeah,
are
I
very
can't nail it every week because we do it in one take.
Your perspective is waiting for us to mess up.
I usually
There's
get
all
it
of us
okay. This is the
mess
first
up.
time this ever happened.
Let me
I've never
set
done
up a
anything
punishment
before.
That's a key
First of
for
all,
the
shout out
future.
to policy. We'll get
The devotion wants our success more than we want our success. Chazal want our success more than
appreciate
we
it.
want.
Where's Timos? It's
What the
happening
hell
right now.
is going on this?
If you have money, I won't bring up
Our
Timos.
only care to put us on the path of success, not to smack us down when we go ahead and make a mistake. But again, what we
Patreon.
want to success, what we successful. And when they need to relax the standards to make us successful, they do it. You gotta, they do it. When success is accomplished through relaxing of standards, Chazal no greater advocate than
I hope you guys enjoyed the song.
that's
See
last
last
one. This was Chazal
this week
constantly
we watched Ralph Barbosa's new
Okay,
special.
double question. Other US employees are Ger Toshav, what's very interesting song. Can a Ger Toshav, go ahead and abolish or negate idolatry? Remember again, an Akku has the ability to negate his idolatry, thereby decommissioning it from its status of theological. So Ger Toshav, you also know what is it? Now we can see this is not about the definition of Ger Toshav. Rashi points out the friend of Tapa Ger Toshav, Eino Ovi Avodos. Ultimately, again, he doesn't worship idolatry. But again, he's like an apple in everything else, except he doesn't worship idolatry. Right? He believes in that he believes in God, he doesn't worship idolatry. But in every other respect, he's not sure. So does such a person have the ability to decommission idolatry, to negate idolatry? Where it says, on one hand, we say only one who worships idolatry can decommission idolatry. Until a court government may like this. Anyone who's going to call it binding, if you're in the target, then you can go ahead and decommission it also. And this guy is not Jewish. He's not Jewish. So because he's not Jewish, he's in the parish of an apple. So because of that, even though Baruch Hashem, he himself doesn't worship idolatry, but the Torah to go ahead, gave it. You must only rule that not. So again, also not from this. The Palach, the Basar, Gro Palach. Only someone who worships it can negate it. But someone who doesn't worship idolatry cannot negate idolatry. Therefore, the Ger Toshav does what he's doing with idolatry. He must be basic went ahead and found idolatry. Found the marketplace. What's that? Actual Basar. So what's it say? Remember again. So let's say, what? I'm walking in the shop. I'm walking. I see a idol sitting there on the ground. If I lift it up, that's what I'm right? Because you're not acquired. And once it's been acquired by energy, you can't be decommissioned. So what do? Well, actually, Basar. So before I pick it up, I can call over an apple. Remember, I was like, call over an apple and see if the apple. I need you to engage this idolatry. Decommission. That's theological decommission. So go ahead and get the decommission of that. However, I get a Mishabasal, ain't no only over the but again, if I take it out, if I take possession of it, at that point, you cannot be decommissioned. You know,
It's like, do I
Apple,
want to be entertained or do I want to be
level Zara or the Apple
yeah,
Zara
because I worry about
they
it.
of the thing shit
It's
in
really
life.
fun.
Whether he worships it or he doesn't
Yeah.
worship it.
Wait, Papa is
Might
older
of
than me,
the
but it
might
makes
be
me
of.
feel like an
What does
elder
it mean
statesman.
for what does it mean to actually commission of Zara? Whether he worships it or doesn't worship it. Ilema
So, if
if you want to say that we're talking about an
shout
apple,
out to you.
then
You
Hayim
watch
Shalom
it,
Shachavim. We already said
there's
that.
so
We
much,
just said
so much
before that an
content, right?
apple has the ability to theologically decommission
Watching it.
his Avodah Zarah and the Avodah Zarah of his friend. Half of the
Some
Obey Kohen,
relationship
who
with
might
man.
shit in the life of the Obey Kohen, right? Ultimately, again, of the means an actual act. Who might shit in of the what is a non-worshipper? Their Tosh. Oh. So who is able to go ahead and decommission both in their Tosh? Not enough. Their Tosh. What do you see from here? Their Tosh has the ability to ultimately theologically decommission Avodah Zarah. Incredible. Bruce Kumar says,
I do miss those days, though. I think I miss the actual thought that he put together and what.
Rather, it could very well be the old decommission. I did the comment. I knew Shalom B'Shachar. We said that we already said that. His friend levels. The Gemara says, Reisha, two different cases. Reisha, Zeh, Zeh Lakar, Zeh, Zeh Lamarcus. Reisha is teaching you like this. If you have two apples, right, and both worship God, or both worship Marcus, obviously, again, apple one could negate his idol and his friend's idol, and apple two could negate his idol and his friend's idol. Seifa, Zeh Lakar, oh, the Seifa teaches something different. Let's get one who worships Marcus and one who worships Baal Pa'ar. What's the analogy over here? An Akum can worship an idolatry even if he doesn't worship. So let's say, one, an Akum can negate his own idolatry. Number two, Akum can negate his friend's idol if they worship the same idolatry. Offer number three is an Ak's friend's idolatry, even if he's incredible. No riot about a Ger Tosha. Right? So when it comes to Tosha, we still like to can a Ger Tosha, which is a Gentile who repudiated idolatry, repudiated idolatry. Can he be Nevat Lav? Now we still have this. Basically, when it's Tosha, Ger Tosha, what's a Ger Tosha? Tosha Kiba, so now we're getting more definite. What is the definition of a Ger Tosha? So Tosha Kiba Lav, Shalom Lav, accepted himself from the three coming on your knees. Someone is careful. Is careful about so in this context, it just means that in front of a base. Any time that I go in front of a base, and he repudiates idolatry, they get that's a Ger Tosha. That's what I meant. From say, Moshe Kibbel Allah Sheva Mitzvot. So Moshe Kibbel Allah Sheva Mitzvot. Some say, and a Ger Tosha is any Gentile who has accepted upon himself the seven Noahide. From don't see to acquire a base. That's a Ger Tosha. Sheva Mitzvot Noah. Even only able to go all across the Ger Tosha. Not true. I hate them saying not true. That's not neither of these definitions satisfy the definition of Ger Tosha. what is הגר תושב? המאיז הגר תושב זה גר אופן מבלוס שקיבל עליו לחיים כל מצוות המולס בתורה חוץ מאיסר מבלוס. So this is very interesting. What is the definition of the ger toshav? The ger toshav is someone ultimately again who eats the rest of the social. It's pretty cheap. It looks like really much older than the definition of ger toshav. That we mayor, with the exception of self-employed he has accepted for himself all of the mitzvot except for all the he's not incredible. But the price goes on. יחד עם עצמו, יין, ואפילו ביאר שירות בישראל. What's the halacha is you can deposit more to get yourself. Right? So leave him within for the time, which is a deposit. You can leave him wine for a short amount of time, but you can't deposit wine for a long time. Now, what's the reason? What concerned about here? What are they concerned about here? We're concerned ultimately again. That Rashi says Rashi says you saw my gift the police of actually like even the Salah will not go on the Mago become us in the place of location. Even the Ino another car, nobody for the dollar. Who say it's not a war like a lake. Deposit wine with him for short amount of time. Not for a longer amount of time. The certain name needs swap out juice wine for his own. Okay. This is even in a city where the majority of the inhabitants are Jews. So as they sometimes to the ger toshav, you could leave with him for a short amount, but not for a long time, not for the INS, or not for the INS, except because he's refused. Repudiated idolatry, right? But we are concerned that over time, for a longer amount of time, may switch his wine for the Jews. So first, for a longer amount of time. Shmano, Canaan. So the Gemara says, and his oil is like his wine. What is that? Shmano, Canaan, I thought, Shmita, honey. Interesting enough rather uses like this. That halacha saw that ultimately again is wine is like his oil. Just like his oil is committed. So to ultimately again is wine. I look at Rashi just a moment. Rashi should have yes, and you know, Shmano, Kodum Shut Rashem, so what does it mean that his oil is like, excuse me, is like his oil? It's to get enough from the oil, to get enough water. And can't drink the ger toshav, but all can get enough. The sharp called governor, ultimately, and for every other, he's like an apple. Yeno, yayin, yes. She says his wine is like the ice. Others say ultimately again, ultimately again for consumption. So actually falls up here. We'll pick up in next section. Actually, let's finish. Let's finish this. Tell me, what do you see? Tell me, we start by see from your is like an apple regarding every other matter. Ultimately, again, what does it mean? say that Ger Tosha
If
is
two
like
people call
an
you a
akum.
crackhead, you might
What
be
is that?
smoking crack. Shut
Says
up.
love in the battle avodas loving ke avodas loving. So it doesn't happen because listen, we're again out of this whole thing that Ger Tosha
like that, but
guys, as we're trying to figure out, doesn't Ger Tosha
I
be
think it's like
equivalent
thanks, bro.
to gate idolatry? The definition
we
of
know?
idolatry.
Would we know?
Now we just got finished saying that in fact, a Ger Tosha is used in every other matter like an akum. It just as an akum can theologically decommission and negate all these so you kind of Ger Tosha. So you kind of Ger Tosha, to which the Gemara says, no, retain the shus without the shus. No, it actually means something else. It means actually for Shabbos. What does it mean for Shabbos? What's it like? It's Kid Samuel. The Somer, the Shaman Shabbos is also so just put interfaces. If you have multiple homes that open up into a courtyard, you cannot come a home into that courtyard. It's a courtyard with having right? Interface essentially means we collect food from all of the inhabitants of the they join together, and that joint food makes it into the domain of one home. Remember, if you try to the home into the chutzner, plus into the house Jew who did not join into he could yield his rights. Let's say Shabbos started, he could yield his rights to the other members of if there is a non-Jewish resident, halacha is you have to rent his rights. He cannot simply yield his rights, you have to rent his rights from you. So that sounds a lot. So, the Shara Shabbos of the show, ultimately again, the Abisomov, which unfortunately again is so as long as it's externally, he's not an apostate, right? As long as externally, like, right? And publicly keep Shabbos, privately he doesn't keep Shabbos. But at least he publicly keeps this, and what's the halacha? But not the Rishos. Only if he didn't participate in it, it just needs to essentially list his rights to someone else in the class. Okay. Shem Shabbos Rishos, in Ravat Rishos, but again, if he publicly violates Shabbos, then essentially he's like an apple. If he's like apple, then it's not enough for him to yield his rights in the class to the other residents. Rather, you have to rent his rights from Amru, Yisrael, Rishos, and Ravat Rishos, right? Yisrael ultimately again has the ability to go ahead and his right give up his rights or give over his rights to the other residents. Ultimately you have to rent. Yeah, rent. So therefore again the Gemara is saying that when we say so just last thing son or of course, like how does Thomas, for example, yield his right to his right to concern? Over Lord, you should see I hereby give over my rights. I increase my rights in the presence of you. Or you should see with the or my rights are negated to you. Ultimately, as well as for the purpose is the other residents acquire the rights of not participate for the Jew who participate in the Eruv, they start this list. Many form cases. So just in general, about Eruv Hasidos, again, you need the participation of all Jewish residents. In general, if you are Jewish residents who do not participate, even on Shabbos, he could yield his rights, or being a rat, or just simply negate his ownership rights, possibly that allows everyone else to live. If he's Yisrael Muma, as this publicly he comes across as Jewish, ultimately again he can yield, or he can go ahead and or bequeath. By Akum, you have to go ahead, and Yisrael Muma is publicly a Muma, is treated like a full circle. That's therefore when we said before that a Gosha ultimately is treated like an apple
to cook, or do you
For
want to
all
just like
other
do
things,
do
all
whatever
things
you want? I'll take one
including
too.
a futzer with a guarantee
That's the money, dude.
the other
Because
choosing the futzer they want to make the
flavors like
flavors,
they do that
they
one.
must
My store when I put it on ready.
things in this right.
It'd be like this.
Again, now whether or not the beer person is actually going to do about
And I
the
put my
message
fucking
on the website,
at
you'll
stake.
see it tomorrow's
Right.
draft.
To tell you a story that right there.
An incredible experience such as
Sound
all
off
of you.
in the comments. Is it true or false? You heard it. What do you want to do? A poll? Or what do you do a poll? I mean, they're like they're here right now. What do you want to pull first? First, you want to ask the question. Are these? Oh yeah, that's actually more fun, I think. Do you take the money or the story? Money or story? Money, story.
They'll say a great sponsorship to you. We'll tell us all
Listen,
of
I've
you
always
this
told
morning.
you that I'm on
By
shop
thanking all of our
This
sponsors
is
this
a
morning. Sure,
pro
thank
shop.
this is
Pro
Shop
shop.
Americans of
Everything
everything
he
all the
does is
German
right.
trucks
Never
this year.
criticizes it.
Exclusive sales troubles for Israel. I'm
Write
close sponsors for the month of Av. About you with Total Steven and Jason in honor of their parents. Israel Jason, Gina Jason, and Rosenzweig in memory of Stanley Rosenzweig and Rafa. The learning sponsors, Dr. Eddie Wolf, Commission of the Yard Site, Dr. Wolf's father, Simon Shalom, then Steve Rafa, Nathan and Beth Adler, in memory of their father, Ben Adler, However, Baruch Mordechai, Ben Moreno Ramos. The only sponsors for today, Cherry Applebaum, memory of his beloved mother, Rosalind Applebaum, Hope Das, the Bible, the American Tamatola, all the Michelle South the families in the family, almost never full shouting together, cold cold, sparkle, she all about the all of them and now all the soldiers to be successful fall in mass. And also with that, he's 64. Today we are picking up from some days 63B, and we are picking up 4, 6, 7 lines up from the bottom. So we have nothing back up. So again, we have nothing copy that's what we see about Ami Gabai. And here by Ami is sitting with them. The university of listen to fascinating. Suffer Lishbar Yayi Nessa Ma. What is the halacha if an Akron hires a Jew to smash barrels Zionist? Right? So here, Akron comes over to you and says, Ruben, I'm going to pay you $50 an hour. Do me a favor, smash these barrels of Zionist. Mahu, what is the halacha? Is the Jew allowed to receive the set the wages in this month? Also, remember, in yesterday's that we were dealing with the concept of funds or income that is generated from what may or may not be permitted activity or dealing with items that themselves will be usher value. So here, the Akum is asking me to be your Yayanesa, but he's going to destroy Yayanesa. And he's going to pay me for it. So am I allowed to those proceeds? He says, no, what's the law of me and you gave the rest of the more awesome. Very interesting. On one hand, I want the existence of the INS. Now, why do I want the existence of the INS? If barrels were to break on their own, I would lose the opportunity to break and I lose the carnosis. So I'm wondering, interestingly enough, I want the existence of the INS. Because I want, therefore, maybe that makes the case for the could actually just moment. Me and Kivan, we got on the bottom of Rashi. Israel zerot zebulon you actually want the existence of these barrels. שלא ישכבו השמן. I don't know. Ruben doesn't want them to break on their own. Actually, celebrate me because of us. So he said that since the Jew actually wants, it's interesting to think about this way. The Jew actually wants the Yain Nesach to remain in existence. I don't want it to break on its own. So therefore, maybe that's considered to be proceeds from the Yain. And therefore, again, it's awesome. On the other hand, this is the instruction of the instruction of this is a good thing. This is a good thing. Sure, I want God's existence, but again, ultimately, to describe all the Zara is a good thing, and therefore the proceeds ultimately again should be committed. Fascinating chart. Oh no, no. So Abnachman says, Abnachman says, no, take the job, shoot the job, get the money, and Bracha, you should be blessed. You have the opportunity to go do that Zara. That is the thing. Take the money over. So let's bring it to Ain't Ocean in the so let's say again. So we had just 2 days ago. Weekend, let's say for example, weekend great. So if an over is planted, the Jew can't go ahead and assist you in the family. Means like home, third, you can't do that. Apple, 64. What can I do? I can uproot, right? I can that I am allowed to do. Rashi about a green Rashi from the people of the road to the Kumash. Let's say I'm hired. Listen, silver. Give me a favor, I planted the line now. Okay. So let's say again, he asks, I am allowed to do that even though you get paid for working with him, right? And I want to be this of the Kilayim because clients in a book on their own, I'm not so the Gemara. So it appears from here, this supports the not financially from a forbidden item. When that ultimately again result of destruction, even though you by definition would continue insisting of the prohibited item because you want to be the one who destroys this, you can get paid. Someone says Savura, second one from the top 64. Savura Amar, who's it being Hebrews, and Yaki Amar, Mekayim, Mekayim, the whole to us in general. Not only is there a prohibition to plant, not only is there a prohibition to go ahead and facilitate growth of Canadian, but you can't even do anything that's sustainable. So for example, Rashi points out over here, let's say someone right, like, and asks me to put up a fence around the Canadian. Kiva says, also, why? Because we can't putting up a fence by definition is part of the sustaining of Kilayim. The fence has nothing to do with the actual plant itself. Nevertheless, it is going to be us. Here we go. Hamnache, which means using. Mechaka means covering the seed with dirt. So Hamnache, Shamacham, Kilayim. Look at you get mountains, right? Again, that's kind of because there you're acting directly. Participating in this Zagan of God. The Kiva says, I'm kind. And the Kiva says, even if you sustain it, for example, put up fence around the Kilayim, that's really problematic as well. So when says, my camera here, where should be Kiva? Come on, Makra, someone takes up the line. Plus, it's if you're not plant Kilayim in the field, in the Elazarea, I don't know the prohibition of planting, the Kayim. How do I know that I'm not even allowed to do something to sting the apple growth itself? Like even if I'm a low Kilayim. So let's say so. It's interesting. You are making a little bit of a little bit of words. So again, the actually kind of slicing the puzzle. Like you can't do anything that ultimately again enables the existence of Kilayim, even if it involves the actual plant itself, but just something that sustains it. That's going to be Ilo, Gemara says, Ilo, they fit for Shari. But ultimately, interestingly enough, even if everybody do that, the prohibition ultimately that sustains it. What if somebody's willing to pay me to uproot it and cannot touch it? It sounds like that is going to be totally
Walking Dead.
Gemara says, not necessarily. So, because I be definitely this Rabbanon. Rabbanon. Rabbanon might be your okra. You no, that's not true. According to Rabbanon, this is Rabbanon. Rabbanon wants to put up a fence, right? Because Rabbanon for Yekiva, Rabbanon won't be carrying the plants to plant it. Actively do something that is broken. Some type of like supporting the fence they hold these mutter. So putting up a fence is you get paid for that, then certainly you're being paid for uprooting something that's not going to be. To which the Gemara says, Hachamas, Hina, this is very interesting, what's the case over here? The Ka'avid Bechina. Interesting. Where ultimately, again, I am uprooting the Kilayim for free. Yaakov asked me to do it, and I'm doing it for free. So what's the fun? Ultimately, Rabbi Yehuda is of the opinion that halach and ma'aseh you are not allowed to know from it. Like the beginning of the halach, our lo sechani, all my folk is what I mean. Like this, Yehuda says, you can't work for free. You can't do something for an outcome for free. It's free in favor of destruction of the halach. You still Rabbi Yehuda, Mishma, I think you're setting this up for himself. It says if the person of Yehuda does not be permitted, Rabbi Yehuda, tifla shopping. Mercy give a free gift. You can't do a favor, but to do something to Azara, that's absolutely that's of objective benefit. I have Rabbi Akiva now. I thought Rabbi Akiva. I'm Rabbi Akiva. I'm the kind of line look at. Then they take this law shepherd. Even going to Rabbi Akiva was a more extensive, approach to the prohibition of Kilayim. They're not only looking at the actual plant itself. People put up a fence to sustain it. People would agree to up Kilayim to get rid of your search for your reason ability is absolutely permitted. And you can get paid for that. So that is so low that it's nothing else to go ahead and discuss. This is like the Talmudic equivalent, like a mic drop, Sulo music, that's it, we're done. There's nothing more to discuss now. So what's interesting is therefore what is ultimately, let's go full circle. How did we start this? This all started by the case of an Akum was to the barrels of Yain Nessa. Asks me, he wants to hire me, a Jew, to go to break his game to pay me $50 a barrel. Right? So am I allowed to do it or not? So remember, on one hand, you could say no, because therefore that means I want to continue the existence of the Yain Nessa. I'm benefiting from a whole desire. On the other hand, let's try to hold desire. But Nachman said, do it and cover Allah. It follows the destruction of a Zara, of that matter, even though, yes, do want the continued existence of the INS to get it. I don't want it to break on its own. I want to break it. I don't want the plan to be uprooted on its own. I want to uproot it. Nevertheless, I am permitted to go these activities to get proceeds for destruction of destruction of Zara, destruction of prohibition, ultimately is a good thing. As Nachman says, you get paid and cover Allah. Incredible. I will say there is it really is such an interesting idea because the kind of part of that in society, the mindset is live and let live, and that is members of society, just general integrative society. You should coach, taking coach. Yes, you know what? It's not revolution. Nor is it a good place to stand in judgment of everyone else's lifestyle choices or everything else. Live and let live. To a certain degree, that has no training in society. And so also teaching us this idea that evil should be allowed to take roots within our world. And there's something that is evil. When there's evil, it has to be destroyed. When there's something that's evil, it has to be destroyed. Because if you let evil take root, then it spreads and unfortunately becomes the norm. And some kind of line between good and evil ultimately again becomes incredibly blurred. And that's why the American uses this question of yes. For the INS, because ridding the world of evil is a rough. And it's not easy. It's not easy. And it's fought with incredible challenges. You see this for think about such an incredible thing. Think about what the nation is, what the moving out. And some of you would think that like you would just line up applause, righteous track, because you're doing the world's dirty. And yes, again, it's hard to can't see what's evil, what's good, who's right, who's wrong. But the American tells us sometimes it is a little like live, and sometimes the American says, Yishbar, Kabbalah. Sometimes you have to identify evil, you have to break it, you have to smash it, you destroy it, and know if you do it, the process is difficult, the process is long. But ultimately, when you get to the other side, that's what I see slow the Gemara goes like that. How do you speak? So again, the same Kevin was saying. And they asked about the question, Yasvi, they're coming by like, you may ask from the other people, but this is very interesting. What happens if an Akum sells his item? So Akum sells his item and he has now something for $1,000. $1,000, same identity as the other that sells. Mito fed the other people. Take on the identity. Does it take on the identity of the idolatry or not? So it's very interesting. So ultimately, when the Nazis, he stopped his item, and he has that money does not retain idolatrous identity. But rather, money is just you can know the also when these people go for about what suicide is fascinating. So that sounds like this. When people came for about and what happens, I see Rabbi and he wants to convert. Rabbi told them, guys, before you convert, here's what you need to do. Sell off all of your idolatry, sell off all of your idolatry, and then you have the cash. After you do that, listen, I watch this. What's the watch? Over here. And Rashi says over here. Look at Rashi. Rashi, look at the Swiss. All of this guy, the Akashi's guy, also wouldn't call it all this because remember, if they convert, they're still only idolatry, then that's idolatry by the Jew. Idolatry, number one, can never be negated, right? Can never have its and can't get Hanor. So he tells them instead before, while you're still Gentiles, sell it off, you have the money, then you can convert when it's committed. What do you see? Obviously, you see from here that Allah after he sells his that cash is committed. So the Gemara says, my time, you shouldn't become sober, then you have other coming down, other coming down, so see the sale of idolatry, but on the ultimately is permitted. I have no shame. even
I'm
that
surprised the
he's
story
very
one
bad
because
at about
it's very hard for me to turn down. Yeah,
because
but
since
I like the
they're
story
in the
more.
process
You know
of
what? I
conversion,
think that my
obviously they're Novato. They're negating the theological significance of the idol they're converting. So an Akum Novato
like in this,
so
like in this
maybe
scenario.
that's why the
Oh,
person's
because haters like
only the Rabbi Gemara says here's the
haters
truth.
will say,
You saw no Shabbat Mikol Mana. Uma avodas us for Pravin Day.
saw this one.
Right? I lent $1,000. So what happened? So the Akum went and sold his idol, right? And brought me the proceeds from the sale. Or Yainesa of same case, I went ahead and I lent him $1,000. He sold his Yainesa, and then he brought me the proceeds of this. What's that? What's ultimately again? Gemara says, now, however, watch this. About an umbrella, I'm thinking I should end. Yeah, you mess up about you look up. So let's say the Akum same case, let the Akum $1,000. So I'll tell you, to me, the way here, I'm going to sell my right with the proceeds. I'm going to sell my Nessa and be that. In that case, see here, interesting. Case number one, case, I lent $1,000. Case number one, he goes off, sells his idols off, sells his Yainesa, and I do what he's doing. Give the proceeds, pays back the case number two, same thing, I lent him $1,000. He says, I want to pay back. Give me hours, I gotta sell my idol, I gotta sell my Yainesa. The proceeds are prohibited to me. I checked the Gemara, my Shnoration, my from the Shumta, I will make you so now this is to circle back a little bit previous circle. Here's the difference. In the second case, my idol, or while I go I want to continue to continue to why? Because I want to get paid. So because I want it, therefore Shesha is the proceeds of us. What's that? If you notice it, the Kiyum I got from that's what we just said before, but that's what in other words, it was like when you want to continue existence. But I'm not doing anything to further the existence. So yes, of course, I want to continue the existence of that idol until themselves because I want the money. I want to continue the existence of the INSF because I want my money. But I'm not doing anything to facilitate the continued existence of these prohibited items. Why should it be us? It's fun to give all the you have two brothers. One converted and one they're both actual brothers. One converted and one is so brother Ger, brother Ak. So what happened? Their father died. Their father, their Akum father, they inherit their father. In the estate is idolatry, so Ger, Yochel, Momer, Lo, Tol, Aka, Boda, Animals. Tol, Aka, Yain, so brother Ger, say to brother Akum, so brother Akum, you take all these idolatry stuff, you take all the Yain stuff, and I'll take the money and the potatoes. You can do that, then the bow, and that's the However, the Mishabal is just like obviously, all of this presupposes that Ger has not yet actively taken possession of Yainesa or items. Obviously, once that happens, there's no more resource, right? But well, there is no really seen this. Yeah, in the background, sorry, but it's much more complicated. Once it already owns it, you very little. So as long as brother Ger has not yet taken possession of these items, no problem. There's no problem dividing up the estate. However, if brother Ger already took possession, there is possible. So it says So ultimately, again, what do you see there? Halacha l'maisa. Now, in this case, brother there wants to continue the distance of the idolatry of the INSF, but he's not too active to promote its continued existence, and therefore again, it's mutter. It's mutter. What's the problem? What's the case over here? This Mishnah. This Mishnah is talking about has made a golden sword. What even if it breaks, it's still valuable. So therefore, again, brother there doesn't actually care if it remains in its whole state or not. Even if it breaks, who cares? It still has value. First, says that's fine. That works fine. How would you explain it to his name of Yayin? That's Hadroni. It's mostly Adrianic.
I don't even know if I do that.
So Rashi points out over here, Adrianic earthenware ultimately was very absorbent. Therefore, when you put wine in there, the earthenware is wine to a degree, but you can take a shard of that earthenware, put it in water, and reconstitute water. In that case, also, brother that doesn't who cares if it has right or not. It doesn't matter because either way, the value is the same. To which the Gemara says, "Well, saying valor." Even if that's such, even if brother there doesn't care about the fact that it's great, right? But he does care whether or not it's still lost, so he still wants to continue existence. On top of Yerusha Hager Kamat, don't bring the riot from this. To bring the riot from the case of the there, no, Tiny Yerusha Hager, that Kilo Barak, rabbis will make out by the Yerusha. In other words, normally, perhaps this case should be problematic. But however, myself, Chazal will make it by Yerusha. As long as the ger has not yet actively taken possession of the Nesach or the idols, he is absolutely committed to work this out with his people. Right, so you take the prohibited, I'll take the permitted stuff, even though, yeah, he was taking permitted system. Why? Why would they make a bunch of we are afraid that if the ger has to make a choice between his money, his religion, he will money and choose his and also, that's not a knock on me. That's a nature. We've seen this before as well. The Chazal said that in certain cases, theft. A thief doesn't always have that which he stole, right? And the soul of wine. In order to go ahead and facilitate these trade, if a thief has to return everybody, not always do that. It's difficult for people to engage in self-sacrifice at financial needs. Right? Money is necessary. It's important. And you know, as much as we as long as you have your health, it's true. As long as you have your health and you can pay your bills. Because if you don't have money, you just
you got me another one of these tables, like the three
and
grains.
many people come to religious choice. There's a choice between religion and yes, that he has to choose between halacha. If you're again Yerusha, you may be tempted to choose Yerusha. Again, not because of it, yet because it's human nature. So if I something that want to put in that situation, you're going to make or buy it. Yeah? When you're saying that often this time because you're going to have in a state that is devised, therefore allows him to keep it. Committed items, give his actual brother all of the what's that other days? Time, you know, nothing advice that supports this. Imagine when it's Yirshu, in the case of Yerusha. But in the case of a business partnership with the essence. You see from here that Chazal allowed certain contexts of Yerusha that they would not have normally allowed to occur in other contexts as well, because you don't want to put the person in this together in this precarious type of situation. Incredible. So no, like 100 less environments. Remember, again, all this is the same people alone sitting together. Another question. Ger Toshima Shivaka Avaris. So let's say this is a very interesting. Can a Ger Tosha go ahead? Then let's say before we go on. This idea that Chazal will make it like again, just so you understand the tremendous responsibilities. Halacha is structured in a way to make us succeed. The Ribono Shel Olam wants us to succeed. When sometimes we have a very skewed view of a very skewed view of halacha, that is waiting for us to mess up. Because our mess up, so we could let me success. That's a pretty first. The Ribono Shel wants us more than we want success. Because I want our success more than we want our success. All of the halachas, all of the scriptures, all of the punishments are only there to put us on a path to success, not to smack us down when we go ahead and we make a mistake. But again, Mishpach understood to be successful. I understood what we need in order to be successful. And when they need to relax the standards to make us successful, small, they do it. It's incredible. They do it. When success is accomplished through relaxing standards, that's all you no, you have no greater advocate than this one. That just well done in this one. And this one, Chazal, constantly for successes. Okay, incredible question. How do you also find out? Toshav, Moshe about all this. What's a very interesting shadow? Can a Ger Toshav go ahead and abolish or negate idolatry? Remember again, Akum has the ability to negate his decommissioning it from its status of significance. So a Ger Toshav, what is a Ger Toshav? Now we're going to see about the definition of a Ger Toshav. Rashi points out here on the top of the graph, Ger Toshav Eino Ovid Avodas. Ultimately, again, he doesn't worship idolatry. But he's like an Akum in every except he doesn't worship. It's a pretty big thing. Right? He doesn't worship idolatry, but in every other respect, he's a nation. So does such a person have the ability to decommission idolatry? Where it says, on one hand, the we say only one who worships idolatry can decommission idolatry. Or maybe not, only this. Anyone who's what we call a barnine. If you're in the parsha of an then you can go ahead and decommission Avodah Zarah. And this guy is in the parsha, not Jewish. It's not Jewish. So because he's not Jewish, he's in the parsha of Akum. So because of that, even though Baruch Hashem, he himself doesn't worship idolatry, but he has the class to go ahead and negate it. You must only do that. So the Nachman says, well, only someone who worships it can negate it, but someone who doesn't worship idolatry cannot negate idolatry. Therefore, the Ger Toshav doesn't have the ability to negate idolatry. He must have basic. Just 1 second. Yisrael should also have a Yisrael went ahead and found idolatry in the marketplace. Found idolatry in the marketplace. What's that like? Actual boss of the order. So remember again. So let's say, listen to this case. I'm walking in the shop, I'm walking in the market. I see a gold idol sitting there on the ground. If I lift it up, that's probably right, because another quality. Acquired by a Jew, essentially you can't be. So what do I do? So like Ashla Basa, so before I take over the Obed Kochav, I can call over remember you also attack you. Call and say Akum. I need you to negate this decommission. Like decommission. So go ahead and give the last one decommission of this board. It becomes permitted. However, again, you should bust on the other. Ain't no over the but again, once you take possession of it, at that or the Avodah Zarah of his friend, Day of Dawn, Day She'in. Whether he worships it or he doesn't worship it. I'm going to define what these new things. Might of God or might of what is the meaning for word? What what does it mean that Akum Zara? Whether he worships it or doesn't worship it. If you want to say that both are talking about an Akum, then Hainu Shalom, we already said that. So you just said before that an Akum has the ability to decommission his Avon and the Avodah Zarah of his friend. And the love of the love of right? Ultimately, again, means actual worshiper, so who is able to go ahead and decommission both an actual and their kosher money. What do you see from here? That a kosher has the ability to be without ultimately to the logically teaching Avodah Zarah. Incredible. Which the Gemara says, no. The Olam in the Lafa, not true. Rather, Kufair will be the only person who decommission Avodah Zarah is an actual idol worshiper. I just comrades. And you shall know the Shachar. We already said that. Then the price is done. Because you already said that decommission his Avon and his friend's Avon. The Gemara says, Reisha is two different cases. Reisha, Zeh, or Zeh, Zeh, Marcus. Reisha is teaching me like this. Or both worship Marcus. Obviously, again, Akum 1 gave his idol and his friend, and Akum 2 his idol and his friend's idol. Seifa, Zeh, Zeh, Marcus. Oh, the Seifa is teaching something different. Let's say one worships Marcus and one who worships God. And Akum can worship an idolatry even if he doesn't worship. So let's say that what two Number one, Akum can negate his own good. Number two, an Akum can negate his friend's idol if they worship a tree. And halacha number three is an Akum can negate his idolatry even if he was different. Incredible. Incredible. So nice, but again, no riot about a Ger Tosha. So when it comes to a Ger Tosha, it's good actually that was our Can a Ger Tosha, which is a Gentile, who created what's a Ger Tosha? Kosher Kiba, so now we're getting more definition. What is the definition of a Ger Tosha? Nero says it's any Akum who is accepted upon himself from the three Chavim. What's that? So in this context, the Pasha said it just means that it's doing in front of a base. Anytime Akum comes in front of a base, and he repudiates a tree, that's a Ger Tosha. That's a Ger Tosha. So anyway, from saying Allah Sheva Mitzvos, Allah Sheva Mitzvos, some say a Ger Tosha of any Gentile who has accepted upon himself the 7 because they don't seem to require a base. That's a Ger Tosha. Sheva Mitzvos makes it not true. Say not true. Neither of these definitions satisfy the definition of Ger Tosha. What is a Ger Tosha? What is a Ger Tosha? Zeh Ger Otam Levelos Shekigon Allah Mekim Kol Mitzvos Hamura Torah Chutz Mitzvos Levelos. So this is very interesting. What is the definition of a Ger Tosha? Is someone ultimately again who eats not kosher, eats the Levelos, but he has accepted upon himself the rest of the mitzvahs. Pretty shocking definition. It's like really not the definition of a Ger Tosha. Rabbi Meir, he accepted upon himself in front of the days of the idolatry. Chachamim, he accepted upon himself Shem Yisrael Noach, Acherim, he has accepted upon himself all of the mitzvos except the laws of kosher. He's Latin and kosher. Incredible. But the Bible Yachad in Es Yain, Ve'ima Cherim. That the Ir Shalubi is so. I say the halacha is constantly wanting to get touched. Right? Be with him for a little bit of time. You can leave with him wine for a short amount of time, but you can't constantly and wine for a long time. Now, what's the reason? What are we doing here? What are we doing here? We're concerned ultimately again that Rashi says Rashi says over there. Yisom Aniach Tachanusa Achi Yilech Amna'ayos. So Rashi thinking the Aikiva the Kala will not go along with us. I don't think from us in the Amna'ayos of Rosh. Even the I know the Kakinobani for you got all that. You think is Mano Muat like a so ultimately again because has wine with him for sure amount. Not for a longer amount of time because we're concerned that me swap out with juice wine or his skin wine. Okay. And this is true even in a city where the majority of evidence are Jews. So it's a lot less of the gear for yourself. You can leave with wine for a short amount. Not for a long time. Again, not for the INS or INS. Because it's a treaty deal. You're going to say that over time, for a longer amount of time, may, so for a short amount of time, it's winter, for a longer amount of time, it's Shmaro, Kiena. So he says, and his oil is like his, what is that? Shmaro, Kiena, I like so. Shemen, Mika, Hali, what do you want with his oil? Oil tip. Allah, Yeno, Kishmano. You're not trying to remove it like this. Allah for the Mesa, that ultimately again is wine, is that just like his oil is permitted, so ultimately again is wine. I look at actually just. Shmano, and Yeno, Mutabano, Shmano, put in the Hashem, not Kilo Pai. What does it mean that his oil, excuse me, that his wine is like oil? It's the same way that you hana from his oil, you get hana from his wine. And can't drink, ultimately you can get hana from his wine. The sharp called the ultimately, and for every other, however you call it, it's like, and he is like he's an Omer, Yeno, Yayin, yes. Shimon says his wine is like that. His water, ultimately, again, for consumption. We'll pick up in your section. Actually, let's finish us. What do you see from there? By telling us, we shout for it regarding every matter. Remind us, ultimately, again, what does it mean when you say that it is Rusha? It's like an Akum Flash. What is that? Usually, you might say, Lach in the back of Avodas Tova, Ka'avodas Tova. So doesn't that mean, because there's more again, ultimately, like their Rusha stuff. Okay, I started with you trying to figure out, does it give attention to this? Gate, I challenge you. If you allow me to challenge. So now we just got finished. Now in this respect, again, Toshav is unique. But in every other matter, like, doesn't that mean it just doesn't act to feel like so you can't get Toshav? So you can't get Toshav. So the Gemara says, no, I'm not going to say so. Litin Rishus in the Rishus. No, he actually uses in Rush. He uses it for Shabbos. What is it for Shabbos? What's your watch? It's Kid Samuel. So, Shaman Shabbos was a reference. Erev Festivals. So if you have multiple homes that open up into a court, you cannot carry from a home into that court. Some of into the court now with having, like, Erev essentially means you collect food from all of you. They join together, and that joint food makes it into the domain of one home. Remember, Erev. And if they pass from the home into the fire, pass into the home. And the whole thing is, if you have a Jew who did not join into the fire, he can yield his rights. Let's say Shah started, forgot to say the Erev. He can yield members of the fence. Jewish residents. The halacha is, you have to rent his rights. He cannot simply yield his rights, you have to rent his rights from you. So the Gemara says, So, Mishar Shabbat Bishot without the Rishus. Ultimately, again, if you have so much, unfortunately, again, is so who an apostate. So as long as externally, not an apostate, right? As long as externally, like right, in public you keep shut, privately
I bet you that
and at least in public you keep. And what's the law? Not the rishos. All you need to do if you didn't participate in it, you just need to essentially give his rights to someone else. That's okay. Shemesh Shabbos Rishos, and not the rishos, but again he violated Shabbos, which is like an if you have one, then it's not enough for him to know it is in the class which people are resident. Rather, you have to rest rights. No sin shows right? He's probably again has the ability to go ahead and his right give up his right, give over his rights to the other residents. So they actually by ultimately you have to rent. So therefore again you learn saying that when you say so just last thing like case done, Omer law, how does he yield his right to give over his Omer law, I hereby over my rights, right? I increase my rights in the chazor. Or Rishusim will tell us, or my rights are negated to you. Ultimately, it works for your purposes. The other residents acquire the rights of this non-participatory Jew who participate in the Eruv. Then it's our first question. Also, so just in general about Eruv Zeros, again, you need the participation of in general, if you have a Jewish resident who did not participate, even on Shabbos, he can yield his rights, or be the doctor, or just simply negate his in the country that allows everyone else to utilize even if he's a Yisrael Mula, publicly he comes across as Jewish, ultimately again, he can yield, or he could go ahead and by both, you have to go and acquire his rights. So a Mummer who is publicly a Mummer is treated like one. When we said before that their kosher ultimately again is treated like an apple for all other things, all the things we use with a ger you Jews in the Chatzar want to make it good. They must rent the space, they must rent the bench ultimately again up to the ger kosher as well. Now whether or not the ger kosher the actual blend the detail you'll see it tomorrow. Guys, everyone, such as all of you, she's
vain, right? Thank you, James. Thanks, James. Be like, oh, I know you're Joanna. I heard you're moving to town. Well, to Dallas, wherever they're at, right? Whatever it is, sure.
To be able to tell all of you this morning, begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's show. Thank our annual Canada sponsor. Thank you, so that other German Russians this year is a Swiss for the sales for Nina Drazer and Rosenzweig in memory of Stanley Rosenzweig on the Rafa. Our week of learning sponsors, Dr. Ed Wolf, Commissioner of the Yard Site of Dr. Wolf's father, Cyrus Wolf, then Steve Hirsch is on the Rafa. Nathan and Beth Adler in memory of their father, Ben Adler, Robert Baruch Mordechai, Ben Moreira. Sponsors for today, Jerry Applebaum, memory of his beloved mother, Rosie Applebaum, Das, with Arabs of the American the families in the family. Almost need to full chef together with cold cold.
Have you ever cut out pictures of uglies?
And our success in the show and that's it. For those of you that let us begin today's that is the Son of Dallas 64. A really incredible doc ahead of us. Today we are picking up from Summit Gimel on the base 63b, and we are picking up 2, 4, 6, 7 lines up from the bottom. So the Matthew Ula Avinu Bar Papi. So again, Nachman Ula Avinu Bar Papi Yasser B'Tia Bar Ami Gabai. And B'Tia Bar Ami was sitting with them. Yosef, my bride, yes, listen to the fascinating Safra Lishbar B'Yayin. What is the halacha? If an Akim hires a Jew to smash barrels of yayin. So I said, okay, Yayin is the Akim comes over to Ruben. So Ruben, I'm going to pay you $50 an hour. You smash these barrels. Mahu, what is the halacha? Is the Jew allowed to receive, to accept, to keep the wages from his left? Well, let's remember again, in yesterday's daf, we were dealing with the concept of or income that are generated from what may or may not be permitted at work, dealing with items that themselves can be survived. Here, the Akum is asking me to do something with Yayin Nesef, but he's asking me to destroy Yayin Nesef. He's going to take me for it. So am I allowed to keep those proceeds? The Gemara says, "Ma what's halacha? Mi amirim gave the rots big kimo also." This is very interesting. On one hand, I want the existence of the Yayin Nesef. Now, why do I want the existence of the Yayin Nesef? Because the barrels of the on their own, I would lose the opportunity to bring I lose the prognosis. Interesting enough, I want the existence of the INS because I want it. Therefore, maybe that makes the case near up to the level of He's you want to find yourself. You actually want the existence of these barrels. So when you start with I don't know, Ruben doesn't want them to live on their own. Actually, shall remove the do we think the Jew actually wants? And this is interesting to think about it this way, right? The Jew actually wants the Yayin Nesech to remain in existence. I don't want it to break on its own. So therefore, maybe that's typically proceeds from Yayin Nesech. Therefore, again, it's also on the other hand, this is the instruction of the INS, instruction of a result. This is a good thing. This is a good thing. Sure, I want to stay in existence, but again, ultimately, describe what the Zara is in your method of posting. Ultimately, again, it should be fascinating show. Oh, no, not. It says, Yishpar the Torah. And that one says, no, take the job, take the job, get the money, and tell Allah you should be blessed. You have the opportunity to go to Zara. That is a good thing. Take the money and go. So let me see it. Let's bring it to this. Ain't in my object of let's say again. And Kilayim. Right? Kilayim is forbidden. So we had such just 2 days ago. Wheat and let's say, for example, wheat and grape farmers. That's the kind of genetic for next year. So if an Oklahoma is planting Kilayim, I, the Jew, can't go ahead and assist him in the overloading like Poland. You know, when you can use in the third, they do that type of son of God. It's 64. About open what can I do? I can uproot, right? I can uproot Kilayim. I am allowed to do it. אבל אומרים להשליכם לאיבוד באף אגב ולא צדיקים אשר יעקם עליהם עד שהקום. Let's say Akum hires me and says, listen, silver, they've already planted Kilayim. Now, again, Akum planted up Kilayim Iran. So, but like, again, he asks me to uproot it. I am allowed to do that even though I'm going to get paid for working, right? And I want the existence of the Kilayim because if the Kilayim is not uprooted on their own, I lose out on my karma side. So the Gemara says, so it appears from here, this is nothing. But that says you are allowed to go ahead and benefit financially from a forbidden item when that benefit ultimately again results in the destruction of the item. Even though you by definition the existence of the prohibited item. Because you want to be the one who destroys it, so you can get paid for it, it's supposed to be destroyed on its own. So it says, Savua, second line from the 64a, Savua, Amar, who's the thing? This Rabbi Akiva, it's Rabbi Akiva, the Amar, and the Kaim, the Kilayim law. It's very interesting. We keep a whole thing in general. Not only is there a prohibition to plant Kilayim, not only is there a prohibition to go ahead and facilitate the growth of Kilayim, but you can't even do anything that's sustained. Actually, for example, over here, so let's say someone has planted Kilayim, right? Apple planted Kilayim. Apple asks me to put up a fence around the Kilayim. The Kiva says, why? Because the act of putting up a fence, by definition, is part of the sustaining of Kilayim. Even though putting up the fence has nothing to do with the act itself, never though to be us according to the Kiva. Nafish, which means reading, the fact that means covering the seeds with dirt. So Nafish on the front of the Kilayim, look at you get notice, right? Because again, that's kind of because here you're actively directly participating in the plant. The Kiva says, after time, and the Kiva says, even if you do anything to sustain the Kilayim, for example, put up the fence around the Kilayim, that's really problematic as well. So where is it? Pasuk says, do not plant Kilayim in the field. In the Elazaraya, I only know the prohibition of planting. How do I know that I'm not even allowed to do something to sustain the actual growth itself? Like even like putting up the fence. I'm a Lomar, low Kilayim. I suppose say, so it's interesting over here. The Gemara is making a little bit of a play on words. A little bit of play on words. So again, the Gemara is actually kind of low Kilayim. You can't do anything that ultimately again enables the existence of Kilayim, even if it's not directly involved with the actual plant itself, but just something that sustains it, that's this as well. Ilu, Gemara says, Ilu, the new take Kefshari, but ultimately, you're not, even if you're how do you burn the keep? The prohibition ultimately is saying that sustains the job. What about if somebody's willing to pay me to uproot the so it sounds like that's going to be totally interesting. Gemara says, that's low. That's not going to be rather humble. Rabbanon might hear you, oh, you mean that is Shabbos. True, according to the Rabbanon, this is Rabbanon even only put up a fence, because the Rabbanon only can be a key, but how can you carry the plant to the plant is the growth of the plant. There's some type of like supporting it, like putting up a fence, they hold water. So putting up a filter, and you can get paid for that, then certainly you're getting a thing that's not going to be a problem. To which the Gemara says, so here, they call Ovid the oh, interesting. Where ultimately, again, I am uprooting the Kilayim for free. Yachamet, and I'm doing it for free. So what's the problem? Udehida Amar, Liting Lahem Sinam Asim. Ultimately, the Yehuda is of the opinion that Allah and Isa, you are not allowed to look favor for him. Like, yeah, she has the meaning of Allah. All my focus was Sechanim. Right, doesn't mean compliment them, don't give them anything. The Yehuda says, don't give others care for free. You can't just say you shall ask them for free. If the free favor is the destruction of Allah, still can't do it. So which the Gemara says, Yehuda, Nishma Rabbi Akiva, blah. Now, the fact that you're setting this up according to Yehuda, so if they're according to Rabbi Akiva, there's nothing that it Rabbi Yehuda also leaking Masina, אבל למיעוט טיפלה שקר. Gemara says, no, according to Yehuda, Yehuda says it's true. Do us. We came to a favor for him. But to do something about Bizarre, that's absolutely true. That's an objective benefit. I have Gemara says, Rabbi Akiva Nami. I thought that's Rabbi Akiva. I'm Rabbi Akiva, I'm a kind of line look, yeah? And the Ute Tifla Shakrigan. You say something to Rabbi Akiva. Even though Rabbi Akiva has a more, approach to the prohibition of Kilayim. That's when we're not planting. That's when we're creating the actual plant itself. But you can't even put up to sustain it. Even Rabbi Akiva with to uproot Kilayim, get rid of Isser, to get rid of prohibited, is absolutely permitted, and you can't pay for that on the which the Gemara says is so low there is nothing else to go ahead and discuss. So it's great. This phrase, this is like the equivalent of like a note, sumo me, that's it, we're done. There's nothing more to it. Therefore, what this means is ultimately, now let's go full circle. How did we see this? This all started by this an Atum wants to destroy, wants to take his barrels of Yayin. He asks me, he wants to hire me, a Jew, to go to, he's willing to pay me $50 a month. So remember, on one hand, you could say no, because therefore that means I want the continued existence of the Yahin. I'm benefiting from a whole I'm destroying the whole but nothing said, do it and cover Allah. If it involves the action of that matter, prohibited item, even though, yes, I do want the continued existence of the I get it. I don't want it to break ourselves. I want to break it. I don't want the line to be uprooted on its own. I want to uproot it. Nevertheless, I am permitted to go ahead and do these activities and keep them and keep the proceeds because the destruction of evil, the destruction of Zoro, the destruction of prohibition is a good thing. When it says you get paid, trouble Allah. I must say, it really is such an interesting because part of Western society mindset is, like live and let live. And that is important because members of society, just the general approach to in society, we should approach living life. That's, not nor is it a good place to stand in judgment. Else's lifestyle choices are different. Live and let live. That's the certainty that it has to be our approach to living in society. On the other hand, it's also teaching us that we shouldn't be allowed to take this in our world. And when there's something that is evil, it has to be uprooted. When there's something that is evil, it has to be. When there's something that is evil, it has to be destroyed. Because if we let evil take root, then it spreads and unfortunately becomes the norm. And sometimes then those more evil ultimately become incredibly burning. That's why when Matthew uses this question of, yes, destroy the INS. and
Now,
Tavo
he's in
Allah
Austin, yes. He is
because ridding the
and then
world
Shab
of
is
evil
not.
is a
Because
bracha.
there's really nothing
That is a
for him.
bracha. It's not easy. It's not
Why
easy.
though,
And
Cal?
it's fraught with incredible challenges. We see this for what
Tell us
you think about.
you
It's such an incredible thing.
comedy.
But you think about what
So,
the nation of
like
Israel
with
is doing.
Shab,
Rooting out evil.
put it
And
out
sometimes you would think
what
that like the
arguably
world would
is
just line up
most
for us. Right, just
special
clap. Because we're doing
interview.
the
At least
world's
current
dirty.
company. Current
And yet,
company, yeah.
again, it's hard.
As,
Because
as
often the
much
world
as I
can't
like
see
the
what's
comedy
evil,
that I
what's good,
so
can't
going
see
back to
who's
the
right,
very
who's
beginning of
wrong.
it,
But
Nick
reminds us
Carlson,
sometimes there is a will
Ellen
live,
DeGeneres,
and sometimes
what,
nothing. He
yes,
says,
we check.
Yishbar Tavallah.
So
Sometimes you have to identify
you can't
evil,
have
you have to
really,
break it,
you
you
can't
have to
have the best
smash it,
comedy
you
without
have to
the worst
destroy
comedy.
it, and you know, if you do
And
it,
you don't have
ultimately the
the
process is
Reddit
different.
at
The
the Elephant
process is real.
Graveyard,
The process is long. But ultimately, when you start the process, that's what it's
okay,
for.
or at least not to the level that it's at
Incredible.
now.
Goes like
He,
that.
what
Gemara
else
goes
he,
like that.
he's
But
a
Chadu
fucking
Yasvi, so again, the same Chavar sitting, and the
when he
answer
did
question,
on the
Ras Chadu
TV,
Yasvi coming by like
feel
the May Av
that's
and Yarav
everything he
not.
knows.
So what's like, this is very what happens if an Akum sells his idol? So Akum sells his idol and for $1,000, that's thousands.
That's
That money in the end of the Akum take on the same identity as the Akum Mahu, Nefesh has done that the Adobe. Does it take on identity, right? Does it take on the identity of the idolatry or not? So I'm going to run so it's very so ultimately you're going to not. Start with, let's come down with a tough. So I'm not going to say I think it's motor. I think it's motor that is an idol. And he has that money does not retain idolatrous identity, but rather that money is just mundane money. Listen to this. So here's I'm not going to need to know the also of me there were these people who came up for Rabbi. What another room? Zilu Zidino Koma de Islam. The suicide. This is fascinating. So that's nothing like this. There were these people who came up for Rabbi. And what happened? I seen Rabbi Barazi. And they wanted to convert. Rabbi told them, guys, here's what you need to do. Sell off all of your idolatry. Right? Sell off all of your idolatry. And then you have after you do that, then convert. Now listen, now watch this. What's the over here? And Rashi says over here, Rashi, look at the Suez guy. This guy, because remember, if they convert and they still own the idolatry, then that's idolatry owned by a Jew. Idolatry owned by a Jew, number one, can never be negated. Right? Can never have its identity negated. And you can't get enough. It tells them instead before, while you're still sell it off, you have the money, then you can convert and the money is committed. What do you see from there? You see from there that Allah someone sells his idol, that is committed. He says, my time up, we shouldn't become severed. Then we have all this come get out of the coming to see that the proceeds of the idolatry are in the hands of the ultimate blessing. Give them that I can be ready. God, I bought maybe that case is different. Why is that? Because since the process of conversion, obviously you're negated the logical significance of the idol. So an akum to be mevatel his avol by the process. Elamiafa. Rabbi Gemara says, here's the proof. You saw Shayin Moshe Oliko Chom. Monex. Umach although the spoke of him. I lent Akum $1,000. So what happened? The Akum went and sold his idol. Right? And brought proceeds from the sale. I went ahead and I lent $1,000. He sold his idol. And then he brought me the proceeds of the sale. What's that? Mutter. Ultimately, again, it's mutter. Okay, interesting. The Gemara says, now, however, E aí, nessa fila, let's say the outcome same case, $1,000 okay, so I pay you, give me a way here, I'm just going to sell my I'll be back with the proceeds. I'm going to sell my nessa, I'll be back with the proceeds. In that case, it's awesome. So here, interesting. Case number one, same case. I let out with $1,000. In case he goes off, sells his nessa, I know. He brings me the proceeds, pays back the debt, move on. Case number two, same thing. I lent $1,000. He says, I want to pay you back. Give me a couple of years. Sell my idol. I got to sell my INSF. Then he comes back with the proceeds. The proceeds are prohibited to me. My generation, so what's the extension? I don't say, what's your significance? Just see from the shum. So this is very interesting. So now this seems to sort of connect a little bit to the previous system. But here's the difference. In the second case, where the out here, while I sell my idol, or while I go ahead and sell my wine, I want to continue to exist. I don't need to continue to exist. Because I want to pay. So because I want it, therefore Shesha's posits the proceeds for us. If you look, if you make the agave, that's what before, that's what in other words, will say when you want to continue, but I'm not doing anything to further the existence. So yes, of course, I have to continue the existence of that idol until the apple sells it. I want my money. I want to continue the existence of the SF because I want my money. But I'm not doing anything to continue the existence of these other items. Why should it be us? But none. There is what I give all the problem. So your shoe of the other this is very important. You have two brothers. One is converted, and one they're both they're African brothers. One can be one split. So brother there, brother uncle. So what happens? Their father died. Their father, their African father died. And they inherit their father. So they want the estate. In the estate is idolatry, and let's say permanent idols. So there, Yoko, Loma, Lo, so brother there is saying to brother Akum, as a brother Akum, you take all the idolatry stuff, you take all the idols, and I take the money and everything else. You can do that, give you Shabbat, and that's committed. However, give you Shabbat, it's just like us. Obviously, over this presupposes that the Ger has not actively taken possession of the INSF or items. Obviously, once that happens, there's no more resource. Right? But technically, there is resource. You can get to be the backlog or Sarah, but it's more complicated. Once the Jew already owns it, there are really very little. So as brother Ger has not yet taken possession of these items, no problem. There's no problem providing the estate. If brother Ger already took possession, then it's possible. So let's say, so ultimately, what do you see? Hello, my son. Now in this case, brother Ger wanted the existence of the idolatry, the idol, but he's not anything active. Promote its continued existence, and it's mutter. It's mutter. So, which was what's the case over here? This is just talking about I don't say it's made of gold or silver, which means that what is still value. So therefore, again, there doesn't actually matter if it remains in its work or not. Even if it breaks, because it still has value. Basically, what says that's fine. That was fine for an idol. How would you explain the case then of Yain Yosef? As Hadraini. So what's the Adrianic? So apparently, Rashi points out over here, Adrianic earthen ware ultimately is very absorbent. Therefore, wine in the earthen the wine to a degree that you can take a shard of that, put it in water, and also over here it doesn't care if it passes rates and either way, the value is still retained. Which the Gemara says, but one second. If you show you, show you off.
Yeah.
1 second. Even if that's so, even if yeah, doesn't care about the fact that he's in the right, but it does care whether or not he gets still lost. He still wants to include existence of Amra. Yerushas Hager Kamrat, don't bring a riot. You're bringing a riot, you're bringing a piece from the case of the inheritance of Hager. No. Shiny Yerushas Hager, Dakilu Barabbi. Rabbis will make a by the Yerusha. So normally, the Gemara says perhaps this case should be problematic. But halacha myself, Chazal will make it by the Yerusha. And as long as he does not get actually taken he's absolutely able to work this out with you. Right, so you take the I'll take for a minute. Even though, yeah, he wants to continue this existence. Why? Why would they make it by a year that people are afraid? Yeah, has to be a choice between his money and choose his money. And that's not yeah. A reality is when you do this before as well. For example, said that a certain piece is doesn't always have to be right? Victims might accept that to their mind in order to help facilitate these creative defeat has to everything is difficult for people to engage in self-sacrifice when it comes to financial right? Money is necessary. Money is important. And as much as you say, you know, that as long as you have your health, true. As long as you have your health, and you can pay, right? Because if you don't have money, things are like people could not stand up to religious challenges. There's a choice between religion and sleep death. Yeah, you have to choose between Allah. And ultimately, again, you may be tempted to choose again, not because of because it's too much. So if Chazal did want to put him in that situation, if they would make a by there, understand that often in this kind of case, you're going to have a state that is comprised of limited items. Therefore, allow him to keep limited items if his offering rather than all the whole thing. So, what's the end of this? Tanya, Rafi advice that supports this. What is this? So, Shiyush, the case of Yerusha. God through us. But in a business partnership with you. So you see from here that Chazal allowed certain things to happen in the context of Yerusha that they would not have normally allowed to occur in the context as well. Don't want to put the person in this, you know, in this precarious type situation. Incredible. Remember that. How do you just find out? They're always just the same people sitting together. No question that came in. Ger Tosha Mao Shivakra Avodas Kocha. So this is a very interesting case. Can a Ger Tosha go ahead? I'll say, just before we go on, he said, I think that Chazal will make it back. Just so you understand the tremendous mistake of this. Halacha is structured in a way that it almost shows wants us to succeed. Sometimes people have a very skewed view of a very skewed view of halacha. You know, it's probably good for us to mess up. It's not crazy. It's already for us to mess up. So let me some punishment. That's a good for its truth. Emotional wants for success. Success and want success. All of the halachas, all of the rules, all the scriptures are only there to smack us down when we go ahead and we make a mistake. But again, what we really want to be successful. Chazal understood what we really want to be successful. And when they need to relax the standards, make us successful, they
If
get
you're
it.
actually
You gotta put a Sharpie. When success is accomplished through a lack of standards, as a result, no greater advocate than this. That's this world done in this world. This world Chazal constantly.
No, I mean, I actually. Now that you said that,
question. Other Yosef Karagal. Dear Tosha, Marshe Batal. This is very interesting. Can a Tosha, can a girl go ahead and or negate? Remember again, an act has the ability to gate his avodah, thereby decommissioning it from its status of theological sin. So, Ger Tosha, what's the Ger Tosha? We're going to see this is my quote, this is about the definition of it. Rashi points out here in the top of the daf, Ger Tosha, Eino Ovid Avodas. Ultimately, again, he doesn't worship again. But again, he's like an apple, everything else except he doesn't worship idolatry. Then that's a pretty big thing. He believes in that most part. He believes in God. He doesn't worship idolatry. But in every other respect, he's around Jesus. So does such a person have the ability to decommission idolatry, to negate idolatry? Where it says, on one hand, the Palach Nevat and Lord Palach Nevat. We say only one who worships idolatry can decommission idolatry.
Yeah, I don't like that either.
Or maybe not. Maybe we say like this. Anyone who's what we call a bar mineh. If you're in the parsha of an apple, then you can go ahead and decommission the Zohar. And this guy is in the parsha. He's not Jewish. So because he's not Jewish, he's in the parsha of an apple. So because of that, even though Bashem, he himself worships idolatry, but he has the koach to go ahead and negate it. So again, also not established the halach and halach says only someone who worships it negate it. But someone who does idolatry cannot negate that. Or the Gerton shall have the ability to negate idolatry. Unless it may sound what is it? And so so when they had found idolatry in the found actually what's that? Actual Basel. Remember again. So let's say. Right, listen to this case. I'm walking in the shop, I'm walking around. I see this item sitting there on the right? If I lift it up, that's how I know, right? Because I'm not acquired it. And once it's acquired by you, essentially, you can't do it. So what do I do? Actual bus service. So before I pick it up, over the oven for having to move out, I can call over and was effective forward from the city and you to negate this decommission. Right? Theological decommission. Engage in theological decommission. Then it becomes permitted. However, again, ain't no longer the oven but again, take possession of it, at that point it cannot be decommissioned. Ovid Kochavim Mevat Avodas Kochavim Shalom Mishachaver. Ovid Kochavim Akum could do his own Avodah Zarah or the Avodah Zarah of Day of Dawn, Day She'in. Whether he worships it or he doesn't worship. My of God, my of what does it mean? What does it mean that decommission of Zarah? Whether he worships it or doesn't? If you want to say that wasn't talking about an akum, then we already said that. We said before that an akum has the ability to theologically decommission his avodah zarah and the avodah zarah of his friend. And a lot of the Oved Kohanim, right? Ultimately, again, Ovda means an actual act. What does it mean? A non-worshipper. Oh, was able to go ahead and decommission both an actual ultimately physiologically decondition avodah. Incredible. Which the Gemara says, no. The only English thought not true. Rather, the only person who can decondition avodah is the actual idol worship. I did the Hamlet. I mean, all the shots. They said that. Then the price is done. Because you already said that Hakim could go out and decommission his avodah and his friend. The Gemara says, Reisha, it's two different cases. Reisha, Zeh, or Zeh, Reisha is teaching you like this. If you have two items, right, and both worship Baal or both worship Marcus, so obviously, again, Apple 1 can negate his idol and his friend's idol, can negate his idol and his friend's idol. Seifa, Zeh, or Zeh. Oh, the Seifa is teaching something different. Seifa is different. Let's have one Apple worship Marcus and one who worships Baal. What's the novelty over here? And Apple can worship an idolatry even because of worship. So let's say it's a little bit number one, an Apple can negate his own idolatry. Good. Number two, an Apple could negate a friend's idol if they worship the same idolatry. An Apple can negate his idolatry even if he worships a different idol. Incredible. So the Gemara says, but again, no right about a Ger Tosha, right? So when it comes to a Ger Tosha, we still like his Avodah can a Ger Tosha, a Gentile who repudiated idolatry, and he about to that we still have an answer. The rest of Mason is Kasha, Ace is Ger Tosha. What's the Ger Tosha? So now we're getting more definition. What is the definition of it? Zeh kol shekibalah b'tmei chayilim shelo la'avod avodas from Meir says any action who is accepted by himself in front of three having. Again, I will say, cover normally is careful about. So in this context, the conscious it just means that you're on the base. Any time an operating comes in front of a base, and he repeats that's a Ger Tosha. Go down there. Come say, Allah Some say, and Ger Tosha is any Gentile who has accepted upon himself the 7 Malachi. He's going to come out of the base. That's a Ger Tosha. The nation even only able to go involved without Ger Tosha. Not true. Even say, not true. Satisfied definition of Ger Tosha. What is a Ger Tosha? What is a Ger Tosha? Zeh Ger from the Velos, Shikon Avav Mekayim Hom Mitzvah Amuras Batorah Chutz Me'isr Nevei. So this is very interesting. What is the definition of the Ger Tosha? The Ger Tosha is someone ultimately again who eats not kosher, eats the Velos, but he has solved the rest of the mitzvah. Looks like really nice what out there. Definition of Ger Tosha. Rabbi Meir, he accepted upon himself. He accepted upon himself Shem Zos B'nei Noah. Chayrim, he has accepted upon himself all of the mitzvos except for all of the kosher. He's like Latin and kosher. Incredible. So the bicycle goes on. Yachad Exler Yain Ve'imah Machikis Loyah. Fi'u beer sheruba yisrael. What's the halacha is you can deposit wine with yourself, right? For a little bit of time. Just you can leave with him wine for a short amount of time, but you can't deposit with him wine for a long time. Now, what's the reason? What are we concerned about here? What are we concerned about here? We're concerned ultimately again that Rashi says Rashi says over there, he saw it allows him to be on his phone. So ultimately, again, you can deposit wine with him for a short amount of time. Not for a longer amount of time, because then he may swap out his wine for his own wine. Okay. And this is true even in a city where the majority of the inhabitants are of you could leave with his wine for a short amount of time, not for a long time. We're not buying this, or not buying this. Because these are created, but we are concerned with praying longer amount of time. He may switch his wine for a short amount of time, longer or longer amount of time. Shmano, Kiyema, and his oil is like his water. Shmano Kiyes, and I thought, Shemen, Nika, Honey, Hello, Yeno, Kishmano. Interesting to note is that halacha l'maisa, that is ultimately again is his wine. Excuse me, his wine is like his oil, just like his oil is permitted. So to ultimately again is his wine. I look at that actually just a moment. Shmano bi havidiyas and yeno shmano kodem shlotim la'akrivet about mishpatas. And what does it mean that is like excuse me, that is like his oil? That the same way that you get enough from his oil, you can get enough from his wine. You can't drink the wine with the top but ultimately you can get enough. The sharp old governor, and for every other thing, I think it's already like he is like he's like an apple. He's the Shimon Omer, Yeno, yes. But I mean, like, his wine is like, yeah. That's actually again, but it's ultimate. So actually calls up the now. Pick up in the section. Actually, let's finish. Let's finish. Tell me, what do you see? Tell me, sharp part of the you see from here that apple is like an apple, is like an apple regarding every other matter. The Michael ultimately again what is so it doesn't that mean this word again, how did this whole thing like get social stuff? It got started was we trying to figure out doesn't get social have the ability to negate idolatry, actually decommission idolatry. Now you just got finished saying that your Tosha is unique. Every other matter is like doesn't that mean just as it happens to theologically decommission and negate that whole Sarah, so too can it get Tosha? So you can get Tosha? To which the Gemara says, no. Leave the shows full about those shows. No, actually, we use something else. We need for shots. What is we put the shots? What's the last? It's so more. The shaman also irrefutable. If you have multiple homes that open up into a courtyard, you cannot carry from a home into that courtyard. From a home to a courtyard. Like it essentially means that all of the inhabitants of they join together, and that joint food makes it into the domain of one whole. What's our what it is we have the two who did not join into making possible even for that purpose and he yields his rights to other members of the household. If there is a non-Jewish resident, the halacha is you have to rent his rights. You cannot simply his rights, you have to rent his rights. The Gemara says, Yisrael, Shabbat, so as long as externally he's not an apostle. As long as externally, right? Public he keeps privately he doesn't keep Shabbos. But at least in public he keeps Shabbos. And what's the halacha? The doctor is just only means to if he didn't participate in the era, he just needs to essentially yield to someone else in the process. Okay. Shemesh in the Bible, again, if he publicly violates Shabbos, and essentially then it's not enough for him to yield his rights in the residence. Rather, you have to rent his right. No single shows from the Bible, right? The Yisrael ultimately again have the ability to go ahead and yield his right, give up his rights, or give his rights to the other residents, will go over but by ultimately you have to rent. You have to rent. So therefore again the Gemara is saying that when you say to us it's just Ketzad or Melo plus say how does yield his right to his residence. That's right. Or Melo I hereby give over my rights. Right? I my rights in the Chazal. Or Rishusim will tell us, or my rights are negated to you. Ultimately, as well for your purposes, the Jewish resident acquire the rights of the non-participant Jew who participate in the hero. They have this any form of it's just in general about hero potatoes. Again, you need the participation of all Jews in general. Jewish residents did not yield his rights, or just simply redeem his ownership rights in the fashion that allows everyone else to utilize the concept. Even if he's a strong woman, as long as publicly he comes across as Jewish, ultimately, again, he could yield, or he could go ahead and or be by you have to go ahead and acquire his rights. And the strong woman publicly a woman is treated like a full circle. What's that stand for? For that a ger tosha ultimately again is treated like an apple. For all other things means that you live in the chutzner with a ger tosha. You Jews in the chutzner want men skillfulness, the rights ultimately again are the ger tosha as well. Now, whether or not the ger tosha is actually going to be the stuff, the Restream will say, see you tomorrow's daf, shpeh for the daf, what incredible experience all of you.
I'll have nothing sass from you. Well, let's fucking go, Jane screaming. Was that Gerdo? Oh, I was okay. You happy about that? Gerdo, I mean, I told you already. I'm not gonna lie. Gerdo's my favorite.
We'll say great satisfaction to be with all of you this morning. I thank you all of our sponsors for this morning cheer. Our annual coming towards those are dedicating all the German Russians this year. It's a Swiss for the social us families. So coming towards for the month of Abba told Stephen Randy raising in honor of your parents, Israel Drazen, Dina Drazen, Rosenzweig, in memory of Stanley Rosenzweig on the Learning sponsors, Dr. Evan Wolf, mention of the yahrzeit of Dr. Wolf's father, Cyrus Wolf, Shalom, then Tzvi Hirsch's from the Rabbah, Nathan and Beth Adler, in memory of their father, Ben Adler, Robert Baruch Mordecai, Ben Moreno Ravos. The only sponsors for today, in memory of his beloved mother, Rosalind Applebaum, Rachel Bas, Good Irish, because America, all the the families in the former almost meter who shall together only colleagues like Coach Rockbush and there's allow our hosts to be successful follow up in our and those who that must be today's dot is son of power 64 a really incredible dot ahead of us today. We are picking up from son of Gimel on these 63 B up 2, 4, 6, 7 lines up from the bottom. That's what Rav Nachman Ula Adini Bar Papi. Again, Rav Nachman Ula Adini Bar Papi Yosef Yifia Bar Ami Gabai. And Yifia Bar Ami is sitting next to the Yosef Habon my boy. He asked the following question for me. Listen to the fascinating and ask this question. What is the halacha is happening? Finance a Jew to smash $50 an hour, you smash these barrels. What is the halacha? Is the Jew allowed to receive and to accept the wages from the smash? Let's remember again. And yesterday's doctor, the concept of funds income that is generated, what may or may not be permitted activity, or dealing with items that themselves may be also not. So here, Yaakov is asking Yosef, he's asking me to destroy Yaakov. He's going to pay me for it. So, am I allowed to keep those proceeds? The Gemara says, no, what's the law of me? This is very interesting. On one hand, I want the existence of the INS. Why do I want the existence of the INS? Because I would lose the opportunity to break my lose the finance. So on one hand, interestingly enough, I want the existence of the INS. So because I want it, therefore then maybe that makes the purpose. Look at that for just a moment. Kiva is up in the line. These are low. You want to come your side. Actually want the existence of these barrels. Shalom Yishtav. You actually land. I don't know how Ruben doesn't want them to break on their own. Actually, Yishtav he tells for us. We say that since the Jew actually wants, think about it this way, right? The Jew actually wants the message to remain in existence. I don't want it to break on its own. So therefore, maybe that's specifically proceeds from the items, right? And therefore, again, it's awesome. The other hand, oh, the Allah, this is the destruction of the INS, destruction of all of Israel. This is the but again, ultimately, to describe all the Zara is ultimately, again, fascinating thing. Rav Nachman says, Yishpar K'Torah B'Melacha. Rav Nachman says, no, take the job, take the job. Ain't ultra so let's say an actual plant line, right? The line is wheat and let's say, for example, wheat and grapevine. That's the seed company. Third, we can't do that. Half of sun, 64. Above the I do. I can uproot, right? I can uproot Ogrin, La Shrifa, the roads of the Kumash, let's say Akin fires, you want to listen, silver. But let's say again, he asks me to uproot it. I am allowed to do that even though I'm going to get paid for working with Kilai, right? And I want this obviously, because if the flags are up his own, I lose out on my Parnasa, Gemara says. So it appears from here, this is what Rav Nachman says you are allowed to go ahead and is
happening right
financially
now.
from a
If you
forbidden
give me
item,
money, I won't
when that benefit
bring it.
ultimately again results in the destruction, even though you by definition want the continued existence of the prohibited item, because you want to be the one who destroys it, so you get paid for it, as opposed to being destroyed on its own. Similar to Savua, second one, count 64. Savua, Omar, who's a baby, so you keep Omar, and the kind of the Kalayan, is very interesting. You keep a hold of it, not only is there a prohibition to plant it, not only is there a prohibition to go ahead and facilitate, you can't even do anything that's sustained. So for example, Rashi points out over here, the lady, someone else comes to the lion, apple on the lion, and the apple asking you to put up a fence around the lion. Akiva says, also, why? Because the act of fence, by definition, part of the sustaining line, even though putting up the fence has nothing to do with the plant itself, nevertheless, it is going to also say that Hamnachish means reading. Mechafa means covering the seeds. So Mechafa on the top of the line. Look at, you get Malchus, right? Because again, that's time of because you're actively and directly participating in the planting of garlic. You can have the kind there's even if you do anything to survive. For example, the fence around the Kilayim be problematic as well. Where should you keep it? Public Tizra Kilayim. Pasuk says, do not plant in the field. In the area, I only know the prohibition of plant. How do I know that I'm not even allowed to do something to sustain actual growth itself? Like even putting up I'm a Lomar, go kill. I see what say so. It's interesting. Gemara's making a little bit of a play on words. A little bit of a play on words. So again, Gemara's actually kind of slicing the past like low killer. You can't do anything that ultimately again enables the existence of Kilayim. Even if it's not directly involved with the actual plant itself, but just something that's sustains it, that's maybe necessary for it. Gemara says, so you eat it for sure. But ultimately, interesting, even if we're going to Kiva, the prohibition ultimately sustains the Kiva. What about if somebody's going to pay me to uproot so the Hashkas is like that is going to totally Gemara says that necessarily low does not even rather hums it exists. Rabbanon might hear you open a few human plants, right? Because Rabbanon only can be a kiva. Rabbanon holds one thing you can do with plants is to plant it, actively do something that facilitates the growth of the plant itself. Some type of like supporting up like putting up a fence, they hold water. So if putting up a fence is mature, and you can get paid, then certainly you can get paid for uprooting the plant. So certainly it's not going to which the Gemara says, schema is very interesting. What's the case? So here, the Ka'avid Bechim. Oh, interesting. Where ultimately, again, I am offering the Kila. I am for free. Yeah, do it. And I'm doing it for free. So what's the Amar? Really, the Amar, meeting like and not nasty. Ultimately, the leaders of the opinion say, Allah, I said, you are not allowed to be a favor for might be actually having some meaning about this. Allah Sekhanim. So, Allah quote is what Allah Sekhanim means. Compliment them, don't give them a mistake. And really says, don't give them a mistake. You can't do something for an actor for free. Even if the free favor is destruction of Allah, you still can't do it. You remember Rabbi Yehuda, Nishma Rabbi Akiva, the fact that you're setting this up for Yehuda, says you should approach Rabbi Akiva. So not be permitted, Rabbi Yehuda, I'm not going to see it. Tifla shopping versus no, according to Yehuda, Rabbi Yehuda says it's true. You can't do a favor, so to give a free gift. You can't do a favor for an hour. But to do something to upload a result, that's absolutely committed. That's the objective benefit. I agree with everybody. Keep it now. I thought that's going to be Kiva. I'm on the kind of line look, yeah? This shepherd of me. You say something. Even going to be Kiva was a more expensive approach to the provision of July. And not only can you not plant it, not only can you not the actual planting itself, but you can put up a fence to sustain it. The Kiva would agree to uproot Kiline to get rid of this syrup, to get everything prohibited, is absolutely permitted and get paid for that from the earth. To which the Gemara says, this is big. This phase, this is like the Talmud equivalent of like a mic drop. You know, slowly. You know, that's it. We're done. We're done. There's nothing more to this discussing. So also, it's very interesting. Because therefore, what this means is, now let's go full circle. We start with this. This all started by the case of Malcolm wants to destroy, wants to bring these barrels of Yainessa. He asks me, he wants to hire me in June to go to break his willing to pay me $50 a barrel. Great. I'm allowed to do it or not. Remember, on one hand, he gets no. Because therefore, that means I want the continued existence of the Yainessa. Benefiting from all this. I'm just trying to observe. But Nachman said, do it and cover all of it. If it involves even though, yes, I do want the continued existence of the Yainessa. So I don't want it to break on its own. I want it to break it. I don't want the plant to be uprooted on its own. I want to uproot it. But nevertheless, I am permitted to go ahead and please get paid for them proceeds because destruction of evil, destruction of Zara, destruction of prohibition, only is a good thing. And as Nachman says, you get paid and cover Allah. I must say, there is really such an interesting idea. Kind of a Western society, mindset is, like living life. And that is important as members of society, just as a general approach to living in a society. You should take an approach to living. Yes, it's not revolution, it's the world of the easier ideas. Nor is it good place to He's doing the same thing. Else's lifestyle choices or everything. Live like that's that has to be our own society. On the other hand, so also teaching us this idea that evil shouldn't be allowed to take root within our world. And when there's something that is evil, it has to be uprooted. When there's something that is evil, it has to be broken. When there's something that is evil, it has to be smashed. It has to be destroyed. Because if you let evil take root, then it spreads and unfortunately becomes the norm. And sometimes then those large evil ultimately again become incredibly burdened. That's sort of nothing uses the question of destroy the eye and cover our love. Of evil is a rough. That is rough. It's not easy. It's not easy. And it's fraught with incredible challenges. We see what you think about such an incredible thing. But you think about what tradition of Israel, what the state is doing. It's something that like we move to just line up course, like as we're doing the world study. Yet again, it's hard because often the world can't see what's evil, what's good, can't see what's right, what's wrong. But the Matthew tells us sometimes there is a living live, and the Matthew says, Yishbar, the Kabbalah. Sometimes you have to identify evil, you have to break it, you have to smash it. You have to destroy it, you have to do it. Ultimately, the process but ultimately, when you get to the other side of it, that's what it's doing. Marvel's like, Marvel's like, how do you know sleep? So again, the same kind of sleeping. And they asked about this. How do you sleep? They come by like from the other people. This is very one sells his item. So Akram sells his idol and he has now sold $1,000. Does that money in the end of the year take on the same identity as the other? Now, Mito Fest has done that via the identity, right? Does it take on the identity of the idolatry or not? Some do or not. So it's very interesting. So we start with the narrow from the other people. Publican says, I think it's more fun. I think it's more about this. Alchemy sells his item. He has that money. That money does not retain idolatrous identity, but rather that money is just being a wall. Listen to this. So here's enough. Nitahano, the also looking out about it. There were the people who came up for Rabbi. Zivino Komad Isnafu, the suicide is fascinating. So that was like this. There were these people who came up for Rabbi. And what happened? And they wanted this. Rabbi told them, before you convert, here's what you need to do. Sell off all of the idolatry, right? Sell off all idolatry, and then you have cash. After you do that, then you convert. Now watch this. And she says over here, if you look at Rashi, look at the Suez guy, all of this guy, the after this guy was also really called because remember, if it's still only idolatry, then that's idolatry owned by a Jew. Idolatry owned by a Jew, number one, can never be gay. Never have his identity. And can't get Hanok. So instead of why you're still Gentiles, you have the money, then you can convert to the money is committed. What do you see from there? How do you see from there that Allah sells his idol, that cash is committed? So the Gemara says, my time, no? You shouldn't look at separate than that, but let's talk about the other from the time. See that the proceeds of the sale of idolatry that are in the hands of the Akum ultimately is committed. I have a little shiny on the feeling that I Ray, but I bought it. Maybe that case is surprising because since they are in the process of conversion, obviously they're negating the theological significance of it. So an Akum could be Mavaka is a so maybe that's why the proceeds are made. I don't need the offer. I don't need the offer. Rabbi Gemara says, here's the truth. You tell you no shul of Umar, although there's the heavy, I went Akum 1,000. So what happened? So the Akum went and sold his island. Right, brought me the proceeds from the sale. Or Yain Nessa was I went ahead and I lent $1,000. Then he brought me the proceeds of the sale. What's that? Well, ultimately, again, it's more interesting. The Gemara says, now, however, watch this. Unless in the same case, I'm talking $1,000. Okay, so to me, here, wait here, I'm still to sell my idol. I already got the proceeds. I'm going to sell my Yain. Yes, you got the proceeds. Interesting. Case number one, same case. I lent Akum $1,000. Case number one, he goes off, sells his idol, goes off, sells his Yain. I have no idea what he's doing. Brings me the proceeds, pays back the debt. Multiple. Case number two, same thing. I lent $1,000. He says, I want to pay you back. Give me a couple of hours of my idol. I got somebody on Nessa. Then he comes up to the proceeds. The proceeds are prohibited to me. I my generation, my so what's the decision? I don't say what's this in these two cases. Safe fund you shouldn't probably make curiosity. So this is very serious. So it seems to circle back a bit to the previous segment. Here's the difference. Where the album says, wait here while I sell my idol, or while I go ahead and sell my wine, I want the continued existence of the idol and the existence of the wine. Why? Because I already paid. So because I win it, therefore Shesha sits the proceeds for us. What's that? So he wrote it, if you look here, I got him. So we just knows also like, when you want the continued existence, but I'm not doing anything to further the existence. So yes, of course, I want the continued existence of that idol for the album sales because I want the money. I want the continued existence of the INSF because I want my money. But I'm not doing anything to facilitate the continued existence of these prohibited items. Why should it be awesome? But tonight, at the end of it comes. This is very interesting. You have two brothers. One converted, and one they're Afghan brothers. One's converted and one's so brother Ger, brother Asher. What happens? Their father died. The father, their Afghan father died. Not getting their father. So they want to stay in the estate is idolatry. And let's say converted and so Ger, animals. So brother Ger is the apple. You take all the idolatry. You take all the animals. And I'll take the money and the potatoes. You can do that in Mishabot, and that's committed. However, Mishabot is just like your obviously. All of this presupposes that Ger has not yet actively taken possession of the INS or items. Obviously, once that happens, there's no more recourse. Right? But the wealth, there is no way to see this. You can get an outcome to the backdrop of the startup. It's much more complicated. Once it's before you say there are very little. So as long as brother Ger gets possession, no problem. There's no point dividing up the estate. However, if brother Ger already took possession, then it's possible. So let's say, so ultimately, again, what do you see from there? So how for my son? In this case, brother Ger wants to continue the existence of the idolatry of the INS, but he's not doing anything active to promote its continued existence. And it's mutter. It's mutter. So, what's the case over this? Just on an idol that says made of gold or silver. Even if the bread is so valuable. So therefore, brother Ger doesn't actually care if it means in its holster or not. Even if it breaks, who cares? It has value. Which the Gemara says, that's fine. That works fine. The Charas Hadrian. Hadrianic. So apparently, Rashi points out that Ger. So therefore, no wine in there. You should take somewhere, put it in water, and recut. In that case, also, brother doesn't care. Doesn't make a difference. The value is still with him. To which the Gemara was saying, one second, even if that's so, even if brother doesn't care about the fact that right, but he does care whether or not he can stay in the law. So he still wants their continued existence. Gurushas, I get our comment, don't bring a riot in this case. You're bringing a riot, bringing a proof in the case of the inheritance of the Yo, Shani Rushas Ayer, Da Kilo Barab. Rabbis were making by the Rusha. In other words, normally the Gemara says perhaps this case should be problematic. But halacha removal by Yerusha. And as long as the ger has not yet actively taken possession of the Nesach or the idols, absolutely permitted to work this out with his brother. Right, and so you take this, you take the prohibited stuff, I'll take the permitted stuff. Even though, yes, he wants to continue to exist. Why? Why would he make a ger? We are afraid that if the ger has to make a choice between his money, his Yerusha, and his religion, he will choose money, he'll choose his identity. But they say that's not really knock on the ger. That's nature. We've seen this before. Chazal said that in certain cases, theft the thief doesn't always have to return that which he stole. Like the victim should not accept back the stolen item and facilitate the thief's succeed. Afraid if the thief has to return everything, that is natural. For people to engage in self-sacrifice when it comes to money is necessary. And as much as we say, as long as you have your health, true. As long as you have your health, and you can pay your bills. Like, because if you don't have money, it just things in life you can and could not stand up to religious challenges, was between religion and we're afraid that the ger and ultimately again with Yerusha, he may be tempted to choose his ger because it's human nature. So if Chazal didn't want to put him in that situation, if they're going to make him by a ger, understand that often in this kind of case, even if that state is comprised of committed items and committed items, if we're allowed him to keep the items, give his brother all of the privileges. Also, other days, Kanye and Rocky Rice that support this, imagine when it is so, Shirshu, in the case of Yerusha, Adonishtat to us. But in the case, let's say, of a business partnership, what we see from here, that Chazal allowed certain things in the context of Yerusha, that they would not have normally allowed to occur in other contexts, because we don't want to put the person in this role again in this various type of situation. Incredible. So, how do you guys talk about this? Remember again, all this is the same people that are sitting. Another question that came up. Ger Toshav Mahu Shivako Avodas. So we'll say this is very interesting. Can a Ger Toshav go ahead? And we'll say, just before you go on, it's the idea that Chazal will make it like a ger. Just so you understand the tremendous misunderstandings. Halacha is structured in a way to make us succeed. The Ribono Shel Olam wants us to succeed. Sometimes people have a very skewed view of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, a very skewed view of halacha. That who's waiting for us to mess up. See, smack us down. Because I'm waiting for us to mess up so we could levy some type of punishment that can be against us. Basically, from the truth. Devotion wants our success, we want our success. That's not our success more than our success. And all of the halachas, all of the rules, all of the scriptures, and all of the punishments are only there to put us on a path to success, not to smack us down when we go ahead and we make a mistake. But again, Baruch understood what we need in order to be successful, understood what we need in order to be successful. And when they need to relax the standards to make us successful, they do it. It's incredible. They do it. When success is accomplished through relaxing of standards, that's not good. No greater advocate in this world. That's this world than the next world. In this world, Chazal, process. Other Yosef come about it. Toshav, very interesting. Can a ger Toshav go ahead and abolish or negate idolatry? Remember again, an akum has the ability to negate his idolatry thereby to commission from its status of theological
writing something in Elon about.
So Gerton, what is a Gerton? Now we're going to see about the definition of the Gerton. Rashi points out from the Tanakh, Gerton Shafno Ovid Avodas. Ultimately, again, he doesn't want to. But again, he's doing everything else except he doesn't worship. No, that's a good thing. Right? So the reason he believes in God, he doesn't worship God. In every other respect, he's a non-Jew. So does such a person have the ability to decommission idolatry, to negate idolatry? Gemara says, on one hand, we say only one who worships idolatry can decommission idolatry. Like this, anyone who's going to if you're in the parsha of an Akum, you can go ahead and decommission idolatry. And this guy is in the parsha, not Jewish, which is in the parsha of an Akum. So because of that, even though Baruch Hashem, he himself doesn't want idolatry, but he has the koach to go ahead and negate it.
So he's got
I'm going to go around.
he's really
Where Nachman says, well, only someone who worships can negate it. But someone who idolatry cannot negate it. Therefore, you have the ability to negate idolatry.
You are part of this.
So, went ahead and found idolatry in the marketplace. What's that? Actual boss. So what's it? I remember again. So let's say for this case, I'm working in the church, I'm working in the marketplace. I see a great item sitting there on the ground. And if I lift it up, it's called right? Because then I've already and once it's required by a Jew, essentially you can't be decommissioned. So what do? Actual boss. So let's pick it up. I can call over an apple, and then also call over an apple, I need you to negate this, decommission it. Right? Theological decommission. So go ahead and engage in theological decommission of this bullshit. It becomes permitted. However, again, in the Shabbos, ain't no only overcoming the law. But again, but if I take it out, if I take possession of it, you cannot be decommissioned. Always go from the Nako Avodas Kocham Shah. And always go from the Nako commission his own Avodah or the Avodah of his own. Day of dawn, day She'in. Whether he worships it or he doesn't worship it. Might of the might. What does it mean? What is it?
And I'll answer that question
whether he worships it or doesn't worship it. If you want to say that both are talking about Akum, then Hayim Shalom Shahabib. You already said that. You just said before, has the ability for theological commission. His Avodah and the Avodah of his friend. And a lot of the Obispo, we might a lot of the Obispo, right? Ultimately, again, ultimately means an actual act. We might shit in over. What does it mean? A non-worshiper? Oh, so who is able to go ahead and do permission? Both an actual and a Gertosha. No. Gertosha done about. What do we see from here? That a Gertosha has the ability to be Madako, ultimately to the nation Avodah Zarah. Incredible. Which the Gemara says, no. The only rather, incredible, the only person who can decommission idol worship. I did the Amrit. I knew all the stuff. We already said that. Then the prices were done because you already said that Akum could go ahead and decommission his Avodah Zarah and his friend's Avodah Zarah. Gemara says, listen to this. Two different cases. Ratio is Zed, the Zed of R, the Zed of Marcus. Ratio is teaching like this. If you have two Akums, right? both worship alcohol, or both worship Marcus. So obviously, Akum 1 can negate his idol and his friend's idol, and Akum 2 can negate his idol and his friend's idol. Seifa is like oh, the Seifa is teaching something different. Seifa is different. Let's say one Akum who worships Marcus and who worships Baal Ha'ar. What's the novelty over here? Even if he doesn't worship. So let's say number one, it's an Akum can negate. Good. Number two,
So when they say
Akum can negate his friend if they worship the same. And halacha number three is that Akum can negate his friend's idolatry even if he worships a different thing. Incredible. Incredible. So the Gemara says, next time, no lie about a ger tosha. Right? So when it comes to a ger tosha, we still act as ours are shot a tosha, which is a Gentile who repudiated idolatry. Can he be the that level? Now we still have an answer. Yes, ignorance of Hasha, this is a ger tosha, what ger tosha, Kosher Kiva is the definition of a ger tosha. So Zeh Kosher Kiva on the Gimel Chavirim, Shalom La'avod Avodos Chavirim. Here it says, it's any Akum who is accepted upon himself in front of three Chavirim. Chaver being scored out. Chaver normally use some careful, which is careful about team. So in this context, the context just means that you have a base. Any time an Akum went to the base of coming from the Chavirim, and he repudiates idolatry, that's a ger tosha. That's a ger tosha. Good. That's what I mean. From saying, Kosher Kiva Allah Sheva Mitzvos. Kosher Kiva of Sheva Mitzvos. Some say, a ger tosha is any Gentile who has accepted upon himself the seven Noah. Don't seem to require a base. That's a ger tosha.
Arabia was involved
In the crowd, even say naturally, neither of these definitions satisfy the definition of ger tosha. What is a ger tosha? I'm an easy ger tosha. Zeh ger open velos. Kiva Allah and dos hamulas katola. Chutz mi'isr neher. So this is very good. What is the definition of the ger tosha? Put it on himself the rest of the mitzvahs. Rabbi Meir, he has accepted upon himself all of the mitzvahs except for all of it. Incredible. So the Vice goes on. The Yam said in the movie also got love for the mitzvahs. Right? You can leave it before the time. Says that you can leave drinking wine for a short amount of time. Now, what do they get right on here? So concern ultimately again that I'm practicing and
You're good.
Swap out
You ready?
for his own.
Yeah, whatever you get.
So as I said, look at the ger tosha. You could live in wine for a short amount of time. We're not concerned with the INS, or we're not concerned with the INS, not because of idolatry. Right? But we are concerned that over time, for a longer amount of time, he may switch his wine for the juice. So for a short amount of time, it's winter, for a long amount of time, also. Shmano, so the Gemara says, and his oil is like his wine. What is that? Shmano, is Alayfa, Shemen, Nika, Havi, Yayin. That's not what can be wrong with his oil. Oil can't mean yayin. It's like, hello, Kishmano. Interestingly, we are found out what it means is that halacha l'maisa, that ultimately again is his wine. His wine is like his oil, just like his oil is permitted. So to ultimately again is his wine. look at Rashi for just a moment. Rashi Shmano mi havi yanis yeno mutal kishmano podum shoshem ba'achila kai. Hava b'shtia as. What does it mean that his oil's like that?
And we're off.
His wine is like his oil. That the same that you can get hana from oil, you can get hana from his wine. Now you can't drink the wine that you get yourself, but ultimately you can get hana from his wine. The sharp cold governor ultimately meant for every other is like he's like an apple. To which the Gemara Shimon Omer Yeno Yayin Relay Mutter Mutter Bishkia. Shimon says his wine is like Yayin Esach, but others say ultimately again that it is Mutter ultimately again for consumption for sure.
Ooh,
So
almost.
pause over here. We'll pick up. Actually, let's finish. Tell me, let's finish this again. Tell me, what do you see here?
Oh, you split on.
Everybody called me.
That was amazing.
Like an to their Toshav like an apple regarding every other man. So ultimately, again, what does it mean to say that Toshav is like an apple for to which the Gemara says, Love in the battle avodas tochavim ke'avodas tochavim. So doesn't that because what's more again? How did this figure Toshav get started? It got started because we tried. Doesn't get Toshav have the ability?
Spare time.
Gate idolatry. The thing about idolatry. So now we just got back. Your Toshav is used, but in every other matter, he's like an apple. Doesn't that mean that as an apple can theologically decommission and gate that so Toshav? Can I get Toshav? To which the Gemara says, no, I'm not going to say Litin Rishus Ulavat or Rishus. She means something else. It means actually for shots. What does it mean for shots? Let's say watch it. From a to that. Right, Erev essentially means we collect the inhabitants of the Chatzar. They join together, and that joint food makes it into the domain of one home. Remember, Erev is. And if you carry from the home to the Chatzar, cross into the home. And the halacha is if you have the Jew who did not join into the Chatzar, he can yield his rights. Let's say Shabbos started, he forgot to participate in Reuben forgot to participate in the Erev. He can yield his rights to the other members of the Chatzar. If there is a non-Jewish resident, the halacha is you have to rent his rights. He cannot simply yield his rights. You have to rent his rights.
Yeah.
Watch this. The Gemara says, "Yisrael more the Shara Shabbos of the Shos Nevata Rushus." Ultimately, again, if you have a Yisrael moment, which unfortunately again is the Yisrael who an apostate, as long as externally he's not an apostate, right? As long as externally, like right in public he keeps Shabbos, privately he keeps Shabbos, and at least in public he keeps Shabbos. Then what's the halacha? All he needs to do if he didn't partake in the Erev, he just needs to essentially yield his rights in the Chatzar. Okay. But again, if he publicly violates, then essentially he's like an apple. If he's like an apple, then he's not enough for him to yield his rights in the Chatzar. Rather, you have to yield his rights from him. Yisrael, no same Rishos from the Rishos, right? He ultimately again has to go ahead and yield his right, give up his rights, or give over his rights to the other residents. But by an Abi, and you have to rent. So therefore, again, the Gemara is saying, so it wasn't just Ketzad. Omer law say, how does he, for example, yield his rights? I hereby give over my rights. I bequeath my rights to you. Or my rights are negated. Ultimately, it works for your purposes. The Jewish residents acquire the rights of this non-participatory Jew being participating in the Erev. They start with this. Just in general, about Erev Chatzis. Again, you need the participation of residents. In general, if you have resident who did not participate, Even on Shabbos, he could wield his rights, or just simply negate his ownership rights in the Chatzar and allow everyone else to utilize the Chatzar. Even if he's a Yisrael Mummer, as long as publicly he comes across as Jewish, ultimately again he could yield or he could go ahead and or bequeath. By an akum, you have to go ahead and acquire his rights. And the Yisrael Mummer, who is publicly a Mummer, is treated like a full circle. As I said when we before that Toshav ultimately again treated like an akum. For all other things, all other things means that if you with a ger Toshav, you the Jews in the Chatzar want to make an order of zeros, they must rent the space, they must rent the rights ultimately again of the ger Toshav as well. Now, whether or not a Toshav could actually run the Gemara, in Meretz Hashem will say tomorrow's daf. What a daf! What an incredible experience such a system with all of you. Wishing everyone.
Nice. Swear.
Thank you.
Good morning, we'll say so we will tell all of you and begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's share to thank our annual Talmud Torah sponsor, of dedicating women drushos this year as a schus for the Soros Tovos for Amnis. Talmud Torah sponsors for Av, Haba Alu and Tovos, raising in honor of their parents, Israel Drazen, Dina Drazen, and Lynn Rosenzweig in memory of Stanley Rosenzweig. Our learning sponsors, Dr. F. Wolf, Commission of the Yard Site, Dr. Wolf's father, Sis Wolf, Shalom Ben Tzvi Hirsch, Rafa, and Nathan Adler, in memory of their father, Ben Adler, Chaver Baruch Mordechai, Ben Moreno Rav. Young sponsors for Jerry Applebaum, memory of his beloved mother, Rosalind Applebaum, Rachel Bas, Red Arrow. Of our time, all of the shows happening. The families in from all those.
Thank you, Mel.
You went up. And when you were undefeated in bowling, undefeated in friendship. Yes, right. I'm glad we could do it, and I appreciate you having patience with me the last couple nights. My hours have been reversed, but we got it done today, which is all that matters.
Again,
All right, sweet dreams to you, Russell.
sitting with Yosef, the asked the following question from you. This is a fascinating aspect of this question. What is Akum hires a Jew to smash barrels of yayin nesa? If you imagine this, Akum comes over to the bank. I'm going to pay you $50 an hour. Do me a favor, smash these barrels of yayin nesa. What is the halacha? Is the Jew allowed to receive and to accept to keep the wages of funds or income that is generated from what may or may not be permitted activity or dealings that themselves are surrounding us? Here, the Akum is asking me to do Nesach, or he's asking me to destroy Yayin Nesach. He's going to keep those proceeds. Me, I'm here to give the rest of the he's very on one hand, I want the existence of the Yayin Nesach. Now, why do I think this is because if the barrels were break on their own, I would lose the opportunity to break them and I lose the finance. So I'm wondering, interesting enough, I want the existence of the INS. So because I want it, therefore, again, maybe that's the closest word, but we could actually say it. Me and Rina Kiva, 3 lines up from the bottom of Rashi, the Israel notes that the Kiva actually wants the existence of these barrels. So you start with I don't know. Ruben doesn't want them to break on their own. Actually, Shabre, it's interesting to think about it this way, right? Would you actually want the Yain Nesach to remain in existence? I don't want it on its own. So therefore, maybe that's considered to be proceeds from Yain Nesach, and therefore, again, it's us. On the other hand, oh, Diamal. This is destruction of the Yain Nesach. This is a good thing. This is a good thing. Sure, I want to. But again, ultimately, to destroy the Zara is a good thing, and therefore the proceeds ultimately, again, should be committed. Fascinating shadow. From Nachman. So Nachman says, Yishbar B'Tawah V'Locha. And Nachman says, no, take the job, Jew, take the job, the money, and tell a brother you should. You have the opportunity to move Zara. That is a thing. Take them and go. So let me say this. Let's see what I know. Ain't Ocean in my so let's say again, an apple plants Kalai, right? Kalai is forbidden. So we had session just 2 days ago. Wheat and let's say, for example, wheat and grape vines. That's the aromatic example, but any forbidden mixture. So if over problem is planted July and I, the Jew, can't go ahead and assist. Culture things like Poland, you know, when you can read the third, they can't do that. But sound of balance, 64. About hoping what can I do? I can uproot, right? I can uproot killing. That I am allowed to do. Rashi. Open. Lashli from the Ibud Va'afan of the Loki Mashli Akme. Let's say he hires me and he says, listen, Silver, do me a favor, I planted Kalai, now but let's say he asks me to uproot it. I am allowed to do that even though I get paid for working with Kalai. I want the existence of the Kalai. If the Kalai is not uprooted on their own, I use that on my myself. So it appears from here, this is to support the Rav. Rav says you are allowed to go ahead and benefit financially from a forbidden item when that benefit ultimately again results in the destruction of the item, even though you by definition want the continued existence of the prohibited item because you are the one who destroys it, so you can get paid for it as opposed to being destroyed on its own. Similar to second line from the dictionary. Savua Haman, who's a thing? This is Rabbi Akiva. It's Rabbi Akiva Amar, and the kind of the Kilayim local. This is very interesting. Rabbi Akiva, in general. Not only is there a plant killing, not only is there prohibition to go ahead and facilitate growth of killing, but you can't even do anything that's sustainable. So, for example, Rashi points out over here that let's say one has plants of the Kilayim. Right, Aquaman fly, and the Aqua asks me to put up a fence around the killer. Rabbi Akiva says, why? Because the act of putting up a fence, by definition, is part of the sustaining of the killer. So putting up the fence has nothing to do with the actual plant itself. Nevertheless, it is going to be also sorry, here we go. Hamafish means reading. That means covering the seeds of the work. So, Hamafish, I look at you guess right because again, that's kind of how because there you're actively participating in the dwelling of God. The Kiva says, after the kind. The Kiva says, even if you do anything to sustain it, for example, the fence around the Kulayim, that's going to be problematic as well. So, where does the Kiva get that from? What about Tizra Kulayim? Pasuk says, do not plant Kulayim in your in the Elazarea. I only know the prohibition of planting. How do I know that I'm not even allowed to do something to sustain the actual growth itself, like even like putting up the fence? Kamalomar low kilayim. Alright, so what's this? So it's interesting that the Gemara is making a little bit of a play on words. A little bit of a play on words. So again, the Gemara is actually kind of splicing the process like low kilayim. You can't do anything that ultimately again enables the existence of kilayim itself, but just something that's things that that's maybe Ilu, Gemara says Ilu, the Mi'ute Tifla Shari. But ultimately, interestingly enough, even according to Rabbi Akiva, already Rabbi Akiva, the prohibition ultimately sustains the Gemara. What about if somebody's going to uproot the Gemara? So with Hashko, it sounds like that is going to be totally interesting. Gemara is not necessarily low. It doesn't be the opinion of Rabbi Akiva, rather his opinion is this. Rabbanon, it's Rabbanon. Rabbanon might hear you open a feeling you may not be shafted. No, but it's not true. According to the Rabbanon, this is Rabbanon. Rabbanon will only put up a fence. Right? Because Rabbanon only puts people up. Rabbanon will nothing you can do with climbing. Either plant it or actively do something that facilitates the growth of some type of like supporting activity. Like a fence they hold trees and wood. So putting up a fence is mutter, and you can get paid for that, then certainly you can get paid for uprooting the fence. So that's not going to be a problem. Which the Gemara is Hachamas, you know, this is very interesting. What's the case of the year? Oh, interesting. Where ultimately, again, I am uprooting the Kayan for free. Yaakov asked me to do it, and I'm doing it for free. So what's the Martes Rabbi Hudi? Amar, leasing Lahan Matnastimam Aser. Ultimately, Rabbi Hudi is of the opinion that Allah said you are not allowed to do a favor. Like the Alex in the beginning of the whole Zara so all my focus what I'm doing. That doesn't compliment them, don't give them a Matnastimam. But really, don't do nothing so you can't work for free. Even if the free favor is destruction of the whole Zara, you still can't do it. So which the Gemara says, Rabbi Yehuda, Nishmal Rabbi Akiva, la. Now, the fact that you're setting this up with Yehuda doesn't say Rabbi Akiva is not permitted. Rabbi Yehuda also beating the Makna. Shocker. Gemara says, no, Rabbi Yehuda. Rabbi Yehuda says it's true. You can't just do a favor, so to speak, give a free gift. You can't do a favor for now. But to do something to uproot Avodah Zarah, that's absolutely permitted. That's an objective benefit. I have Rabbi Akiva now. I thought that's Rabbi Akiva. I'm Rabbi Akiva. I'm kind of line look, yeah. And the Ute Kisla Shakrit. And you say something according to Rabbi Akiva. Even according to Rabbi Akiva was a more expansive, you know, approach. You're not only can you not plant it, you're not only planting yourself, but I think you can put up a fence. This is it. You might be a keeper with a green root killing to get rid of Isser, to get rid of something prohibited, and you can get paid for that from you. Which the Gemara says is so low. There's nothing else to go ahead and discuss it. It's great. This phrase, the Sulamidi, this is like the Talmudic equivalent of my, you know, the Sulamidi. You know, that's it. We're done. We've got nothing more to discuss. So what's very interesting is therefore what this means is ultimately, you know, full circle. How do this all started by an apple wants to destroy, wants to make his barrels of Yainess. He asks me, he wants to hire me, a Jew, to go and break. He's willing to pay me $1,000 a barrel. Right? So remember, on hand, you could say no, because therefore that means I want to continue the existence of the Yainess, and I'm benefiting from Zara. On the other hand, destroying the body Zara. Rabbi said, do it, and Tava Allah. If it causes the destruction of the Zara, even though, yes, I do want the continued existence of the INS, so I don't want it to break on its own. I don't want to break it. I don't want to be uprooted on its own. I want to uproot it. So nevertheless, I am permitted to go ahead and do these activities and keep the proceeds to get the destruction of people, the destruction of Zara, the destruction of prohibition ultimately is a good thing. But Matthew says you get paid and cover Allah. Incredible. I must say, it is really such an interesting kind of part of Western society. And mindset is like live and let live. And that is important as members of society, just the general approach to living in a greater society. We should take an approach to living. Yes, you know what? It's not your obligation to convince the world of everyone else's lifestyle choices or anything well. That's to a certain extent our approach to living in a greater society. On the other hand, it's also teaching us this idea that evil shouldn't be allowed to take root within it. And when there's something that is evil, it has to be evil. When there's something that is evil, it has to be destroyed. Because if you let evil take root, then it spreads and unfortunately becomes the norm. And sometimes then those lines between evil ultimately I get part of the word. And that's why Matthew uses this question of yes, destroy the INS. Because ridding the world of evil is a rough. That is rough. It's not easy. It's not easy. And it's frustrating to other challenges and see this for what you think about. It's such an incredible thing. If you think about what the nation of Israel, what the state of Israel is rooting out evil.
I mean, I don't know if we can get
Some would think that like the world would just
medium round, but to me,
you're also because we're doing the world's dirty.
I don't know.
Again, it's hard because you can't see what's evil, what's good. You can't see who's right, who's wrong. But Anakim tells us sometimes there is a little let live, and sometimes Anakim says Yishbar, sometimes you find evil, you have to smash it, destroy it, and once you do it, Kabbalah Bracha. The process is difficult. The process is overwhelming. But also that's what this word Bracha. Incredible. The Gemara goes like, good. Yasvi, so again, the same girl was sitting, and they asked about the question, how do Yasvi, they're coming by like, the may Avalos from the other out. So we'll say, this is very what happens, Akum sells his so Akum sells his and he has guys sold this for $1,000. Does that money in the hands of the Akum take on the same identity as the Akum desire itself? Mitofes and Dana Bialavi. Does it take identity, right? Does it take the idolatry or not? So it's very interesting. So ultimately, nothing is there. You start with the nail of the so nothing says, I think it's more time. That if an Akim sells his idol and he has that money does not retain idolatrous identity, but that money is just one big money. Now, why? Listen to this. So here's what Matthew's proof. I know the Asuk made the there were these people who came up with what another word. Zilu Zidino Padi Ismaku, the suicide scouts is fascinating. So that one was like this. There were these people who came up with Rabba. And what happened? And they wanted to convert. Rabba told them, guys, before you convert, here's what you need to do. Sell off all of your idolatry. Right? Sell off all of your idolatry. And then you have the cash. After you do that, then listen and watch this. What's going on over here? And Rashi says over here, if you look at Rashi, if you have the Suez Skyru, hold this Skyru to the African Skyru, because remember, if they convert, it's only idolatry, then that's idolatry owned by a Jew. Idolatry owned by a Jew, number one, can never be negated, right? Can never have its identity. You can't get Hanoah from it. So he tells them instead, before, while you're still Gentiles, sell it off You have the money, you convert the money is permitted. What do you see from there? Have you seen that Allah for someone sells his idol that is permitted? So he says, time off, you shouldn't be covered. The name of us go how they come so that proceeds of the sale of idolatry that are in the hands of this person. I don't shine us even that they bad I bought sin they're negating the theological significance of the idol. I tried to tell giving the advantage is about this. So maybe that's what the Gemara says, here's the truth. Although those folk are in the I lent Akum $1,000. So the Akum went and sold his idol. Brought me the proceeds from the sale. Or Yainess in the same case, I went ahead and I lent Akum $1,000. He sold his Yainess. And then he brought me the proceeds of the sale. What's that? Mutter. Ultimately, again, it's more interesting. The Gemara says, now, however, watch this. About hunting the action and for a bonus will come up. Let's say the action same case. Let's repay you. Give me the rate. Yeah, I'm going to somebody. I'm going to somebody. In that case, it's possible. Interesting. Case number one, same case. I lent up to $1,000. Case number one, he goes off, sells his idol, sells his Yainess. I have no idea what he did. He brings me the proceeds. He's got that. Two, same thing. I lent $1,000. He says, I want to pay you back. Give me a couple of hours. Somebody he comes back with the proceeds. The proceeds are prohibited to me. I effectively learn my generation. Also, what's the distinction? I understand what's this? See from the Shumka, how you make kilos. So this is very serious. So now this seems to circle back a little bit to the previous sugya. But here's a different case. Akum says, wait here while I sell my idol, or while I go ahead and sell my wine. You want to continue the existence of it. I don't want to continue the existence of the wine because I want to pay. So because we want it, therefore, she just deposits the proceeds to us. What's that? If you wrote it, you would be a government. So we just score. That's what in other words, say when you want to continue existence, but I'm not doing anything to further the existence. So yes, of course, I want to continue the existence of that idol until the Akum substance of the Yainess because I want my money. But I'm not doing anything to facilitate the continued existence of these prohibited items. Why should it be us? Vatnan, give Shiyarshu Aviyah. This is very interesting. You have two brothers. One converted, and one they're both they're Akum brothers. One converted and one still. So brother Ger, brother Akum. So what happens? Their father died. The father Akum father died. Now they inherit their father. So they want to take the estate. In the estate is idolatry, and let's say permitted. So Ger. So brother there could say to brother Akum, I said, Brother, you take all the yainess, and I'll take and the potatoes. That the mishabal, and that's committed. However, the mishabal is just like yes, obviously. All of this presupposes that the ger has not yet yainesa or items. Right, but there is seamless. You can get the non-shara more complicated. One of the ends is there are very little access. So as long as Brother Ger has not yet taken possession of these items, no problem. There's no problem to the estate. However, if Brother Ger already took possession, then it's possible. So ultimately, again, what do you see from now, in this case, Brother Ger wants to continue the existence of the idolatry of the Yain, but he's not doing anything active to promote its continued existence, and therefore it's mutter. It's mutter. So what's the problem? Which is what's the case over this Mishnah? This Mishnah is talking about an idol that says gold soul, which means like even if it breaks, it's still valuable. So therefore, again, Brother Ger doesn't actually care if it remains whole state or not. Because even if it breaks, who cares? It still has value. Which the Marshal, that's fine. That works fine for an idol. How would you explain it to his friend? The Pharaoh's Hedron, so was his latest Hadrianic person. So apparently, she points out here, Hadrianic person where ultimately they start absorbing. Therefore, you put wine in there, the earthenware absorbs the wine to a degree, but you can take a shard of that earthenware, put it in water, and reconstitute water. In that case, also, if the casks break or not, doesn't make a difference. Because either way, the value is still retained. To which the Gemara is the one saying, one second, even if that's so, even if Brother Ger doesn't care about the fact that it's break, right? So he does care whether or not it's still being lost, so he still wants their continued existence. Don't bring a raya in this case. We're bringing a raya, bring the case of the inheritance of the Ger. No. Shani Rushas Hagir, but halacha l'maisa, Chazal will make a raya. As long as the Ger has not yet actively taken possession of the Yainesa or the idols, he is absolutely permitted to work this out with his will. Right, as you take this, with prohibited stuff up. Yes, he wants to continue existence. Why? Why would they make a by a Ger? That could be a afraid that turning choice between his money, his Yusha, and his religion, he will choose his money, choose his so we'll say that's not a knock on the that's a reality of the nation. We've seen this before as well. For example, right? This is something called Zaz said that in certain cases of theft, the thief doesn't always have to return that which he stole, right? And the victim should not accept that stolen item. Why? In order to go ahead and facilitate the thief's trade of the thief, has to return everything eventually. Difficult for people to engage in self-sacrifice when it comes to money. Money is necessary. Money is important. And as much as we say, you know, as long as you have your health, it's true. As long as you have your health and you can pay your bills,
Paramount
Right?
Plus.
Because if you have money, just
I don't know.
use life from it.
That's so weird. I mean,
And many people
$7.7
do
million
not stand
dollars
up
years.
to
That means like
religious
$1
choice.
million
There was a
for
choice between religion and
each year.
money.
Listen,
We're afraid
when it comes to
that
numbers,
he has to choose between
it's
halachas.
probably like
And
math.
ultimately, again, he's
I'm
Yusha.
assuming that's
He may be tempted
some
to
sort
choose
of like
Yusha.
pay
Again, not
compensation,
because of
like
again,
where it's at.
because it's
Maybe
human.
it's also up.
So there's a chazal they want to put in that situation. Therefore, they will make often in this kind of case, even if
Paramount
David is
Plus
comprised of
says,
permitted
does
items,
he make
permitted items,
I
therefore
think I
allowed
had
him
it.
to keep
What
the
sucks
permitted
about it, I
items,
forgot I had it,
give
so I
his
had to
brother
for a
all
long
of the
time.
permits.
So,
Incredible.
yeah,
We'll say on the base. Tanya
But
Rachi writes that if this
I would rather
Medran
pay
when it's so,
for Paramount
Shirshi,
Plus
in the
and get
case
the
of Yerusha,
UFC fight
Havan Shgatsu, also.
11.
But in the case, let's say, the business partnership, where we can see from here that Chazal allowed certain things to happen in the context of Yerusha that they would not have normally allowed to occur in other contexts as well. Because we don't want to put the person in this various type of situation. Incredible. So remember that. Other than that, remember again, all this is in people that are running together. Another question that came up. Ger Tosha Moshe Bat this is a very interesting case. Can a Ger Tosha go ahead? And we'll say, just before we go on, this idea that Chazal will make go by the Ger. Just so you understand the tremendous misrepresentation of this. Halacha is structured in a way to make us succeed. So the Ono Shalom wants us to succeed. Sometimes people have a very skewed view of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, a very skewed view of halacha. That HaKadosh Baruch Hu is waiting for us to mess up, to smack us down. He's all waiting for us to mess up so we can levy some type of punishment that cannot be against us. That's a pretty far from the truth. The Rebbe Shalom wants our success more than we want our success. Chazal want our success more than we want our success. And all of the halach, all of the rules, all the strictures, and laws and punishments are only there to put us on a, not to smack us down when we go ahead and we make a mistake. But again, we want to be successful. Chazal wants what we need to be successful. And when lacks the standards to make us successful, they do it. It's incredible. They do it. When success is accomplished through relaxing of standards, that's also know that you have no greater advocate than this world. That's in this world than in this world. In this world, Chazal constantly involves success. Okay, good question. He goes to the current goal. Ger Tosha, Moshe Batal's question. What's the very interesting show? Can a Ger Tosha go ahead and abolish or negate idolatry? Remember again, an Akum has the ability to negate Israel, thereby decommissioning it from its status of theological significance. So a Ger Tosha wants to know what is a Ger Tosha. Now we're going to see this in this about the definition of a Ger Tosha. Rashi points out to in the top of the daf, Ger Tosha Eino Oved Avodas Kocha. Ultimately, again, he does worship idolatry. But again, he's like an apple with everything else, except he doesn't worship idolatry. No, it's just a big thing. Right? He believes in HaKadosh. He believes in God. He does worship idolatry, but in every other respect, he's not. So does such a person have the ability to decommission idolatry, to make idolatry? Where it says, on one hand, the Palach Mabati Lo Palach, we say only one who worships idolatry can decommission idolatry. Although told over Mine Mabata, or maybe not. Maybe we see like this. Anyone who's what we call a Mine, if you're in the parsha of an apple, then you can go ahead and decommission. And this guy is in the parish. He's not Jewish. He's not Jewish. So because he's not Jewish, he's in the parish of an apple. So because of that, even though Baruch Hashem, he himself doesn't worship idolatry, but he has the koach to go ahead and negate it. You must know that says, well, only worships it can negate it. But someone who doesn't worship idolatry cannot negate it. Therefore, the Gertosha doesn't have the ability to negate idolatry. So, went ahead and found idolatry in the marketplace. Not in the marketplace, what's that like? Actual boss of the so let's say, so I remember again. So let's say, listen to this case. I'm going to see a gold idol sitting down. And if I lift it out, it's probably not, right? Because another case, and once it's required, essentially, it can't be too much. So what do I do? Actual boss of it, so before I pick it up, I can pull over an apple. Let me know what your is. Pull over an apple and see the apple. And you just this decommission. Right? So go ahead and engage with your decommission. It's permitted. However, again, you should sell the yogo. Ain't no really open from the law. Again, if I take it out, if I take possession of it, at that point, it cannot be decommissioned. They should know Ovid Kochaven Medanta Kochaven Shalom. To Shachadera. Decommission his own Avodah Zarah or the Avodah Zarah of his friend, Bein of God, Bein She'en. Whether he worships it or he doesn't worship it. Whether he finds might of God or might of God. What does it mean? What does it mean that the decommission of Avodah Zarah? Whether he worships it or doesn't worship it. If you want to start talking about Akum, then Hayim Shalom Shachadeh. We already said that. We just said before that an Akum has the ability to theologically decommission his Avodah Zarah and the Avodah Zarah of his friend. And the love of the Obed Kochanim, Umay She'in el love of the Obed Kochanim, right? Ultimately, again, of the means an actual Akum. Umay She'in of the, what does it mean? A non-worshipper? Oh, so who is able to go ahead and both and a Gertosha, Gertosha non-worshipper. What do you see from here? Gertosha has the ability to be without ultimately to theologically decommission Avodah Zarah. Incredible. Which Gemara says, no. The only one is rather, it could very well be the only person who decommissions Avodah Zarah is actual idol worship. I get the comment. I knew Shalom Shachar. We already said that. Then the prices were done because you already said it. Some people go ahead and decommission his Avodah Zarah and his friend Avodah Zarah. The Gemara says, two different cases. Zet what they are. Zet Rasha's teaching me like this. If you have two Akums, right? And both worship Baal, or both worship Marcus. Obviously, again, Akum 1 can negate his idol and his friend's idol. And Akum 2 can negate his idol and his friend's idol. Seifa, Zelavar, Zelavar. Oh, the Seifa is teaching something different. Seifa is different. Let's see, one Akum who worships Marcos and one who worships Baal Pa'ar. What's the novelty of it? An Akum can worship an idolatry even if he doesn't worship it. It's a really three halachos we follow. Number one, Akum can negate his own idolatry. Good. Number two, an Akum can negate his friend's idol if they worship the same idolatry. And halacha number three is Akum can negate his friend's idolatry even if he worships a different. Incredible. So the Gemara says, again, no right about a Gerto shop, right? So when it comes to a Gerto shop, we still because that was our shop, can a Gerto shop, which is a Gentile who repudiated idolatry, can he be the that level? That's all it is. Versus Mason, that shop, Ace Gerto shop, what's Gerto shop? Koshik, so now we're getting more definition. What is the definition of a זה כל שקיבלו בנגיעים אחרים שלא לעבור עבודת חברים. It says it's anyone who has accepted upon himself as having a 30 years ago, you tell me about okay. So in this context, it's not just what it just means you're going to be anytime an comes in front of a base, and even Judaism, idolatry, that's a good good. That's what I meant. Come say, Moshe, Kiba, Allah, Sheva mitzvos, Moshe, Kiba, Allah, Sheva mitzvos, Kiba, and Gineva. So say, I guess which of is any Gentile was accepted upon himself, the 7 don't see the base. That's a year for 7 mitzvos, Gineva, even on able to go the no, neither of these definitions satisfy the definition of gift. What is a gift? Is a gift? Don't show. Zeh alone, like finding home mitzvahs, hamuras, Torah. What's mitzvah nevei?
I mean, that's crazy that Brendan would.
What is the definition of a gift? The gift is ultimately again.
Is called out for it.
It's not kosher. It's nameless. He has accepted on himself the rest of the associated. Pretty shocking definitions. It looks like really not definition. David Mayer, he accepted upon himself in front of the days of idolatry. He accepted upon himself he has accepted upon himself all of the mitzvos except for one. He's like Latin culture. Incredible. But the rest of it goes on. Yachad did yeah, he's not he did Eslo. That's like I love it. It's constantly wanting to get himself.
Even if we did hate each other, I hope that we have chemistry.
You can leave within wine for a short amount of time. You can't deposit within wine for a long time.
I wonder if
Now,
that's
what's the
all or if it's
concern
funny.
What are we getting together? We're concerned ultimately in Rashi says, so many of the Chanusa, I don't know, so much I even the Allah, or not the whole Manasseh. The Bible is from the Asana Amma base of Rosh Hashanah. Even another company for the Allah. It's not a mua, like a so ultimately, I think you could deposit wine with him for a short amount of time. Not for a long amount of time because we're concerned that he may swap out the juice wine for his own. Okay. And this is true even in his Avamiyach Din Eslo Yarim, Bafu the Ershiruba of Dekos. So as I love myself in Kosha, you could leave with him wine for a short amount of time, not for a long time, again, not for Yainesa, or not Yainesa, because he's repeatedly or idolatry. Right? But we are concerned that over time, for a longer amount of time, he may switch his wine for the juice. So for a short amount of time, it's more or longer amount of time also. Shmo, Kiyema, like his wine. What is that? Shmo, the case of I thought, Shemeka, Havi, Yain, it's like what goes wrong with his wine.
Hard times make Cincinnati.
Yeno, Kishma, no. Interesting, your friend, what it means is like this, Allah, from a nice song, that is definitely, again, is wine. His wine is like his just like that just like his oil is permitted, so ultimately again is water. Now look at that. Just a moment.
It's so funny. It's like one of us say
It doesn't mean that his oil is like, excuse me, that his wine is like his oil, that the same that you get from his oil, you get enough from his wine. I can't go wine to get close. But ultimately, you can the sharp cold dollar ultimately meant for every other Hareyu Koreiko. Like, and he's like an apple, Jewish Muslim. Shimon Omer, Yeno, Yanes. Va'amulei, Va'amulei, Motivishkines. His wine is like Yanesach, but others say ultimately again that it is mutter, ultimately again for consumption, for Shia. So we'll actually pause over here. We'll pick up the next session. Actually, let's finish. Tell me us, let's just tell me us, what do you see there? Tell me us. Sharp you see from here that an apple is like an apple to here Tosha is like an apple regarding every other matter. Lamai ultimately again, what does it mean when we say that a Tosha is like an apple for everything else? What does that mean? First, you might have love, in the back so doesn't that mean, because listen, again, how does this whole thing like your Tosha get started? Got started for the doesn't get a Tosha ability to negate idolatry. If you actually do commission idolatry. Now you just got finished saying that in this respect, your Tosha is but in every other matter, he's like an actor. Doesn't that mean that just as an actor, you decommission and negate that whole result, so too can it get Tosha? So too can it get Tosha? Which the Gemara says, no, not going to be low. Meeting the shows about the shows. No.
This whole,
actually uses actually what is the Shabbat? Give Samuel. You saw him over. The Samuel Shabbat is if you have more courtyard, you have to carry from a home that court. Somebody runs a courtyard without any like Erev essentially means we collect all of the inhabitants of they join together. And that joint food makes it into the domain of one home. Remember, here, whenever you come into the chutzner, chutzner into the home. And the halakha is if you have a Jew who did not join into the chutzner, he can yield his rights. Let's say Shabbos, I forgot to participate in the Erev. He can yield his rights to the other members of it. If there is a non-Jewish feast, the halacha is you have to rent his rights. He cannot simply yield his rights, but the rights from the watch, as the Gemara says. We saw more the Shana Shabbat of the show about the Rishis. Ultimately, again, we saw more. Unfortunately, again, so as long as externally he's not right. As long as externally, like right. Publicly keep shadows. Privately does not keep shadows. Publicly keeps shadows. This is what's powerful. Without the Rosh, all he needs to do if he didn't participate in the Erev, he just needs to essentially yield his rights to someone else.
It's really like they go in there and they're like, "Oh, you're a bad guy."
Shema Shari Shabbos of the show in Ravat Roshos, but again, if he publicly violates Shabbos, and essentially is like he's like an apple, then he's not enough to yield his rights into the other residents. Rather, you have to grant his rights. Meisha Amru, Yisrael, no single Roshos in Ravat Roshos, but so ultimately. The ability to go ahead and yield his right, give up his right, or give over rights to the other residents, but by ultimately you need to rent. You have to rent. So therefore, again, the Gemara is saying that when we say it wasn't just lost things like kids son, or Merlo, they say how does the Jew, for example, yield his right to over his rights in the Chatzar, or Merlo, Rishisi Kriya. I hereby give over my rights. I my rights in the Constitution. Or refusing the Velas, or my rights are negated to you. Ultimately, it works for your purposes of the president acquire the rights of this non-participant. Just in general, but potatoes, again, you need it to all the residents. In general, if you have a Jewish resident who did not participate, even on Shabbat, he can yield his rights, or be not, or just simply negate his ownership rights, and fucking out anyone else to utilize the rights. Even if he's still a ruler, as long as publicly he comes as Jewish, ultimately, again, he could yield, or he could go ahead and or bequeath. By acting, you have to go ahead and acquire his rights. And he's still a ruler who is publicly a ruler is treated like it. It's therefore, when we said before that a Ger Tosh ultimately again is for all other things, or other things, even a Chasser, with a Ger Tosh, you choosing the Chasser. Zeros, they must manage the space and select the rights for again of the Tosh. Now, whether or not the Ger Tosh actually going to give them a Tzara, Emerson Sharos say, you'll see tomorrow's daf. Shkaya, everyone, what a daf, what a experience like this is for all of you. Everyone.
Yeah, they're kind of far from each other, and I'm not trying to argue that that's true. I'm just noticing. Yeah, because he says it well up there. Something strikes me on let go of his aggressive past, where he deals with problems aggressively, and he's more passive about things.
I'll say, great, so spot for some video returns all of you this morning. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning. Should thank our annual commentary sponsors. So this year, is listed so as for us. Commentary sponsors for the month of Av, Abba, Stephen Ready, raising honor of your parents, Israel, raising Dina, raising Roses, by the member of the Stanley Rafa. Our week of learning sponsors, Dr. Eddie Faith Wolf, Commission of the Yard Site of Dr. Wolf's father, Cyrus Wolf Shalom, Ben Steve Hirsch, Rafa, Nathan and Beth Adler, is memory of father Ben Adler, father Baruch Mordechai, Ben Conway, leading sponsors for today, Jerry Applebaum, members of Mother Rosen Applebaum, Rochel Bass, the merit of our commentary, all of the Nishama staff, their families in the family, all those who need their free shelter together, all the for our first kindness and home, all of our hostages, Shalom and Vikaros, allow our soldiers to be successful for our city. And also with that, let us get that is Son of Doubt 64. Really incredible doubt ahead of us. Today we are picking up from Son of the days. 63B, we're 2, 4, 6, 7 lines up from the bottom. So again, here by Amin, the city of the university, Yosef, the Kabbalah, my wife, he asked the following question. Listen to the fascinating answer. What is the halacha if an akum hires a Jew to smash barrels of yayin? Right? So everyone comes over. I'm going to take an hour. Do me a favor, smash these barrels of yayin. Now, what is the halacha? Is the Jew allowed to accept the wages in this process? Remember again, in yesterday's daf, we did the concept of funds or income that is generated from what may or may not be permitted activity or dealing with items that themselves may be asr on us. Here, the Aquaman is asking me to do something with the INSF, but he's asking me to destroy INSF, and he's going to take me for it. So am I allowed to keep those proceeds? The Gemara says, no, I love me, I'm in case big also. This is very interesting. On one hand, I want the existence of the INSF. Now, why do I want the existence of the INSF? The barrels with the break on their own, I would lose the opportunity to break on it. Is the time interestingly enough, I want the existence of the INSF. So because I want it, therefore, maybe that makes the process perfect. Just a moment. Minor Kiva, he lands up in the bottom of Rashi. He slows. There notes it, the bunch of Chavi said, Jew actually wants the existence of these barrels. So, you got the action land. I don't know how to do it. Doesn't want to break up your own. I should so do we say that since the Jew actually wants, or is it interesting to think about this way, right? The Jew actually wants the Yain Nesach to remain in existence. I don't want it to break on its own. So therefore, maybe that's considered being proceeds from the Yain Nesach, and therefore, again, it's us. On the other hand, oh, Jamal. What are you talking about? This is the instruction of the instruction of this is a good thing. This is a good thing. Sure, I want the to remain in existence, but again, ultimately, to describe all the Zara is the thing, and therefore, proceeds ultimately, again, should be permitted. Fascinating. Oh, no. So Nachman says, Nachman says, no, take the job, Jew, take the job, get the money, and tell a bracha you should be blessed. You have the ability to go and root out of the Torah. That is a good thing. Take the money and go. Let me say this. Let's bring it to this. Let's say again, wheat, we had such just 2 days old. Wheat, and let's say, for example, wheat and grapevine. So if the Jew can't go ahead and assist in the planting. Ultra means like, removing weeds, see cover. And the third, you can't do that. How about Sonic Valid 64A? How open you have what can I do? Uproot. Right? Uproot. That I am allowed to do. Rashi about open. Rashi, let's say I'm hiring you. Listen, sober. Do me a favor. I plan to line that. But let's again. He asked me to uproot it. I want to do that. Even though I'm going to get paid for working with Kilai, right? And I want the existence of the Kilai. Because if I tell oh, I use that in my parnasa. So the Gemara says. So it appears from here this is to support the Nachman. Nachman says you are allowed to go ahead. That is financially from a forbidden item when that benefit ultimately again results in the destruction of the item. Even though you by definition continued existence of the prohibited item because you want to be slaves so you can get paid for it as opposed to being served. So, Gemara says, Savua, second line from the top 16. Savua, Amman. Who's a king? And the king is lion look. It's very interesting. People hold this in general. Not only is there a not only is there to go and facilitate growth, but you can't even do anything that's sustainable. For example, Rashi points out over here that let's say someone else comes to the lion, right? I'm in lion, and after asking me to put up a fence around the kiva. The kiva says, why? Because you have to putting up a fence by getting this part of the stealing of the lion. Putting up the fence has nothing to do with the plant itself. Nevertheless, it's going to be us essentially. Here we go. Hanafish means reading. The fact that means covering the seed. I look at you get lost back because again, that's kind of how because there you're actively and directly participating in the driving of the but Kiva says, Kiva says, even if you need to sustain the kid, put up the fence, you know, that's really problematic as you know, my family is actually Kiva get that. What's his name? Mukra, Sat Fabizra Kilayim. Pasuk says, do not plant Kilayim in your field. In the Elazaraya, I don't know what we should plant it. How do I know that I'm not even allowed to do something to sustain the actual growth itself? Like even like putting up the fence. Amalomar, low kilayim. I suppose say so. It's interesting that we are making a little bit of a little play on words. A little bit play on words. So again, the words actually kind of slicing the past like low kilayim. You can't do anything that ultimately again enables the existence of kilayim. Even if it's not directly involved with the actual plant itself, but just something that sustains it, that's going to be us. Ilo, Mar says, the Ilo, when you take Flashar, but ultimately, interestingly enough, even if we're Kiva, ready for the Kiva, the prohibition ultimately considered sustains the killer. What about if somebody's willing to pay me to uproot the killer? So the Kalash, it sounds like that is going to be totally criminal. Interesting. Gemara says, not necessarily. Well, it does not be that being a Rabbi Rabbanon who's saying this. Rabbanon. Rabbanon might hear you open a few feeling that you're suffering. No, it's not true. According to the Rabbanon, if this is Rabbanon, Rabbanon you want to put up a fence, right? Because Rabbanon only can be a street block. Rabbanon only can be planted or actively do something that facilitates the growth of the plant itself. Some type of like supporting activity, like putting up a fence, they hold mutter. So if putting up a fence is mutter, and you can get paid for that, then certainly again you can get paid for uprooting. To which the Gemara says, Hacham is very interesting. What's the case over here? The Ka'avid Bechina. Oh, interesting. Where ultimately, again, I am upping the Kilayim. Yaakov asked me to do it, and I'm doing it for free. So what's the problem? Amar, Litin Lahem Matnaskinan Aser. Ultimately, the leaders of the opinion that Allah for myself, you are not allowed to do a favor for them. Like, he actually had something going on. These are both stuff. I mean, just like, so all my focus on both stuff. That doesn't compliment them. Don't give them a messing up. He says, don't give them a messing up. You can't want to free. You can't do something for an actual free. Even if the free favor is destruction of a whole Zara, he said, so which the Gemara Nishma Rabbi Akiva. Now, the fact that you're setting this up for Buddha, so according to Rabbi Akiva, this will not be permitted. Meluda asr litin al-maklasino. Aval le'meite tifla shakir. No. According to Yehuda, Yehuda says it's true. You can't do a favor, so to speak. According to a favor for an but to do something good about Bizarre, that's absolutely permitted. That's a good, that's an objective thing. I, Akiva Nami, Afa Rabbi Akiva, Rabbi Akiva, Mechaim Shalayim Loker, Me'ute Tifla Shakir. You say something according to Rabbi Akiva, like a more established, coach. So we should like, they're not only clean up, but not only clean up, something that's what you put up a fence, stay there, Rabbi Akiva, to uproot the line of Israel, everything absolutely committed, and you can get paid from the outcome. Which the Gemara says is so easy that if you to go ahead and discuss it. This is like the Talmudic equivalent, like a mic. No. There's nothing more to discuss about this. So it's very interesting, because therefore what this means is ultimately, now let's go full circle. How do we start from this? This all started by the case of an Asim wants to break his barrels of yain. He asks me, he wants to hire me, a Jew, to go to break. He's willing to pay me $50 a barrel. Great, so am I allowed to do it or not? So remember, on one hand, we can say no, because therefore that means I want to continue the existence of the yain. Benefiting from all this up. On the other hand, I'm just trying to hold this up. But Nachman said, do it and cover up. If it involves the destruction of a desire, or for that matter, a prohibited item, even though, yes, I do want the continued existence of the so I get it. I don't want it to break on its own. I want to break it. I don't want the command to be uprooted on its own. I don't uproot it. But nevertheless, I am permitted to go ahead and do these activities, get paid for them, proceeds, because the destruction of evil, Zara, destruction ultimately is a good thing, and as a matter of Tavo, I love it. I will say it really is such an idea. Kind of like part of Western society, the mindset is, using what live. And that is important as members of society, just the general approach to the greater society. We should approach and take living life. Yes, but it's not your obligation to convince the world that you're using your nor is it your place to stand in judgment of everyone else's lifestyles or everything else. To assume that it has to be our greater society. On the other hand, it's also just this idea that evil should be allowed to take the root within our world. And when there's something that is evil, it has to be that is evil, it has to be broken. Something that is evil, it has to be destroyed. Because if you let evil take root, then and sometimes then those large and evil all again become incredibly good. And I said that Matthew uses this question of Tavo Allah love. Because ridding the world of evil is a place for what you think about action incredible thing. If you think about what's moving up, it's like the world will just line up false, right? And yet again, it's hard because often the world can't write into line. And it tells us sometimes it says Yishbar. Sometimes you have to break it, you have to actually destroy it. And if you do it, Tavo ultimately the process is the process, but ultimately when you get to the other side of the process, the Gemara goes right there. The Gemara goes right there. But Hadri Yasvi, same Chavra was saying, another question. Mas Hadri Yasvi, the coming by the May Avalos come the other because of not. So what's it? This is very interesting. One has if an Atom sells his idol. So I sells his idol and he has now $1,000. $1,000. Does that money take on the identity as the Avodah Zarah? No. Mitofes has done that the Avodah Zarah. No. Does it take on? Does it take on the identity of the idolatry? Or not? So I'm doing nothing. So it's very interesting. So ultimately, stop the now. Let's come out of the coven talk. So Matthew says, I think it's more to that if an ox idol and he has that money does not retain idolatrous income. But rather that money is just mundane money. Now walk. Listen to this. So here's a Matthew's proof. Nitahano the made the Rabbi. These people who came over Rabbi, what happened? Honorable, Zidino, the seal skyros. There were these people who came over Rabbi, and they wanted to convert. Rabbi told them, before you convert, here's the thing: sell off all of idolatry, right? Sell off all your idolatry, and then you have the cash. After you do that, then convert. Watch this. What's the over here? Well, Rashi says over here. If you look at Rashi, look at the Suez Skyru. Holding this Skyru, the African Skyru, also look at all those remember, if they convert and still own idolatry, then that's idolatry owned by a Jew. Idolatry owned by a Jew, number one. To never be, right? To never have this entity, and you can't get help. So it tells them, guess what? While you're still Gentiles, so you have the money, then you can convert, and the money is permitted. What do you see from here? Obviously, you see from here that when someone sells his idol, that cash is permitted. So you says, my time, you shouldn't become severed. Then yeah, well, let's go help him get out of this problem. The proceeds of the sale of idolatry that are in the hands of the ultimately is permitted. I the Dylan Shiny was in Cleveland that I told you today. God, I bought. Maybe that case is different. Why is that? Since they're in process of conversion, obviously they're negating the sexual significance of the idol converted. Happen to be Mavaka is out. So maybe that's why the season. Hello, me out. Now the Gemara says, here's the we saw Shayanoshua. Umachar, although those folk are in the listen to this. I lent $1,000. So what happened? So the Akum sold his idol, right? And brought the proceeds from Israel. Or Yain Nessa was same case. I went ahead and I lent $1,000. He said, and then he brought me the proceeds of this. So what's that? Lofa? Motor. Ultimately, again, it's motor. Interesting. The Gemara says, now, however, watch about it. Only watch hunting. Unless it happens in same case. So that $1,000. Case the lower they pay you, I'm just going to sell somebody. I'll be back with the proceeds. Or I'm going to sell my Nessa, I'll be back with the proceeds. In that case, it's possible. See here, interesting. Case number one, same case. I lent up $1,000. In case number one, he goes off, sells his idol, goes off, sells his Nessa. I have no idea what he's doing. He brings me the proceeds, he's back the debt. Case number two, same thing. I lent him $1,000. He says, I want to pay you back. Give me a couple of hours. I gotta sell my idol, I gotta sell. Then he comes back with the proceeds are prohibited to me. I effectively got my generation, what's the exemption? I don't know what's in these two cases. Machesh safe from Mushum the Havilay so now this is circle back a little bit to the previous circle. Here's the difference. Second case, where the outcome says, wait here while I sell my idol, or and sell my wine, I want the continued existence of the idol and the continued existence of the wine. Why? Because I want to be paid. So because I want it, therefore, Sheshes posits the proceeds of us. The hero said the Kiyama Kia Gavin, that's what we just said before. that's
man,
what
I think with
that's
that.
what I was like
I could
when
do the
when you
comments
want
up.
between
Do
existence,
you guys know?
but I'm not
Yes.
doing
I
to
definitely
further
wasn't
the
watching
existence. So
this.
yes, of course, I want to continue the existence of that idol until the Atom sells it. I want the money. I want to continue the existence of the INSF because I want my money. But I'm not doing anything to facilitate the continuing existence of these prohibited items. Why should it be us? Tonight, Yer Babiko Haven, Yarshu Avian Obiko. This is very interesting. You have two brothers. Two brothers. One converted, and one they're Akum brothers. One converted and one is Akum. So brother Ger, brother Akum. So what happens? Their father died. Their father, their Akum father, you know, they inherit their father. So he wants to go to the state. State is idolatry or yain masak, and let's say permitted idols. So Ger, Yalot, Tom Akam, all this stuff. So brother Ger, brother Akum, brother Akum, you take all the idolatry stuff, you take all the yain masak, and I'll take the money and this. If you do that, they should go, and that's clear. However, the Mishabal is just like your obviously. All of this means that Ger has not been actively taking possession of the item or items. So once that happens, there's no right? But there is reasons. There is this. You can get this happens in the back of the Zara, but it's much more. Once a Jew already owns it, there are doing very little. So as long as brother Ger has not yet possession of these items, no problem. There's no problem dividing up the estate. However, if brother Ger already took possession, then it's possible. So ultimately, again, what do you see from there? That halacha l'maisa. Now, in this case, brother Ger wants to continue the existence of the idolatry, but he's not anything active to continue the existence. And therefore, again, it's mutter. It's mutter. So what's the problem? What's the case over here? This is just some idol that's made out of gold and silver. Even if it breaks, still valuable. So therefore, again, brother Ger remains in this whole state. Even if it breaks, who cares? It still has value. Which the says that's fine. That works fine for an idol. How would you explain it then? The Charas is very interesting. Hadrianic earth. So apparently, Rashi points out here, Hadrianic person was very absorbent. So therefore, when you put wine in there, the earth will result in 1 to 2 degree, but you can take a shard of that earthenware, put it in water, and reconstitute wine. In that case, so brother Ger doesn't, who cares if that actually passes great or not, it doesn't make a difference. Because either way, the value is still there. To which the rest of the ones one second, even if that's so, yeah, doesn't care about the fact of the rate, right? But he does care whether or not he stays lost, so he still wants to continue existence. Don't bring a riot. You're bringing a riot. You're bringing up in the case of the inheritance. Yeah, no. Shani Rush is like, yeah, that. Rabbis were makled by the Yerusha. In other words, normally, the Gemara says perhaps this case should be problematic. But halacha l'maisa, Chazal were makled by the Yerusha. As long as the Ger has not actively taken possession of the Yesach or the idols, he's absolutely permitted to work this out with his brother. Right, so you take this, you take the prohibited stuff, I'll take the prohibited stuff. Even though, yes, he was in existence. Why? Why would they make a by a gear that people are going on? Zera Shemin Yakshu. Pray that if the gear has to make a choice between his money, his Yerusha, and his religion, he will choose his. And we'll say, yeah, that's reality of human nature. We've seen this before, for example, right? There's something called Chazal said that cases of theft, the thief doesn't always return that which is stolen. Right? And the victim should not accept back the stolen wine in order to go ahead and facilitate the thief's truth. Okay, the thief has to return everything you have to know that's self-sacrifice when it comes to financial. Right? Money, and you know, we say, you know, that's what I say. You have your health. It's true. As long as you have your health and you pay your bills. Right? Because if you don't have money, you just like and many people could not stand up to religious challenges between religion and were afraid that he has to choose between Allah and ultimately again Yusha, he may be tempted to choose his again, not because of it yet, because it's human nature. Because I didn't want to put him in that situation, therefore they may go by it there, understanding that often in this kind of cases, you have a state of surprise of permitted items, therefore allowed him to keep the permitted items, give his brother all of the Rafi writes that this, imagine what is this so? Years in the case of Yusha. But in the case that you have a business partnership with the Asr. So you see from here that Chazal allowed certain types of Yusha would not have normally allowed to occur in other contexts as well. Because you put a person in this precarious situation. Incredible. Other guys sometimes remember again, all this is the same group of Roman sitting together. Another question that came up. Ger Tosha now should not have his life. So let's say can a Ger Tosha go ahead and let's say just before just say that Chazal will make it like just see under the tremendous circumstance. Halacha is structured to make us succeed. They almost show all wants us to succeed. And sometimes people have a very skewed view of Halacha, a very skewed view of Halacha. Yeah, it's probably waiting for us to mess up, smack us down. It's all waiting for us to mess up so we can levy some type of punishment.
Let's rally, guys.
Pretty much wants our success more than we want our success. Chazal want our success more than we want our success. Punishments are only there to put us on a path to success, not to smack us down when we go ahead and we make a mistake. But again, Mishpah understood what we need in order to be successful. Chazal understood what in order to be successful. And when they need to relax the standards to make us successful, they do. It's incredible. When success is accomplished through relaxing standards, Chazal do that. You have no greater advocate in this world than Mishpah. That's in this world and in this world. In this world, Chazal. Incredible question. Other Yosef Ger Toshav, Moshe. What's a very interesting chapter? Can a Ger Toshav go ahead and abolish or gate idolatry? Remember again, an act has the ability to negate his idolatry, thereby decommissioning it from its status of theological significance. So Ger Toshav, what is a Ger Toshav? Now we're going to see the definition of Ger Toshav. Rashi points out the fair that Ger Toshav Eino Ovid Avodah. Ultimately, again, he doesn't worship idolatry. But again, he's like an apple in everything else, except he doesn't worship idolatry. No, it's a pretty big thing. Right? He believes in Hakadosh. He believes in God. He doesn't worship idolatry. But in every other respect, he's an angel. So does such a thing have the ability decommission idolatry, to negate idolatry. Gemara says, on one hand, we say only one who worships idolatry can decommission idolatry. Or maybe not. Maybe we say like this. Anyone who's what we call a bar, if you're in the parsha of it, then you can go ahead and and the guy is in the parsha. It's not Jewish. It's not Jewish. So because it's not Jewish, he's in the parsha of the Akum. So because that, even though Baruch Hashem, he himself doesn't worship idolatry, but he has the Torah to go ahead, hate it. You must only rule that only someone who will can negate it. Someone who doesn't worship idolatry can negate idolatry. Therefore, the Gerton doesn't have the to negate idolatry. This is a passion. This was a social. So, went ahead and found idolatry in the place. Found idolatry in the marketplace. What's that level? Actually, we don't know. So, what's it? So, now remember again. So, let's say, listen to this case. I'm looking in the shop. I'm looking in the marketplace. I see a gold idol sitting on the ground. If I lift it up, and once it's required by you, essentially, you can't be decommissioned. So, what do? Actually, about service. Over the oven kocham in the vac. Over and decommission. Right? Theological decommission. So go ahead and engage in theological decommission of this. However, again, we should pass the other. Ain't no only oven from the back. But again, that take it out. Ovid Kochavim Medato Avodos Kochavim Shalom B'Shachavim. And Ovid Kochavim Nakum to decommission his own Avodah or the Avodah of his friend. They of Don and She'im Merv. But he worships it or he doesn't. My Ovda, my Ovda. What does it mean? What does it mean that I will be decommissioned? If he worships it or doesn't. Invite Josh Daniel. Say that wasn't talking about then Hainu Shalom Shacharim. We already said that. Said before that an apple has the ability to theologically decommission his avodah zarah, and the avodah zarah. And a lot of the Ovid Kochanim, in my shitting a lot of the Ovid Kochanim, right? Ultimately, again, of the means an actual act. My shitting of the what is it? Non-worshiper, Gertoshes. Oh, both an actual Gertoshes. No. Gertosha has the ability to be Medato, ultimately, decommission avodah zarah. Incredible. Jewish Gemara says, "Lo, all right, guys. Rather, could very well be the only person as an actual idol worshiper himself. We said already said that. Then the price is redundant because you already said that. Is that what we're going on? Not just a website. You might have said Raisha is the case. Two different cases. Raisha is that Raisha is teaching you like this. You have two options. And both worship Baal. both worship Marcus. Obviously, again, Apple one could negate his idol and his friend's idol. And Apple two could negate and his friend's idol. Seifa is yellow for Oh. The Seifa is teaching something different. Let's see if one Apple works Marcus and worships God for art. So now it's over here. And Apple can worship an idol. So let's say, so really, if you have a number one, Apple can negate his own idolatry. Good. Number two, an Apple can negate his friend's idol, but like his idol can negate, which is a Gentile. We do the idol, we created idol to that level. So easily get to show what's the show. So now getting more definition. What is the definition of a definition? Who is accepted upon three having some with choosing so careful about context or practice or just as unit of a base. Any taco comes in front of a base. That's a good that's a good show. Good, that's what I meant. Come close to close to keep up a lot of sharing. Some say until is any Gentile who has accepted upon himself the seven nullified. This don't seem to require a base. That's a gift. So sharing with us going off the next. In the role with Achilim saying naturally aesthetic these definitions. What is it? Zet der from the velos. What is the definition of the Toshav is someone ultimately again who eats not kosher, but he is himself and rest. It's a pretty shocking definition. So let's say really not focus on the definition of it. Anyways, that's not Rabbi Meir, he accepted himself in front of the basic idolatry. Chacham, he accepted upon himself Shem is his name. Aaron, he has accepted upon himself all of the mitzvahs except for all of it. He's not even incredible. The bicycle is on. Yachad did Yain. What's the guy? That's all I know. Right? You can leave it for a with time. I should say deposit. You can leave but you can't pass it with the line for a long time. What's the reason? What are we considering that over here? What are we considering that over here? We're concerned ultimately again that Rashi says Rashi says over there. You saw my gift. So actually, ultimately, you can deposit wine with him for sure. Not for a longer time because we're consuming these swap out the juice wine for his own. Okay. And this is true even in a city where the majority of the inhabitants are Jews. אבל מיחד עם אסלאמיים, ואפילו באר שלו באופן. Entonces, I look like a girl goes up, you can even want to show not for a long time, again, not to the INS, or up to the INS, because he's repudiated idolatry. Right? But we are concerned that for a longer amount of time, he may switch his life to the Jews. For a short amount of time, it's winter, for a longer amount of time, it's Pieno. So the Gemara says, and his oil is like his water. What is it? Shmona Israelite, Shemen, Mitra, Yain. That's not what we want is oil. Oil can't be used. Hello, Pieno, Shishmano. Interesting enough, like this, Allah for myself, that is joint is like this oil, just like this, just like this oil is it seems to ultimately again is water. Okay, that's just guys, Shmona what does it mean that his oil is like this? His wine is like this oil. It's the same that you get enough from the oil, you get enough from this water. I can't drink the wine. But ultimately, it's kind of get enough. The sharp dollar, ultimately, the other thing, originally, is like, and he is like, he's like, which you must have shouldn't over Yano, Yang, so I mean, like, water, Shimon says, his wine is like the Anessa, but others say ultimately, again. This will actually cause a like, we'll pick up the next session. Actually, let's say, tell me us, tell me us, what do you think? I thought it was showered for everybody public plumbing. You see it from your apple is like an apple. Your toe shop is like an apple regarding every other matter. Ultimately, again, what does it mean when you say that it's like an apple for everything else? What is that? Which says love in the battle of a still plugging, yeah, still plugging. So we have again, how does this whole thing like I started was we tried to figure out does it have the ability to gate idolatry. So now we just got this. We have a misrespect against Moshe Mizzou. But in every other matter, he's like, doesn't that mean it doesn't happen to theologically decommission? Gate that whole desire. So to kind of get the shot. So to kind of get the shot. To which retain Rishos from the Valkyrie actually uses these actually also shots. What is the other shots? Daniel. We saw more. Damage Shabbat. Multiple homes that get up into a courtyard. You cannot carry from a home into the courtyard without you. Like, it essentially means collect food from all happiness. They join together. That joint food makes it into the domain of one home. So if we start from the home to the cluster to the and the halacha is if you have the Jew who did not join in the cluster, he can yield his rights. Let's say even for that person saying he can yield his rights to the members of the cluster. If there isn't a Jewish resident, the halacha is you have rent his rights. You cannot simply wield his rights, you have to rent his rights from you. You know what I'm saying? So, more, the Shara Shabbos of the Nevada, ultimately, again, you have these someone, which unfortunately, who an apostate. So as long as external is not an apostate, I mean, if external, like right in public, you keep Shabbos. Privately, he doesn't keep Shabbos. And at least he published Shabbos. And what's the halacha? The doctor was just off, if he didn't participate in the Eid, he just needs to essentially yield his rights to someone else in the person. Okay. Shabbos of Shot. In the battle of Shos, and he publicly and essentially he's like he's not enough for him to yield his rights and process to others. So that's rather you have to rent his rights. And show no single shows from the back. The shows right is so open and have the ability to go ahead and yield his right, give up his rights or give over his rights to the other residents. Ultimately, ultimately, you have to rent. You have to rent. So therefore, again, the word saying when you say, so it wasn't just a case of, or say, how does yield, for example, yield his right to give over his rights in the Omer lo, you should see I hereby give over my rights. Right? I keep my rights to you, or you should see or my rights are new to you. Also, your purpose is the other Jewish residents acquire the rights of this non-Catholic Jew who didn't participate in the video. Then you start with this. You don't need any form of so just in general, but again, you the participation of all Jewish residents. In general, if you're a Jewish resident who did not participate, even on Shabbos, he can yield his being the doctor, just simply negate his ownership rights, causing that allows everyone else to utilize the funds. Even if he's still a woman, as long as publicly comes across as Jewish, again, he can yield or he can go ahead and or bequeath. By whom you have to go ahead. And the strong woman who is public work is treated like a full circle. As I said, when we said before that their coach ultimately again is treated like a for all other things. With a gear coach, you want to make it zeros, they must rest. They must make the right ultimately again. Now, whether or not the gear coach is actually blend the beer of Sarah, we'll say you see that. Anyway, what a incredible experience such as a all of you. Wishing everyone.
Yeah, Tom is very good at this shit. I'm fully on board with the Tom app. I don't watch it. I've never seen it. But when I do see it, but violence in my DNA, the difference being I'm not serious. Right? Callum was good at
All of you
like a
this morning
bit
begin by thanking
serious
all of
bit,
our annual Comic sponsors. Let's yourself on Earth to dedicating all the true Brussels for this year as a Swiss film service Thomas families. Comic sponsorship the month of involving the 12 Stephen Randy raising in honor of their parents. Israel raising Dina Drayden Rosenzweig in memory of Nick Rosenzweig of Rock. Arika Learning sponsors Dr. Wolf, Commissioner of the Arts, Dr. Wolf's father, Cyrus Wolf, Shalom, Ben, Steve Hirsch's and Rafa, Nathan and Beth Adler, their father, Ben Adler, father, Baruch Mordecai, Ben Moreno, the only sponsors for today, the Apple in memory of his beloved mother, Rachel, Das, American all of you shall stop their families in the form of almost universal shopping together, protocol they use. Shalom and Baruch, and our already selfishly accessible for all of us. I watched that for us. Today's death is a son $64. Really incredible. Today we are picking up from some demo release 63. We are picking up 246 from the bottom. That's a math moving back up. So the math moving. Well, you are probably just here, but I need to sitting with them. Just it, we have like following question. This is a fascinating question. Suffer wishbar b'yayin nesach ma. What if a hungry Jew to smash barrels of yayin? Right, so if you're going to go over to the bank, so you bank, I'm going to pay you $50 now. Do me a favor, smash barrels of yayin. Is this Jew allowed to receive, to accept, to keep the wages from his wife? Remember again, and yesterday we needed the concept of funds or income that is generated from what may or may not be permitted to be or dealing with items that themselves be usher by us. Here, the applicant is asking me to do something with the INS, but he's asking for the INS. And taking for, so am I allowed to keep those proceeds? The Gemara says, no, what's the halacha? This is very interesting. On one hand, I want the existence of the INS. Now, why do I want the existence of the INS? The barrels which are breaking on their own, I would lose the opportunity to break them, and I lose that. I don't know. So, interesting enough, I want the existence of the INS because I want this. Therefore, again, maybe that makes the process, which is actually just one. Near me on Kiva, at the bottom of the actions, so notice the Cuban family she actually wants the existence of these barrels. So when you start with Akshamay land, Ruben doesn't want them to break on their own. Actually, Shabbat Ruben, these those from us. So do we say that since the Jew actually wants, it's interesting to think, right? The Jew actually wants the Yair Nesach to remain in existence. I don't want it to break on its own. So therefore, maybe that's considered to be proceeds from the INS. Therefore, again, it's us. On the other hand, it is less separate. On the other hand, what are you talking about? This is the instruction of the INS, instruction of the Zara. It's a good thing. This is a good thing. Sure, I want to ask you to describe what the Zara is. Again, fascinating child. I'm not know. So Rahman says, Yishmar Rahman says, no. Take the job. Two, take the job. Get the money and tell Allah you should be blessed. You have the opportunity to go to the root house. You got one. Zara, that is a good thing. Take the money and go. Let me see it. Ain't also let's say again. Okay, so that's why it's so we had sessions. Weekend and break funds. So if in every is planting Philippine Jew can't go ahead and assist in independent overrules like when you can use the first and to do that. How about some of the 64? I hope we won't be I can uproot, right? I can uproot. I'm allowed to do that about open. Ibud Ba'atal Gabdulot Sadikim Shali Akme, let's say Akum hires him in silver. Do me a favor, I'm not getting Akum, you can find person lying here outside. But let's pay for working with Kila, right? And I want these. If I'm seeing uppers on their own, I lose out on my heart. So the Gemara says, so the pay from here, this is to support the math. Because math means that you are allowed to go ahead and benefit from a forbidden item when benefit ultimately again results in the destruction of the item. Even though you by definition want to continue the existence of the prohibited item because you want to be the one who destroys it, so you get paid for it, as opposed to being destroyed on its own. So, second line from the top 64. Omar, use it. Omar, and the kind of lying out not only is there a prohibition to plant, not only is there a prohibition to go ahead and facilitate growth of the but you can't even do anything that's sustainable. For example, Rashi points out over here that let's say someone else might be lying, right? Someone lying, and the Akko asks me to put up a fence around the kid. And Kiva says, also, why? Because we asked that putting a fence, by definition, is part of the sustaining of the life. Even if putting up the fence has nothing to do with the actual plant itself, nevertheless, it is going to be also besides really go. Nachish means eating. Mechata means covering the seed of the pork. So Nachish and Mechata get line. Look at you get all explaining because there you're actually directly participating in the driving of the Rav Kiva says after the time. The Kiva says anything tame the Kilayim. For example, put up the fence around the Kilayim, that's going to be probably get well. Someone says, Mike, where does Rabbi Kiva get that? Mikra, Sub follow Tizra's Kilayim. Pasuk says, do not plant Kilayim in your field. In the Elazar, I don't know the prohibition of planting. Nekayim, how do I know that I'm not even allowed to do something to sustain the actual growth itself? Even like putting up a fence. Amalomar, low Kilayim. So let's say, for instance, over here, the Gemara is making a little bit of a play of words. So again, the Gemara is actually kind of splicing the pasuk. Low Kilayim. You can't do anything ultimately again enable the existence of Kilayim. Even if it's not directly involved in the actual plant itself, which is something that sustains it, that's what Tilo, Gemara says, but ultimately, interestingly, not being part of the Kiva. Writing part of the Kiva, the prohibition of the sin that sustains the Kilayim. What about if somebody's willing to pay me to uproot the Kilayim? It sounds like that is going to be over these interesting. Gemara says, not necessarily, no. That's not the thing of Rabbi rather, who's the thing is this? Rabbanon. Rabbanon might be open to you mean that you shut it. No, but it's not true. According to the Rabbanon, only when you keep up, Rabbanon hold you can plan to go plant it, or if you use something that still takes the plant itself. Some type of supply. But putting up the whole is mutter. So putting up a fence is mutter, and you can get paid for that. And certainly, again, you can get paid uprooting something that's not cool. To which the Gemara says, this is very interesting. What's the case here? The Ka'avet B'Chinas. Oh, interesting. Where ultimately, again, I am rooting the Kilayim for free. Yaakov asked me to do it, and I'm doing it for free. So what's the ultimately, the leaders of the opinion that halacha l'maisa, you are not allowed to do a favor for them. Like we actually have some beginning of the whole sorry. All the folk is what most of them like to compliment them and give them a necklace. You know, but who says something about this thing? You can't do something for an outcome for free. It's the free favor is the structure of the whole Torah. You can't do it. So which the Gemara says, Yishma Rabbi Akiva, the fact that you're saying it's up according to Judah, so according to Rabbi Akiva, it's not permitted. Rabbi Judah also eating on a casino about the Tifla Shakir. And Judah says it's true to do a favor, so to keep it free. So favor for do something to Akud about Rizal. That's absolutely permitted. That's a objective. I, you know, so keep it now. I thought of Rabbi Akiva. I'm Rabbi Akiva. I'm the kind of mind book, yeah? Tifla Shakir. Even going to Rabbi Akiva was a more expensive, approach, the prohibition of Kelan. They're not only Kinyan planted, it's not only Kinyan, the actual planting itself. It's thinking of the fence, consistent with even people would agree to uproot Kelan to get rid of Isser, to get rid of prohibited, is absolutely prohibited, and you can get paid for that from the which the Gemara says, so low. There is nothing else to go ahead and discuss. It's great. This phrase is so beautiful. This like the equivalent of like a mic. You know, Sulomi. You know, that's it. We're done. There's nothing more to discuss. So, it's very interesting. So therefore, what these do. Now let's go. It's all and Akum wants to destroy the battles of Yain. He asks, what's that kind of year, June? So what a rate is going to be $50 a barrel. Am I allowed to do it now? So remember, on one hand, you could say no, because therefore that means I want to continue. I'm benefiting from the whole result. And this way it goes. But not instead, do it and follow. If it involves the destruction of a desire, that matter a prohibited item, even though yes, I do want the continued existence of the INS. I don't want it to break myself. I want to break. I don't want to try to uproot it all. I want to uproot it. But nevertheless, I'm committed to go ahead and do these activities, get paid for them, because the destruction of the Zara is a good thing. There's a math that says you get paid and cover of and we'll say it is really such an interesting idea because part of Western society mindset is live and let live. And that is members of society, just general approach to integrated society should take an approach with yes, you know what? That's not nor is to replace the standard of everyone else's lifestyle choices or everything. To a certain degree, that has to be our approach to integrated society. On the other hand, it's also teaching the idea that evil should be allowed to take root. And when there's something that is evil, when there's something that is evil, it has to be real. When there's something that has to be smashed. It has to be destroyed. Because if you let evil take root, then it spreads. Unfortunately, it becomes the norm. Some kind of then on one ultimately, again, you come out of the word, that's right. That's what Nachman uses to flush out. Yes, destroy the INS and cover Allah. Because ridding the world of evil is a bracha. That is a bracha. It's not easy, and it's fraught with agencies for what it's such an incredible if you think about what the Israel is doing. It's moving out people. And some of you that like we move to just because we're doing the necessary. Yet it's hard. It's often what's evil.
He's like over there is
Like Matthew tells us sometimes you're living where you live.
that's
Matthew
Brian
says
Callen's
you
house.
should
Brian Callen was
cover up. Sometimes you have to identify evil. You have to smash it. You have to destroy it.
He goes over to
Do
the
it. The process is really process long. But ultimately, when you start the process,
who needs a tater?
one of those like that. You want it. But how do you guys see so again? And the answer question was how do you see becoming body by you may ask us from the other people. What happens if an Apple sells his item? Sells his idol and he has now sold for $1,000. Doesn't handle the Apple take on the same identity as the Apple you saw? Well, me as done that the Apple does it take on the identity? Right? Does it take on the identity of the Apple?
Alright, who wants pizza? Yeah, they're looking at their inventory, that's right. Let's see here. How much further down we have to go?
Yeah, got the tree.
I don't know, you got it.
So I'm gonna run that.
While you're scrolling, I'm just gonna
So it's very
about
interesting.
that. Try it.
So ultimately, you're gonna nothing. So this time does not refuse idolatrous identity, but rather it's just mundane wall. This is his or nothing's proof. I know the also made the
Collectors
They
don't
were
appreciate
people
people buying and
forever.
selling anything forever. You are
Zero is the suicide is fascinating. Those are like this. They were these people forever. And when I think I was and they wanted to convert. Gaza told them, before you convert, here's what you need to do. Sell off all of your idolatry, right? Sell off your idolatry, and then you have, after you do that, and listen to watch this. What's the light over here? And Ashley says over here, look at Ashley. Look at this guy. Both this guy, this guy, because remember, if you convert and still own the idolatry, then that's idolatry owned by a Jew. Idolatry owned by a Jew, number one, can never be negated. Right? Can never have this identity. They think, I know from it. It tells them instead of what, while you're Gentiles, sell it off. You have the money, you can convert it, and the money is coming in. What do you see from here? Obviously, you see from here that a local guy someone sells his idol, that cash is permitted. So the Gemara says, my time off. You shouldn't become severed, then let's go come get out of the common yes, proceeds. Sales of idolatry, but are in the hands of the ultimately is permitted. I don't shine even that I can obey, Vada.
Yeah, he doesn't know how to deliver it as if it's a joke or whatever.
Since they're in the process of conversion, obviously they're negating the theological.
Now that I watch it this time, I do think he's doing
So
a
an
bit.
apple could be the back of the maybe that's why
It's not funny, but it doesn't make it
I don't need the
straight.
help. I don't need help. Now the Gemara says, here's the
But,
thing. You saw Shai
what's
Moshe
his name?
Rabbeinu
Rick
Money.
Glassman.
Umachar Vodos Kofa.
Like he's like,
I
well,
went
wait,
up on
see,
$1,000. So what
can't wait to
happened?
show him.
So I went and sold his item and brought me the proceeds from this. Or Yain Nessa, in the case, I went ahead and I up on $1,000. He sold his Yain Nessa and they brought me proceeds of this. What's that? Well, mutter. Ultimately, again, it's mutter. Interesting. The Gemara says, now, however, watch this. Let's say the Apple same thing, so it's like $1,000. It's still going to pay you. To me, the way there, I'm going to sell my items. I don't do that with the proceeds. I'm going to sell my items. Yes, I do that with the proceeds. In that case, it's possible. Interesting. Case number one, same case. I lent Aqua $1,000. Case number one, he goes off, sells his island, goes off, sells his INS. Pays back the debt. Move to case number two. Same, I lent $1,000. He says, I want to pay you back. Give me a couple of hours. I sell my idol. I sell my INS. Then he comes back to the proceeds. The proceeds are I effectively my generation, my so what's I don't say what's this in the cases on the cases see from the shum the how you make kilos in the so this is very serious. So now this is the sort of that of it so previous circle. But here's the difference. In the second case, where the outcome says wait here while I sell my idol, or while I go ahead and sell my wine, I want the continued existence of it. I don't make it continued existence of the wine, because I want to get paid. So because I want it, therefore Shape posits the proceeds for us. One second. The hero said the Kiyuma Kia government. So just for that's what the others will say. When you want continued existence, but I'm not doing it to further the existence. So yes, of course, I want the continued existence of that idol until it exists because I want the money. I want the continued existence of the INSF because I want the money. But I'm not doing it to facilitate the continued existence of these other items. Why should it be us? You have two brothers. Two brothers. One converted, and one they're both they're brothers. One converted and one is special request. So brother Ger, brother Aqua. What happened? Their father died. Their father died. No, they lost the estate. The estate is idolatry. And let's say so Ger, Yachol, Loma, Loma, so brother Bear could say to brother Aqua, I said, brother Aqua, you take all these idolatry, you take all the INS, I take the money and you can do that the Mishabot, and that's committed. However, the Mishabot is just like us. Obviously, all of this presupposes that the Bear has not yet actively idols. Obviously, once that happens, there's no more recourse. But well, there is no see this. You can get an option to do the background itself, but it's much more complicated. Once the Jew already owns it, there are really very little. So as long as brother Ger has not yet taken possession of these items, no problem. There's no problem dividing up the estate. However, if brother Ger took possession, then it's possible. So let's say, so ultimately, from my side, now in this case, brother Ger wants to continue the existence of the idolatry of the guys, but he doesn't do anything active to promote his continued existence. And therefore, it's moto. It's moto. So what's the problem? What's the case over in this Mishnah? This is an idol, let's say, it's made of wood, so it breaks, it's still valuable. So therefore, again, brother Ger doesn't actually care for the everything and even if it breaks, who cares? It still has value. Which the Gemara says, that's fine. That works fine for an idol. How would you explain the case then of Yayin? The Sarah is very so what's very interesting. Hadrianic so apparently, Luke actually points out here Hadrian where ultimately absorbent. A shard of that earthenware in water and recharge the water. In that case, also public air doesn't care if the mass is great or not. It doesn't drink it because the value is still which was the one thing about you show you don't show you have to one second. Even if that's so, even if public air doesn't care about the fact that it's great, right? But it does care whether or not the so lost, so still wants to continue existence. And we're top of Yerushas Hagerat, don't bring a riot in this case. We bring the in the case of the inheritance. Ger, no. Shani Yerushas Dakilu Bara. Rabbis were made by the Yerusha. No, it's normally. Perhaps this case should be problematic. But halacha myself, Chazal will make it by Yerusha. And as long as the ger has not actively taken possession of the yes, or the idol is absolutely permitted to work this out with his brother. Right? This, you take the stuff off of the stuff. Yes, he was taken from existence. Why? Why would he go by here? That people are going to zero shimmy yakshin. We are afraid if the guy has to choose between his money, his Yusha, and his religion, he will choose his money and lose his heart. So that's not really not done. That's a reality we've seen before as well. For example, right? The sinful has shown. It's also in cases of sex, and the thief doesn't always have to return, right? And the victim will accept back the stolen wine in order to go and facilitate the thief's trade. The thief has to return everything.
That it is a little bit
difficult for people to engage in self-sacrifice when it comes to financial matters. Money is necessary. Money is important. And, you know, as much as we say, as long as you have your as long as then you can pay your bills. Like, because if you don't have money, you just it's a and many people stand up to religious challenges. So it's a choice between religion and they're afraid that yes, ultimately again is unique. So maybe again, not because of again, because it's in order in that situation, if they may go high there, and you say that often this is the other. They're allowed him to commit guidance if his approval to God. Melchi writes that supports this. Imagine when it is so, she usually keeps it but in the case, let's say, a business partnership here, that Chazal allowed things to happen in the context of Isha, that they were not normally allowed to occur in the context as well, because you don't think the person in this various situation. That's sometimes so remember again, all this is the same people. Another question is Ger Tosha now Shivaka Avodah. This is very interesting. Can a Ger Tosha go ahead and say this idea that just so you understand the tremendous difference in this. Halacha is structured in a way to make us see that a Moshe only wants us to succeed. And sometimes people are very sweet. You have very sweet. That you know, the spark is waiting for us. As already addressed, mess up.
You're like my favorite comedian.
Marshall wants our success more than we want.
This like
Sal wants our success more than we want.
and he chose him
Look
this
at how much
finally bad sketch.
all these
So
pictures,
all
I
the
mean, what the
comedians
punishments are only there
like you can
to
freestyle.
put us on a path of success, not to smack us down when we go ahead and make a mistake. But again, self-understood
So
what
like
we successful. That's how I understood what we successful. And when they need to relax the standards to make us successful, they do it. So they do it. When success is accomplished through relaxing of standards, because I'll go no, you have no greater advocate of this world than Coach Paul. That's in this world and the next world. In this world, Chazal constantly okay, incredible question. How do you guys encounter that? Dear Tosha, Marshy, I thought Dear Tosha, can I Dear Tosha go ahead and abolish or negate idolatry? Remember it. And actually, as the ability to negate his idolatry as well, thereby decommissioning it from its status of theological support. So, Dear Tosha, listen, what is a Dear Tosha? Now, we're going to see this. My quote is about the definition of a Dear Tosha. Rashi points out the top of the path, Dear Tosha. Ultimately, again, he doesn't worship idolatry. But again, he's like everything else except he doesn't worship idolatry. He believes in this powerful. He believes in God. He doesn't worship idolatry. I know respect. So does such a person have a idolatry? Idolatry. Where it says, on one hand, we say only one who worships idolatry can be commissioned idolatry. Or you must hold up on the high ground. Or maybe not. Maybe say like this. Anyone who's going to call it bang, if you're in the parsha of an apple, then you can go ahead and hold this up. And this guy is in the parsha. It's not Jewish. It's not Jewish. So because it's not Jewish, he's in the parsha of an apple. So because himself doesn't worship idolatry, he has the Torah to go ahead and hit. But someone who wrote up, no, so nothing really. Stamp wrote the Paula from Bato, Paula from I'm not talking about only someone who worships it can be guilty. Who doesn't worship idolatry cannot be idolatry. Therefore, the social doesn't have the ability to be idolatry. Can somebody check so went ahead and found that given such in the marketplace. What's the actual boss of the what's it? I remember again. Right, listen to this place. I'm walking in the street, gold highway, sitting there. If I look it up, what's required by you essentially can't. Actual bus service. So the fire ticket in the back, I can pull over an apple, and then you also pull over an apple and see if the apple is cool. Then you negate this idolatry, decommission it. Like theological decommission. So go ahead and engage in theological decommission of it. It's permitted. However, again, Shabbos Aliyago, they not only on the back, but again,
So when I memorize, I try to so as I'm saying my line, I'm trying to remember what they are.
Decommission is on Avodah Zarah, or the Avodah Zarah of his sin, day of dawn, day Shem. Whether he worships it or he doesn't worship it.
Otherwise, you're going to look like that.
Might be off. What is it mean that whether he worships it or doesn't?
That's crazy.
If you want to say that both are then we just said that. You just said before, that an akum theologically decommissioned we have this friend and the love of the overcover in my shit in fact of the overcover right ultimately again means an actual akum in my shit what does it mean non-worshipper Gertosha. Oh, so you just go ahead and decommission both an actual Shmanino, Gertosha, what you see from here, and Gertosha has the ability to be Modato, ultimately to logically decommission out of the soul. Incredible. Gemara says, the only not sure, rather, it's very well the only decommission as long as an actual idol I did the Conrad. I knew show the stuff. He said that, and then the price is done. He already said that. His album was done, and his friend's album. He says, listen to this. Two different cases. The Zed, Where's your teaching me like this? If you have two doctors, right, and both worship Alpar, or both worship Marcus. Obviously, again, Aqua one can negate his idol, and Aqua two can make friend's idol, his idol, and his friend's idol. Seifa, Zella Pa'ar, his idol. Oh, Seifa teaches him different. Let's see. One who worships Marcus and one who worships Baal Pa'ar. What's the novelty over here? And Akum can worship an idolatry even if he doesn't worship. So let's say, number one, an Akum can negate his own idolatry. Good. Number two, an Akum can negate his friend's idol if they worship the same idolatry. And halacha number three is an Akum can negate his friend's idolatry if he worships a different king. Incredible. Incredible. So the Gemara says, yes. But again, no riot about a Gertosha. Right? So when it comes to a Gertosha, we still act as our Gertosha. Can a Gertosha, which is a Gentile, who repudiated idolatry, can he be Nevatos? Not installing it. What's what's a Gertosha? Kosher Kiba, so now we're getting more definition. What is the definition of a Gertosha? So Zed Kosher Kiba definition of Chavirim, Shavallah, Amir says it's any Akum who has accepted upon himself in front of three Chavim. Now, again, I will say, Chaver, someone who's careful. Someone who's careful of them. So in this context, it just means that in front of a base. Any Akum comes in front of a base. And he repudiates idolatry, that's a Gertosha. That's a Gertosha. Good. That's what I meant. Come say. Kosher Kiba, Allah Sheva Mitzvah. Kosher Kiba, Allah Sheva Mitzvah. Come say, and Gertosha is any Gentile who has accepted upon himself the 7 Noachide. Because there's a from don't seem to require a base. That's a Gertosha. Seven is just going to the next Gertosha. Hiram Omrim. Google. All the Hiram say neither of these definitions satisfy the definition of Gertosha. What is a Gertosha? Zed Ger Ochel Vedos Shekigal Alav Hanging Kol Mitzvah Muras Batora Chutz Mit Isser. So this is very What is the definition of a Ger Toshav? The Ger Toshav is someone ultimately again. That question is he has accepted upon himself the rest of the mitzvah. Pretty shocking definition. It looks like really not photos out there. Definition of the Ger Toshav. Mayor, he accepted upon himself in front of the reason that's what he accepted upon himself. He accepted upon himself all of the mitzvos except for all of the countries. He's Latin and kosher. Terrible. But the Bryce goes on. Yachadin Exo. Leave it with him for a later time. I should say you can leave with him wine for a shorter amount of time. You can't deposit with wine for a long
Okay, I understand.
Now, what's the reason we concerned about here? What are we concerned about here? We're concerned again that Rashi's around Yachadin Estim. Rashi has over here. You saw my the Chaniso actually like even Allah, we're not going to be from us in the Amkash. Even the nobody will be got Allah. You say it's not a war like a ultimately again, you could present one with him for a short amount of time. Not for a longer amount of time because there's something that he needs to swap out the juice wine for his own meal. Okay. Even in when the majority of the inhabitants about Yachadin Eslo Yain, you could leave it in one for short amount of time. Not for a long time. Again, not to Yain Nessa, or not to Yain Nessa. Repudiated idolatry. But we are concerned that for this time, for a longer amount of time, he may switch his wine for the Jews. So for a short amount of time is winter, short amount of time is shallow, kiyeme. And his oil is like his what is that? Shmodakis, I like Mika, honey, yes. Oil. It's rather expensive. Hello, Yingo, Kishmano. Interesting. You know, kind of music like this. That that ultimately again is wine. His wine is like his oil, just like his oil is permitted. So to ultimately again is wine. Like it actually this morning. That's the smell of me. How did you know? The what does it mean that his oil is like, excuse me, that his wine is like his own? That the same way to get enough from his oil, you get enough from his wine. I can't drink the wine of yourself, but also you can get enough from it. Called Davar, ultimately the other thing, or they call it, he's like an apple, which the rest of Shimon Omer, Yeno, Yayin, Ness. I mean, like, Shimon says, his wine is like Yayin, Nessa. The others say ultimately again, that it is more. Ultimately, again, for so that's because actually, let's finish. If anything else, let's finish this. What do you see there? If anything else, we shot for the siege from the other. regarding every cover matter. Reminding myself, ultimately, again, what does it mean when you say that devotion is like an acronym for every what is that? You wish to be right side. Love, in the back of a still hugging, can't have a still hugging. Again, how did this whole thing get devotion started? Tell you what you trying to figure out, does he get devotion have the ability to negate idolatry? If he allows you to decommission idolatry. So now we just got finished. And in this respect, again, so is unique. But in every other is like an acronym. That means that just as an acronym can theologically so too can I get a shop? So you can I get a shop? To which the Gemara says, no, no, leaking the shook about those. No, actually means something else. Insomma, الشمع شباب الشمس multiple homes that open up into a courtyard. You cannot carry from a home into a courtyard without any chance. Right? Here essentially means to collect food from all of the inhabitants of they join together, and that joint food makes it into this domain of one home. Now the whole thing is, if you have a Jew who did not join into the chutzner, he can his rights. Let's say Shabbos started, forgot to get to the forgot to put in the Eruv. He can yield his rights to the other members of the chutzner. If it's a non-Jewish resident, the halacha is you have to rent his rights. You cannot say his rights, you have to rent his rights. We saw more, the Shara without the mentions. Ultimately, you have Yisrael moment, which unfortunately remains in Yisrael to an apostate. So as long as externally, he's not an apostate, right? As long as externally, like, hey, what we can keep Shabbos, why do we keep Shabbos? What's the halacha? All we need to if we didn't participate in the Eruv, he just needs to essentially yield his rights to someone else in the process. But again, if he publicly violates Shabbos, then it's like not enough to yield his rights. So that's rather you have to rent his rights. Most English in the right? So ultimately again have the ability to go ahead and yield his rights, give up his rights, or give over his rights to the other residents, or they actually ultimately have to rent. So therefore, again, we were saying that when we say that just cause Kate's son, Omer law say how does he, for example, yield his rights, his over his rights to Kate's son? Omer law, Rishus Sikinu, I hereby give over my rights, right? My rights in the closet to you, or Rishusi Nivutelas, or my rights are negated to you. Ultimately, as works for your purposes, the other Jewish residents why the rights of this non-custodial Jew who represented in the Eruv, makes us as many informed. So in general, by again, you need participation of all Jewish residents. In general, if you have Jewish residents who did not participate, even on Shabbos, he could his rights, or not, or just simply negate his ownership rights in the culture that allows everyone else to utilize the culture. Even if he's Yisrael Buma, as long as publicly he comes across as Jewish, ultimately, again, he or he could go ahead and it would be you have to go ahead and his and he so publicly murder treated like full circle. As I said, he said before that Gary Kosha ultimately again he's treated like an athlete. For all other things means that if you use a fusser with a Gary Kosha and you are choosing the fusser once you include zeros, they must length space. They must length the rights also appear again of the Gary Kosha. Whether or not the Gary Kosha is actually right about Sarah, in the side, you will see tomorrow. Back everyone. What a doc. What an incredible experience of this is all of you, everyone.
2 times to see a clip in the second time. Isn't it amazing? When we play it twice, we get a good. Okay, yeah, maybe.
It was like a great spot to you to tell you this morning by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's church thing. Our annual comic conference. This is versus of dedicated German Russians this year is a Swiss food service for us for Israel. Corresponds to the month of Abba, we told the student when we raising in honor of your parents. Is Dina Drazel and he rose like a memory of the family that's why it's a Rafa. Or we could learn this class. Okay. Wolf mention of the yard site of Dr. Wolf's father, Cyrus Wolf, Shalom, Ben, Steve Hirsch, and Rafa, Nathan and Beth Ann, in memory of their father, Ben Adler, Robert Barlow, Mordecai, Ben, Moreno, sponsors for today, Chapel out in memory of his beloved mother, Hastings, Applebaum, Ruffle, the all the new shows have families in the family, all those together, allow all of these soldiers to be successful. And most of that, let us begin. That is Son of California. Really incredible job. Today we are picking up from Son of the Days 63B. And we are picking up 2, 4, 6, 7 ones of Mr. Matthew. Again, Matthew. Allah, you are probably just the fear of Ami Gabai. And the fear of Ami is sitting with them. The university, yes, the Kabbalah, he asked the following question. Listen to the fascinating aspect. Safra Lishbar Bayayi Nessa Ma. What is that law if an Akun hires a Jew to smash barrels Yayinis? Right? So the revenue Akun comes over to you and says, I'm going to pay you $50 an hour. Do me a favor, smash these barrels of Yayinis. Mahu, what is the halacha? Is the Jew allowed to receive, to accept the wages from this one? Remember again, in yesterday's daf, we were dealing with the concept of funds or income that is generated from what one may not be committed at for dealing with items that themselves may be asset. Here, the Akum is asking you to do something with the INS, but he's asking you to destroy. And he's going to pay me for it. He said, am I allowed to those proceeds? Jumar says, no, what's that of me and Miriam table would also be more awesome. She's very interesting. On one hand, I want the existence of the INS. Now, why do I want to use the INS? The barrels want to break on their own. I would use the opportunity to break them, and I use the parnassus. So interestingly enough, I want the existence of the INS. So because I want it, therefore the process purple. Look at actually just three lines up from the bottom. The swells are loads of the key. You actually want the existence of these barrels. I don't want to moving one to break on your own. Actually, Shabre move the Toscanos. So do we say that since the Jew actually wants, and this is what you think about it this way, right? The Jew wants the Nessa to remain in existence. I don't want it to break on its own. So therefore, maybe that's specifically proceeds from the INS. And therefore, again, it's us. On the other hand, oh, dear. This is the INS section of all this. This is a good thing. This is a good thing. Sure, I want to also in existence. But again, ultimately, to describe all the Zara is a thing, and therefore, ultimately, again, should be fascinating trend. So Nachman says, Nachman says, no. Take the job, Jew, take the job, the money, and tell Bracha you should be blessed. You have the opportunities to go to those two do that at Torah. That is a good thing. Take the money and go. So let me say this. Let's bring the previous ideas. You see there on that. Ain't coaching in all this coming to that. Let's say again. An apple plants Kilayim, right? Kilayim is forbidden mixture. So we had such a 2 days ago. Wheat and, for example, wheat and grape are medicines and any forbidden mixture. So if an Obed is planting Kilayim, the Jew can't go ahead and assist him in the planting. Ultra is like home. Covering the third, you can't do that. How about South Carolina? 64A. How about what can I do? I can uproot, right? I can uproot him. Then I am allowed to get Rashi about Ogrin. Rashi from the Igor. But I thought the road to be commercially. Let's say Akron hires me and it's just silver. Do me a favor, I find now I get so I say again, get paid for working with Kilayim, right? And I want the existence of Kilayim because if the guy's not up on their own, so it appears from here, this is nothing. Nothing says you are allowed to go ahead and benefit financially from the forbidden item when that benefit ultimately destruction. Even though you by definition want the continued existence of the prohibited item, because you want to be the one who destroys it, so you get paid for it. So there's the Savua, second one from South today. Savua Hamar, who's a baby? This Rabbi Akiva, Rabbi Akiva Amar, and the Kain the Kilayim look. It's very interesting. The whole in general. Not only is there a prohibition to plant Kilayim, not only is there a prohibition to go ahead and facilitate growth Kilayim, but you can't even sustain them. So, for example, Rashi points out here, let's say someone else trying to be Kilayim, right? Akuman Kilayim, and the Akuman asks me to fence around the Rabbi Akiva says, also, why? Because the act of by definition is part of the seeming of Kilayim. You're putting up the fence, nothing to do with the actual plant itself. Nevertheless, it is going to be us deciding really about look at months, right? Because again, because you're actively and directly participating in the driving of the Rabbi Kiva says, "I've got to find you." Rabbi Kiva says, even if you do anything to sustain the Kilayim, for example, put up the fence around the Kilayim, that's going to be problematic as well. So when says, "My son Rabbi Kiva, where did Rabbi Kiva get that from? What's his logic?" McCraw, us do plant the field in the Elazar. I don't know the prohibition of planting. How do I know that I'm not even allowed to do something to sustain the actual growth itself? Like even like putting up the fence. I'm a low kilayim. It's interesting over here. You are a little bit of a play on words. A little bit of a play on words. So again, you're kind of splicing the process. Low, you can't do anything that ultimately again enables these things. Even if it's not directly involved with the actual plant itself, it's just something that sustains it. That's going to be also. So, Gemara says, when you take Shari, and ultimately, interestingly enough, even according to the Kiva, right, you've heard of the Kiva, the prohibition ultimately is doing something that sustains the Kiva. What about if somebody is going to pay me to uproot the Kiva? So the Pashtos, it sounds like that is going to be totally. What do you say? Gemara says, not necessarily. No, that's not the rather common. This Rabbanon. It's Rabbanon. Rabbanon might hear you open to you, mean now you shop it. No, but it's not true. According to the Rabbanon, this is Rabbanon is going to put up a fence. Because Rabbanon only can be a key box. Rabbanon holds something you can just plant it or actively do something that facilitates the growth of the plant itself. Some type of like supporting the plant or putting the fence is looking. So putting the fence is mutter, and you can get paid for that, and certainly again you can get paid for uprooting the plants. Especially that's not going on. To which the Gemara says, I'm asking, I'm very interested what's the case over here. Where ultimately, again, I am doing the kilayim. Yaakov asked me to do it, and I'm doing it for free. So what's the problem? So ultimately, Rabbi Huda is of the opinion that halacha l'maisa, you are not allowed to do favors. He actually had this in the beginning of the halacha. Lo sechanim. So I'm going to focus on lo sechanim. Like this illusion. Comment and don't give him a skin on Rabbi Huda. Don't do nothing you can't work for free. You can't do something for an outcome for free. You get the free favor as destruction of the whole Torah. You still can't do it. So this is Rabbi Yehuda. Nishma Rabbi Akiva. La. Now, the fact that you're saying this up according to Yehuda sounds like they're according to Rabbi Akiva. This will not be permitted. Rabbi Yehuda asking lahem machlasina. Aval lemeute tifla shakri. Gemara says no. According to Yehuda, Rabbi Yehuda is doing a favor, so to speak, a free good. You can't for a favor for him. But to do something to up your level of result, that's absolutely permitted. That's an objective benefit. I have Rabbi Akiva Nami. Afagav Kiva. I'm Rabbi Akiva on the shining low. Yeah? And there's Tifla Shakri. Prohibition of kilayim. They're not planted. Not only can't the actual planting itself, but you can't even put up a fence. This is thing there. You might be putting green to uproot kilayim to get rid of the sir. To get rid of prohibited, absolutely permitted, and you can't pay for that from the to which the Gemara says, "Isu lo There is nothing else to go ahead and discuss. This is certainly this is like the Talmudic equivalent of like a mic drop. You know, Sulomi. You know, we're done. We're done. There's nothing more to discuss about this. So what this means is ultimately full circle. We start this all started by the case of an Akum wants to destroy or break his barrels of yain. He asks me, wants to hire me, a Jew, to go and break. He's willing to pay me $50 a barrel. Great. So am I allowed to do it or not? So remember, on one hand, you can say no, because therefore that means I want to continue the existence of the yain. And I'm benefiting from a Volzar. On the other hand, I'm destroying a Volzar. But Nachman said, and Tava Allah. If it is a of Volzar, for that matter, a prohibited item, even though, yes, I do want to continue the existence of the INS, so I get it. I don't want to like on its own. I don't want this land to be uprooted on its own. I want to uproot it. Nevertheless, I am permitted to go ahead and do these activities, get paid for them, keep the proceeds, because the destruction of evil, destruction of Zaga, the destruction of prohibition, always a good thing. As Nachman says, you get paid, and Tava Allah. I will say there is a really such an interesting idea. Part of Western society, our mindset is, like we live in left, and that is important. As a society, just a general approach to living in greater society, we should take an approach to living. Yes, what? Not that religion against the world of ideas, nor is it the standard judgment. Also, lifestyle choices we live in. That has to be our social living. On the other hand, there's also this idea that evil shouldn't be allowed to take root within our world. And when there's something that it has to be. When there's something that is evil, it has to be extinguished. It has to be destroyed. Because if we let evil root, then it spreads and unfortunately becomes the norm. And then those lines between good and ultimately again become the burden. That's why Nachman uses this question of get for the INS and Tava Allah. Because ridding the world of evil is a bracha. It is a bracha. It's not easy. It's not easy. And it's fraught with incredible challenges. We see this for what you think about such an incredible thing. If you think about what the nation of Israel, the state of Israel is doing. It's only you would think that like the rules would just be applause. It's like just clap. Because we're doing the world's dirty work. And yet again, it's hard because often the world can't see what's before what's towards, can't see who's right, who's wrong. But the Master tells us sometimes there is a good and sometimes there's nothing. He says, Yishbar. Sometimes you have to identify the evil, you have to break it, you have to destroy it, and do it. The process is difficult. The process is overwhelming. But ultimately, when you get to the side of the process, that's what because first and foremost, it's something you Gemara goes back. Good. Hadri Yasvi, again, the same cover was sitting, and they asked about the question, Mas Hadri Yasvi, coming by like, what happens if an Akum sells his item? So Akum sells his item. He has now something for $1,000. Does that mean independently take on the same identity as the Avodah Zarah itself? No. Mito Fesser Damer the other ritual. Does it take on the identity, right? Does it take on the identity the idolatry. So I'm going to do what I'm not doing. So it's very so ultimately you're not. So I'm not going to say I think it's more to that if an album sells his item and he has that money does not retain idolatrous item. That money is one being now why. So here's what I'm not going to say. The also there were these people who came before Rabbi what another book. Zidino Somad is the serious guy's fascinating. So that means that like there were these people who came before Rabbi and what happened? Rabbi and he wanted to convert. Rabbi told them, guys, before you convert, here's what you need to sell off all of your idolatry, right? Sell off all of your idolatry, and then you have the cash. After you do that, then now listen, I watch this. What's over here? And she says over here, if you look at that, you actually look at the suicide Skyru. Always Skyru, the Skyru, us really call it all this shit like that. If they convert only idolatry, that's idolatry owned by a Jew. Idolatry owned by a Jew, number one, can never be negated. Can never have its identity. They can't get Hanoah from it. So he tells them instead, before, while you're still Gentiles, sell it off. You have the money, then you can convert, and the money is permitted. What do you see from there? How do you see that Allah someone sells his idol, that cash is permitted? So the Gemara says, my time, you shouldn't become other than that, but let's go come and get out of the it's just like idolatry that are in the hands of the ultimately is permitted. I had to go and shine this and give him that I convey, but I bought like her. Since they're obviously it's not, they're negating the lesson.
China's kind of like Sandy.
So an outcome of that is a result. So maybe that's why it's Now the Gemara says, here's the proof. Sunshine no shiva we go from the marker of all those for problem that I lent him $1,000. So the Akum went and sold his item, right, and brought me the proceeds from the sale. Or in the same case, I went ahead and lent him $1,000. He sold his and then he brought me the proceeds of the sale. What's that? Motor. Ultimately, it's interesting. Gemara says, now, however, watch this. About let's say the Akum same case, let the Akum $1,000. I pay you, wait here. I'm just going to sell my item. I'm going to sell my yes, you got the in that case, it's awesome. See, here's interesting. Case number one, same case. I lent out $1,000. Case number one, he goes off, sells his idol, goes off, sells his guy. I have no idea what he's doing. He brings me the proceeds, pays back the debt. Case number two, same thing. I lent him $1,000. He says, I want to pay you back. Give me a couple of hours. I got to sell my idol. I got to sell my comes back with the proceeds. The proceeds are prohibited. I affected the mirror. My donation, my so what's the decision? I don't say what's your decision. See from the told me about how we let curiosity. So this is very interesting. So now this seems to circle back a little bit to the previous segment. But here's the difference. In the second case, where the outcome says, wait here while I sell my idol, or while I go ahead and sell my wine, I want the continued existence of the idol. Because I want to get paid. So because I want it, therefore Shasha's causes the proceeds for us. Listen, one second. If you roast it, if you look at the government, that's what we just said before. That's what the others will say. When you want to exist, but I'm not doing anything to further the existence. So yeah, of course, I want the existence of that idol until the outcome sells because I want my money. I want to continue the existence of the INSF because I want my money. But I'm not doing anything to facilitate items. Why should it be us? Now, Gary, using the instruction on Gary, Shiyarshu Adi, you have two brothers. One converted, and one they're both they're active brothers. One converted, and one still. So brother Gary, brother what happens? Your father died. Your father did. Acting father died. Not getting married. Your father. The estate. In the estate is idolatry. And let's say primitive items. So Ger, Yochel, Romer, Lol, so after Yain, you take idolatry stuff. You take all the Yain stuff. And I take money and potatoes. You do that. You should go, and that's however, you should go, it's just like it is. Obviously, only this piece of evidence that Bear has not yet actively taken possession of the INS or items. Obviously, once that happens, right? But there's see this, you can get an opportunity in the setup, but it's much more complicated. Once that you already own it, there are really very little options. As long as Brother Ger has not yet taken possession of his hustle, so let's say, so ultimately, but Halachah L'maisa, now in this case, wants to continue the existence of the idolatry, the INS. But he's not doing anything active to promote his continued existence, and therefore it's mutter. It's mutter. So what's the problem? What's the case over here? This dish is an item that's made on the so therefore again, Brother Ger doesn't actually care if it means or not. Even straight, who cares? It still has value. Bruce Emerson, that's that we're buying for an idol. How it's going to spend of Yain. The Ferris hydrangea. So Adrian Earth. So Rashi points out over here. Adrianic Earth is very absorbent. Therefore, when you put wine in there, the earth absorbs 1 to 2 degrees, which you can take a shot of that earth, put it in water, and retransport. because it has great because either way, the value is still retained. One second, one second. Even if that's so, even if Father Gare doesn't care about the fact that it's great, right? But he does care whether or not it's lost. He still wants their continued existence. And when I pop up, the Rush just Gare camera, don't bring a riot from this. You're bringing a riot, you're bringing a from the case of the inheritance. Gare, no, Shani Rush is like Gare, Shilu Bara. Rabbis were makeled by the Yerusha. So normally the Gemara says perhaps this case should be managed. But halacha l'maisa, Chazal were makeled by the Yerusha. As long as the Ger has not yet actively taken up in Yesef, he's absolutely worth for salary. Right, as you take this, you take the labor and stuff. He was the continued existence. Why? Why would he make it by a year? That's what I Zera Shemi Yatsu. We are afraid that if the Ger has to make a choice between his money and his religion, he will choose his money. That's not a knock on you. That's shocking. God said that his case is theft. A thief doesn't always have to return that which he stole. Right? And the victim should not accept that the stolen wine. In order to go ahead and facilitate thieves' everything.
Something about there's a weird comments about
people to engage in self-sacrifice when it comes to
I have a voice of any
money is necessary.
YouTube has been having issues all
And
day.
you can say, as long as you have your health, it's true. As long as you have your health, and you can pay your bills. Like, because if you don't have money, you just
the Patreon talks to YouTube and it makes everything better.
and
Yeah,
many
they
people
communicate
can
like,
stand
oh,
up
looks
to
like
religious
someone
challenges.
tries
There's a choice between religion
looks like
and
flag's not
you're
gonna happen
afraid
this time. We'll take away the noise.
that the Ger
Let's
has
see
to
what the
choose
rest is
between
gonna
halacha and ultimately again his Yusha, he may be tempted to choose
made the band.
again, not because of the Ger, because it's human. So if Chazal want to put in that situation that it may go by a Ger, I'm saying that often permitted items, therefore allowed him to keep the permitted items, give his brother all of the privilege. I know nothing right that supports this. Imagine when is this so? That's the not to us. So in the case, let's say with the partnerships of the because all around certain things can happen in the context of Yerusha that they wouldn't have normally to occur as well. You go look at the person in this order again in this precarious type of situation. How do you sometimes this is the same people who are running sitting together? Another question that came up. Gary kosher so that's the this is very kosher. Can we get kosher? Go ahead. Let's say He said, "Yeah, I will make your life a joy." Just so you understand the tremendous misfortune.
By the way, you guys know of
And what's not structured in a way to make us
a
succeed.
rare
And
humble
Bono
shell?
shall olam succeed. This is like a very sweet view of a very sweet view of yeah, that's the struggle is waiting for us to mess up.
Most of my guys contact 2615.
Our waiting for us to mess up.
Shirts is the most
Look
insecure
at
scene.
punishment that we let's agree from the truth.
Okay.
The Ribon wants our success more than we want our success. Chazal wants our success more than we want our success. And all of the halachas, all of the strictures, and all of the punishments are only there to put us on a path to success, not to smack us down when we go and mistake. But again, Mishpach understood what we need to be successful. And when they need to relax the standards to make us successful, they do it. It's incredible. They do it. When success is accomplished relaxing of standards, because of these you have no greater advocate in this world. That's in this world than in the next world. In this world, Chazal constantly success. Okay, incredible question. How do you guys recover about it? Ger Kosha, Master Battle on class. What's the greatest teacher?
This one's posted by Jesus.
Can a Ger Kosha? Can a Ger Kosha go ahead and abolish or negate idolatry? Remember again, an Akku has the ability to negate his idolatry by decommissioning it from its status of theological significance. So a Ger Kosha, he wants to know what is a Ger Kosha. We're going to see he's not quoting this about the definition of a Ger Kosha. Rashi points out the half of the dash, Ger Kosha always have ultimately, again, he doesn't retreat. But again, with everything else that he doesn't worship. He believes in the Mishpach. He believes in God. He doesn't worship idolatry. Every other is he's a manager. Does such a person have the ability to decommission idolatry? To negate idolatry? On one hand, we say only one who worships idolatry can decommit idolatry. Or maybe not. Or maybe say like this. Anyone who's what we call a barnet, if you're in the parsha of an apple, then you go ahead and finish the and this guy is in the parsha. Not Jewish. He's not Jewish. So because he's not Jewish, he's in the parsha of an apple. So because of that, even though Baruch Hashem, he himself doesn't worship idolatry, but he has the koach to go ahead and negate it. You must end the word nothing, so I'm going to also nothing. Stop. So nothing says, well, only someone who worships it can negate it. So someone who doesn't worship idolatry cannot negate idolatry. Therefore, the Ger Kosha doesn't have the ability to negate idolatry. So went ahead and found that in the marketplace. What's that? Actual boss. So what's this? I remember. So let's say, what's this case? I'm working in the ship. I'm working in the market. I have gold items sitting there on the ground. If I lift it up, that's probably right because I have it quality. And once it's required by something, it can't be decommissioned. So what do? So before I pick it up, I can call over. Remember, was impacted with call over an apple. I need you to negate this idolatry, decommission it, right? Theological decommission. So go ahead and engage in theological decommission of this world. It's committed. However, again, though, don't really overcome that. But again, if I take it out, if I take it of it, at that point it cannot be decommissioned. No, ovid kochowym medato avodos kochowym shalom shochavim. An ovid kochowym to decommission his own avodah zarah or the avodah zarah of him, day of dawn, day she'inov. But if he worships it, or he worships it, or the final might of the might of what is it mean to work? What does it mean that Akul is eating of Zara? He worships it or doesn't worship it. Ilema if you want to say about it, Akul, then Hayu Shalom Shachari, we already said, we just said before that an Akul has the ability to fulfill decommission his avodah zarah and the avodah zarah of his friend. And a lot of the Ovid Kohanim, a lot of the Ovid Kohanim, ultimately again, of the natural Akul. What does he mean, non-worshipper? Ger Toshav. Oh. So who is able to both an actual Ger Toshav, Shmanino, Ger Toshav, Nanino. What do you see from here? Ger Toshav has the ability to ultimately to be logically decommission of Avodah Zarah. Incredible. Which Gemara says, no. The only thing about EDB is not true. Rather, if I will be the only person to decommission of Avodah Zarah is an actual idol worshiper. I knew Shalom Shalom. We said already said that. And his friends have the Gemara says, Reisha, listen to this. It's two different cases. Reisha, Zed, is Zed Rapar, Zed, Zed Marcus. Reisha's teaching you like this. If you have two actors, right, and both worship Paul, or both worship Marcus, obviously, again, Akum 1 can negate his idol and his friend's idol, and Akum 2 can negate his idol and his friend's idol. Seifa, Zela Pa'ar, Zela. Oh, the Seifa is teaching something different. Seifa is different. Let's see one Akum who worships Baal Pa'ar. What's the level here? An Akum who worship an idolatry even if he doesn't. So let's say number one, an Akum can negate his own idolatry. Good. Number two, an Akum can negate his friend's idol if they worship the same idolatry. And halacha number three, Akum can negate his friend's idol even if he worships a different. Incredible. So the Gemara says, nice, but again, no raya about a ger toshav, right? So when it comes to a ger toshav, we still like to value our shayla. Can a ger toshav, which is a Gentile, who repeated idolatry, can he be medalim? What's a ger toshav? Moshe keeps now giving more definition. One definition of a ger toshav. Zed. Meir says, it's any Akum who is accepted for himself in front of three somebody is careful with truth and truth. Careful about context. The context, so it just means there's no level of faith. Anytime Akum comes in front of days, and he repeats idolatry, that's a ger toshav. That's a ger toshav. Good time from saying, Moshe Kiba Allah Sheva Mitzvot Moshe Kiba Allah Sheva Mitzvot. From saying, a ger toshav is any Gentile
wants
who
to
has
say
accepted
it, but
upon
it takes
himself
him
the
so
seven
long.
Noahide.
It takes him so long to say it.
Don't
He's
see
like,
the
he's not a
place.
man.
That's a gear pro shop. Since us today,
He's
Noah, the next is like gear pro shop. Even only able to ball the crowd get natural. Freedom say natural. That's not you know these definitions. That is how definition of gear pro shop. What is a gear pro shop? I'm a gear pro shop. Z from the velos. Shekrom mitzvah. Milos patora. What is certain velos? So this is very different. What is the definition of a pro shop? The gear pro shop one ultimately again who eats the velos, but he accepted on himself the rest of the mitzvahs. It's a pretty shocking definition. Really not what is out there. Definition of gear pro shop. That we mentioned this from Noah. He has accepted upon himself all of the mitzvahs except for one of them. He's not incredible. Incredible. But the Bryce goes on. Yachad did excellent. Yeah, he did not. He will be air series. Was it a lot of this? Why would you get so right? You can leave it within the time. I shouldn't say deposit. You can leave within the line for a short amount of time, but you can't deposit in line for a long time. Now, what's the what are we going to do?
That's a very loaded question. I love any question.
Ultimately, you can deposit him for a short amount of time. Not for a longer amount of time, because we're considering that we swap out the Jews wine for only. Okay. And this is true even in a city where the inhabitants are Jews. So as I look at the gear shop, you could leave with one for a short amount of time, not for a long time. You get with two of the INS, or two of the INS. That's because he's repeated poetry. Right? But we are concerned that over time, he may switch his mind to the Jews. So for a short amount of time, it's whether for a long amount of time, Shmano, Kiyeh. Says, and his oil was like his right. What is that? Shmano, Kiyeh, Shemen, Mika, Avi, Yayin. That's not what could be wrong with his oil. Oil can't be wrong. Yeno, Kishmano. If you not better what it means is like this. Allah for myself. That ultimately again his wine is like his oil, just like his oil is committed. So to ultimately again is his wine. What does it mean that his oil is like that? Excuse me. That his wine is like his oil. That the same way that you get enough from his oil, you get enough from his wine. You can't drink the wine if you get but ultimately you can get enough. Sharp, cold davar, ultimately every other thing, he is like an apple. So it's the Western Shimon Omer, Yain, yes.
It is a little bit like the
Shimon says his wine is like the Nessa, but others say ultimately again is mutter, ultimately again for consumption. So what's the last calls up together? We'll pick up the answer Hashem. Actually, let's finish. Let's finish this. Katanias, what do you see from there? Katanias, we shouted about it. We see from the Echo shop is like an apple regarding every other matter. When my hope itself, again, what does it mean when you say the Echo shop is like an apple? What is that? The Gemara says, love, so it doesn't have this mean again. How did this whole thing like Echo shop itself? Because starting as you're trying to figure out, does it get Echo shop the equivalent to negate idolatry? If you actually do permission to idolatry. So now we just got finished saying that in this respect, I get Koshav is unique. But in every other doesn't matter. He's like,
You ask him 2 questions.
doesn't that mean that just as an action can theologically decommission and negate that whole desire, so too can a ger tosha. So too can a ger tosha. Which the Gemara says, no, no. Litin rishus without rishus. Actually,
Did you say the
actually
Gringo Pop? Second
what
question,
is
can
it?
I?
That's what it was. Give Samuel. You saw him, word.
I'm like,
The Shannon
this
Shabbat
is
is
hard.
the process. Erev Hasidus. If you have multiple you cannot carry from a home into that place. Right? Erev essentially means we collect food from all of the inhabitants of the center. They join together. And that joint food makes it into the domain of one whole. The halacha is if you have a Jew who did not join into the chutzner, he could yield his rights. Let's say Shabbos started, he forgot to participate in the Eruv. He could yield his rights to use of the chutzner. If the Jewish resident, you have to rent his rights. Rent his rights from his watches. The Gemara says, ultimately, again, Gabi Yisrael moment, which unfortunately again is in Yisrael, so as long as external, not right? As long as externally, like right, and public keep Shabbos. Privately, he doesn't keep Shabbos. And at least in public, he keeps Shabbos. And what's the halacha? Without the Roshos, all he needs to do if he didn't participate in the Eruv, he just needs to yield his rights to someone else in the process. Okay. Shemesh Shabbos Roshos. In Ravat Roshos, but again, if he publicly violates Shabbos, then essentially he's like an apple. If he's like an apple, then it's not enough for him to yield his rights in the process of the residents. Rather, you have to rent his rights from him. Yisrael, no single shows in the Bible. Right? Yisrael ultimately again go ahead and his rights, give up his rights, or give over his rights to the other residents, or be by ultimately and you have to rent. You have to rent. So therefore again we must say when we say to just follow us Kate son, over the law, of course, I draw goes to you. Yields his right to give over his rights to the over the law, I hereby give over my rights. I bequeath my rights to the husband. Or my rights are negated to you. Ultimately, as what's in the purpose is to use residents acquire the rights of this non-participatory Jew who didn't participate in the Eruv. Makes up this testimony. Not any form of responsibility. Just in general, about Eruv Chatzeiros. Again, you need the participation of all Jewish residents. In general, if you have a Jewish resident who did not participate, even on Shabbos, he could yield his rights, or be Mevat, or just simply negate his ownership rights in the husband allows everyone else to utilize the concept. Even if he's a Yisrael Mummer, as long as the process is Jewish, ultimately, again, he could yield, or he could go ahead and by Apple, you have to go ahead and acquire his rights. And he's so Mummer, who's publicly a Mummer, like a full circle Mosaics. Therefore, when we said before that a Ger Tosha ultimately again is for all other things, all the things that with a Ger Tosha, you are choosing the first one to the zeros, they must rent the rights ultimately again of the ger kosher. Now, whether or not the ger kosher, the act of the Jew of Sarah, Mr. Shalom say, you'll see him on the daf. Shperech on the daf. Let me tell you what's good. This is for all of you.
Assuming it's good. Classic. Dollars is pretty high. Yeah. I gave my address to that. Yeah.
Great. So smart. And today we'll tell with all of you this morning begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's church. Thank our annual Talmud Torah sponsors. Those in Shulchan Aruch are completing all the German drushos. This is exclusive so for us and the snow. Abba and Tovis already Drazen in honor of their parents, Israel Drazen, Dina Drazen, and Rosenzweig in memory of Stanley Rosenzweig and the Rachel. A week of learning sponsors, Dr. Faith Wolf, information of the yard site of Dr. Wolf's father, Cyrus Wolf, Show, Jen, Steve Versions of the Rachel. Nathan and Mark Adler in memory of their father, Ben Adler, for Baltimore. Ben Moreira Ramos. Sponsors for today, Jerry Applebaum in memory of his beloved mother, Rosie Applebaum, Waffle, Bass, with American Health Foundation, the families in from all those news are full of shepherd, all the colleagues woman, the colors allow our soldiers to be successful to follow up that same day. Let us read that, let us begin. Today's that son of Dawah, 64. Really incredible that and we are from Sun Gimel on the base 63B up 2, 4, 6, 7 lines up from the bottom. That's what Rav Nachman the Ula the Avinu. So again, Rav Nachman Ula. Here by Amin is sitting and what is the halal if an Amin hires a Jew to smash barrels of yayin? Right, so if Amin comes over to the bank, I'm going to pay you $50 an hour. Do me a favor, smack these barrels of your enemies. Mahu, what is that? Is the Jew allowed to receive, to accept, to keep wages from this world? Well, so again, in yesterday's daf, we were dealing with the concept of funds generated from what permitted activities, like dealing with that themselves can be asserted. Here, the Akum is asking me to do something with the INS, but he's asking me to destroy the INS. He's going to pay me for it. So, am I allowed those proceeds? The Gemara says, Ma, what's the halacha? Me, I'm going to keep it. You'll also be more awesome. This is very interesting. On one hand, I want the existence of the INS. Why do I want the existence of the INS? The barrels to break on their own. I would lose the opportunity to break them, and I lose the parnos. So on one hand, interestingly enough, I want the existence of the INS. So because I want it, therefore, maybe that makes the point that we could actually just a moment. Near Minon Kiva, we don't get the Manon and Rashi. The Israel writes it, the Kiva Shafali say, Jew actually wants the existence of these guys. Shalom Yishtabu actually land. I don't know, Ruben doesn't want them to break down. Actually, Shabbat, we toss on us. So do we say that the Jew wants? And this is interesting to think about this way, right? The Jew actually want the Yayin Nesach to remain in existence. I don't want it to break on its own. So therefore, maybe that's considered to be proceeds from the Yayin Nesach, and therefore, again, it's awesome. On the other hand, oh, well, Kolu Yute Tifla Shabbat, Yayin Nesach, section of the Zah. This is a good thing. This is a good thing. Sure, I want the vows to remain in existence, but again, ultimately, to distract me to God or me out shut up. That is his thing. Take the money, go. So let's bring a proof to this. You see it or not? Eight and Kilayim, right? Kilayim is forbidden. So we had sessions just to, let's say, for example, wheat and forbidden mixture. So if an overcrop is planting Kilayim, I see in the plant over the years, like the leaves, the seed covered with dirt. They came to do that out of sound of Kilayim. So what can I do? I can uproot, right? I can uproot that I am allowed to do. When la shifa will equal the afal that denotes the kumash for your akun and let's say akun hires and this is silver to write transit to line that okay, for transit to line this one. But let's say again, he asks me to uproot it. I am allowed to do that even though I'm getting paid for working with Kilayim, right? And I want the existence of Kilayim because the Kilayim is not up with them. Oh, I do that on my myself. So the clear from here, this is not. Nothing says you are allowed to go ahead and benefit financially from forbidden items when that benefit ultimately results in your destruction. Even though you by definition want the continued existence of the forbidden item because you want to be the one who destroys it so you can get paid for it as opposed to being destroyed on its own. So my Savua, second line from the top for a Savua, who's a baby, so they keep it, so they keep the armor. And the kind of the Kilayim is very interesting in general. Not only is there a prohibition to plant Kilayim, not only is there a prohibition to go ahead and facilitate the growth of Kilayim, but you can't do anything that sustains it. For example, Rashi points out over here that let's say someone has planted Kilayim, right? Aquaman Kilayim, asks you to put up a fence around the Kilayim. Rabbi Akiva says, also, why? Stealing of Kilayim, putting up the fence, has nothing to do with the actual plant itself. Nevertheless, it is going to be us. Saying really Hanachish means weeding. Mechata means covering the seeds with dirt. So Hanachish and Mechata, I look at and get off this because again, that's kind of so there you're actively and directly going in to having a plan. You keep versus Mechayim. And you keep even if you do anything to sustain the Kilayim. For example, put up a ceramic Kilayim has to be problematic as well. So much as my come Rabbi Akiva, when you keep it what's his name? Safcha Tizra Kilayim. Pasuk says, do not plant in the field. In the area, I don't know the prohibition of planting. How do I know that I'm not even allowed to sustain the actual growth itself? Like even like putting up I'm a Lamar, low Kilayim. So we'll say, so it's interesting. You are making a little bit of a play on words. A little play on words. Again, the is actually kind of sliced low Kilayim. You can't do anything that ultimately, again, enables the existence of Kilayim. Even if it's not directly involved with the actual plant itself, just something that sustains it, that's going to be awesome. Ilu, Gemara says, Ilu, let me look at Kefir Shari. Ultimately, interesting. Not even for the Kiva. Ready for the Kiva. Prohibitional. What about if somebody's going to pay me to uproot the Kilayim? So that is going to be totally first things first. Gemara says, not necessarily. No. Does not be that thing that Rabbi exists. Rabbanon is Rabbanon. Rabbanon, my area, Okrin, Notice that according to the Rabbanon, Rabban even put up a fact because Rabban only creativa, Rabban hoping can be planted or actively do something that facilitates the growth of the plant itself. Some type of like supporting that plant. Like putting the plants that grow. So certainly again you can get food for uprooting plants in that point. To which the Gemara says, also I'm asking on these range to the earth to other where ultimately again I am uprooting the Torah. Yaakov asked me to do it, and I'm doing it for free. So that's the problem. The Amar ultimately, the is of the opinion. Allah and you are not allowed to do a favor. Like he actually has the meaning of all this. Our most story to share. All my hope is what most tells you all you need to know. Like when I put compliment and jerseys, you gave me this number. You said something like this. You can't do something for an outcome for free. You make the free favors. Instruction of all these are. You still can't do it. The fact that you're setting this up says if there's going to be a key, should not be permitted. Casino about it. Tifla shopping. No, point to be wrong. But Muda says it's true. You can't do a favor so as to give a free gift. You can't do a favor, but to do something that's absolutely.
What is my number?
That's an objection benefit. I am Rabbi Akiva Nami. I thought that's Rabbi Akiva. I'm Rabbi Akiva. I'm the kind of Kilayim book, yeah? And the Ute Tla Shakrit on it. You see them point Rabbi Akiva. Even going to Rabbi Akiva was a more expensive, approach. They're not really Kiminat planting. Kiminat's in the actual planting itself. But you simply put up a fence to sustain it. Rabbi Akiva would agree to uproot Kilayim to get rid of Israel, to get rid of this religion is absolutely permitted, and you can get paid for that from the which the Gemara says is so low in there is nothing else to go ahead and discuss it. It's weird. This is the Talmudic equivalent of like a mic. That's it. We're done. There's nothing more to discuss. So it's very interesting. Because therefore, what this means is ultimately. Now let's go. So how did we start? This whole started by the case of an Akum wants to destroy one to break his barrels of Yain Nest.
I guess I would also do the same thing, like with the mother dad.
Asks me. He wants that iron meal to go to the place he's willing to pay me $50 a barrel. Right? So am I allowed to do it or not? So remember, on one hand, he can say no, because therefore that means I want to continue the existence of the INS. Benefiting from a rolls up. On the other hand, I'm just trying to rolls up. But do it and cover along. If it involves the destruction of that matter, prohibited an item, even though, yes, I do want to continue the existence of the INS, so I get it. I don't want it to break on its own. I don't want the plan to be uprooted on its own. I want to uproot it. Nevertheless, I am permitted to go ahead and do these activities and keep the proceeds the destruction of the construction of the destruction of So this ultimately is a good thing. As Rahman says, we get paid and Tavo Allah. Incredible. I must say, there is really is such an interesting idea.
Yeah, I mean, this show is all about
Part of Western society.
that's what we do here.
Live and let live. And that is important part of society, just as a general approach to living in greater society. We should approach take an approach. Yes, what? Not application to things.
Anyways, so he said that.
Nor is it your place
To answer your question, this is Tima.
of lifestyle choices or everything else. Live.
You did.
That's to a certain degree, that has to be our approach to
seriously.
on the other hand, it's also teaching us this idea that evil shouldn't be allowed to root its inner life. And when there's something that is evil, it has to be uprooted. When there's something that is evil, it has to be broken. When there's something that is evil, it has to be smashed. It has to be destroyed. Because if let evil take root, then it spreads and unfortunately becomes the norm. And some kind of those lines between good and evil ultimately again become incredibly uncertain. So the method uses the question of destroy the INS and cover Allah. The world is a rough. That is a rough. It's not easy. It's not easy. And it's fun incredible challenges. We see this one. Think about it's such an incredible thing.
We were saying
About
his name.
what
Six.
and sometimes we think that like we just mind applause, like just clap because we're doing the world's dirty work. And yet, again, it's hard because often the world can't see what's evil, what's
Alrighty, so
right, who's wrong. But the mathematics tells us sometimes it's a little less lit, and sometimes the mathematics says Yishbar, the Kabbalah. Sometimes you have to identify evil, you have to break it, you have to smash it, you have to destroy it, to do it. Kabbalah. It's a process, it's a process of being. Process of love. But ultimately, when you get to the side of the process, that's what it's like. The mother goes back. But Hubby Yossi, so again, the same cover of Restream. And they asked about the Hubby Yossi, because like, the main apple was in the Arabic. I don't know. So this is very interesting. What happens if an apple sells his idol? So apple sells his idol and he has $1,000, $1,000. Does that money in the end of the take on the same identity as the other seller? No, meet the Arabic. Does it take on the identity, right? Does it take on the identity of the idolatry or not? Some do or not. So ultimately, you're not going to stop with the nail from the Arabic. So I'm not going to say this motor. I think it's more so that if an Akum sells his money as that money does not retain idolatrous identity, but rather that money is just mundane. This is a discussion. These are not these I know the also with me about there were these people for what the suicide. So that's one says like this. There were these people who came before Rabbi, and what happened was Rabbi they wanted to converse. Rabbi told them, guys, before you convert here that you need to do. Sell your idolatry, right? Sell off all of your idolatry. Then you have the cash. After that, then and listen and watch this. What's the over here? Now Rashi says over here, look at Rashi. Rashi, the Suez Skyru. Both is Skyru, the Akashin Skyru, also link color and all of us will come there. Because remember, if they convert, there's no only idolatry, then that's idolatry owned by a Jew. Idolatry owned by a Jew, number one, can never be gay. Right? Never have his identity. They can't get enough. So he tells them instead, before, while you're still Gentiles, sell it off. You have the money. Then you can convert and the money is committed. What do you see from there? Obviously, you see from there that the law of money someone sells his idol, that cash is committed. So the Gemara says, my time, Rishon B'Kasam, and they have all this go on the hands of the ultimate is permitted. I don't change this. Given that I convey that about maybe that case since the process of conversion, obviously they're negating the logical significance. I don't know, I've heard it. So how can we evaluate results? Maybe that's why this is. I don't need the help. Anyhow, now the Gemara says, here's the thing. You saw Shay no Shabbat Mikol Chavim, Money. Lachar, although those called Chavim Dehevi. I lent Akum $1,000. So the Akum went and sold his and brought me the proceeds from the store. Yain of sanity. I went ahead and I lent Akum $1,000. He sold his Yain. And then he brought me the proceeds of this. What's that law? What are ultimate again is interesting. You might say. Now, however, watch this. Something you actually let's say the Akum Sinker, so the Akum $1,000. Give me the way here and sell my array. I only got the process. Somebody got in the mess. You got the process. In that case, it's awesome. See here, interesting. Case number one, same case. I lent Akum $1,000. Case number one, he goes off, sells his item. I have no idea. The proceeds, pays back the debt. Case number two. Same thing, I lent $1,000. He said, I want to pay you back. Give me a couple of hours. I got to sell my idol. I got to sell my Nessa. When he comes back, the proceeds are prohibited. I show us the distinction. I don't say what's yours these two cases. The chase is safe from the shum. I mean, like he wrote it. So this is very interesting. So now this seems to sort of back a little bit. But here's the difference. Second case, where the Akum says, wait here while I sell my item. Or while I go ahead and sell my wine, I want to continue the existence of the wine because I want it. So because I want it, as is the proceeds. Because what's that? The he wrote it, the got me. So we just support. That's what in other words, we'll say. When you want to continue existence, it's not doing anything to further the existence. So yes, of course. I want the existence of that idol until it sells because I want my money. I want to continue the existence of a Nesef because I want my money. But I'm not doing anything to facilitate the existence of the items. Why should it be awesome? his thoughts, and I get all the so your shoe at the end only comes. This is very interesting. You have two brothers. Two brothers.
Oh no, we're not gonna be.
One converted, and one they're both they're Akum brothers. One converted and one is
Oh,
not.
I see.
So brother Ger, brother Ak. So what happened? Their father died. Their Akum father died. And their father.
I'm assuming it's like yes.
In the estate, and let's say so Ger, Yochel, animals. So so brother Ger is saying to brother Akum, so brother Akum, you take all the idolatry stuff. You take all the yayinas, and I'll take the money and you can do that. The Mishabol, and that's illegal. However, the Mishabol is just like it else. Obviously, all of this piece of program had to be possession of yayinas or idols. Obviously, once that happens, there's no more recourse. Right? But well, there is reasons you see this. You get happens in the background of the sorrow, but it's much more common. That's what you already owns it. You're very little. So as long as Mother Ger has not yet taken possession of these items, no problem. There's no problem dividing up the estate. However, Brother Ger already took possession. That's what also what do you see? Now, in this case, Brother Ger wants to continue the case of the idolatry of the Yayin, but he's not doing anything active to promote his continued existence. And it's mutter. It's mutter. Problem, which is what's the case over in this Mishnah? This is just an idol that says made of gold. It breaks. It's still valuable. So therefore, again, Brother Ger doesn't actually care for the main or not. Even if it breaks, who cares? It still has value. Which that's fine. That works fine for an item. The Skyrise had value. So this is very Hadrianic earth. So apparently, he actually points out that here, Hadrianic earth, where ultimately was very absorbing. Therefore, when you put wine in there, absorb the wine to a degree, that you can take a shard of that earthenware, put it in water, and reconstitute water. In that case, also, Brother Ger who cares if that breaks and that's because the value is still retained. Which the Gemara is the one saying, even if that's so, even if Brother Ger doesn't care about the fact that it can break, right? But he cares whether or not they get still in the law. So he still wants their new existence. Papa, Yerusha, bring a raya from this case. You're bringing a raya, bringing a proof from the case of the inheritance of the Ger. No, Shani Dakilu Baraba. Rabbis were making by the Yerusha of the Ger. In other words, normally the Gemara, perhaps this case should be problematic. But halacha l'maisa, Chazal were making by the Yerusha. And as long as the Ger has not yet actively taken possession of the Esef or the idols, he's absolutely permitted to work this out with his brother. Right? You take this, you take this, whatever this stuff, I'll take the stuff. So yes, he wants to continue existence. Why? Why would they make a by a gear that people are banon? Zera and Yatsur. We are afraid that if it has to make a choice between his money, his Yerusha, and his religion, he will choose his religion. And also, that's not a knock on the gear. That's a reality of human nature. We've seen this before as well. For example, right? There's something called Takaras Hashem that Chazal said that in certain cases of theft, the thief doesn't always have to return that which he stole. Right? And the victim should not accept that stolen item. Why? In order to go ahead and facilitate the thief's truth. We're afraid if the thief has to return everything, he's not going to be financial. It's difficult to engage in self-sacrifice when it comes to financial.
It's a weird meditation.
Money is important. And as much as we say, like, as long as you have your health, it's true. As long as you pay your bills. Because if you don't have money, you just things are like
real or not.
and many people could not stand up to a religious challenge. It's a choice between religion and
on the meditation.
that
He's just
yeah,
a show.
yes, choose between and ultimately again is
Like,
show
what does he do?
maybe
Next to his
he
age.
chooses
Here's the thing.
again not because of get so if I want to turn in that situation, if they're getting made out by a year, understand that often this kind of happens through this comprised of many items of evidence. Therefore, allow him to give his Apple brother all of it. Incredible. What's that other place? Tanya, the Rafi advice that supports this. Imagine when is this? Shir Shir.
So many bad, like, it could
Having
be
shots
other
to
bad
us.
things.
But in the case, let's say, of a business partnership
like,
with the
what?
us. So
Any
here, Chazal allowed certain things to happen in the context of the young, that they would not have normally allowed to occur in this context as well. Because we don't want to put the person in this in this precarious type of
Dude, what if you
situation.
just, like, you could watch,
So remember that the other US and countries, remember all this is the same people who are running, sitting together, another thing that came up. Gerd Tomashi, back for Avodah Zarah. So let's say this is what
I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to play like that.
Can Gerd Tosha, go ahead, and we'll say, just before we go on, just I think that Chazal will make it by the plan. So you understand the tremendous significance. Halacha is structured in a way to succeed. That a bono shalom you have a very view of halal that the Shrub was waiting for us to smack us down. Chazal waiting for us to mess up so we could levy some type of punishment or penalty against us. That's a from the truth. The Ribbon Shalom wants our success more than we want our success. Chazal wants our success more than we want our success. And all of the halachas, all of the rules, all the strictures, and all the punishments are only there to put us on a path to success, not to smack us down when we go ahead and make a mistake. But again, Baruch understood what we need to be successful. Chazal understood what we need to be successful. And when we need to relax the standards to make us successful, when success is accomplished through relaxed standards, Chazal no greater advocate than this one. That's the mitzvah.
He's the bit that you do. You're like on the phone in the meeting.
Another question. Other guys are talking about Ger Toshav. Moshe, this is very interesting. Can a Ger Toshav go ahead and abolish the gate? An Akko has the ability to gate his own, thereby decommissioning it from its status of theological. Ger Toshav wants to know what is the
it's crazy that they all do this. They're just on the phone.
She points out to the top of the daf, Kirtosha Eino Ovid Avodos. Ultimately, again, he doesn't worship idolatry. But again, he's like an apple in everything else, except he doesn't worship idolatry. Right? He believes in that Baruch Hu. He believes in God. He doesn't worship idolatry. But in every other respect, he's in idolatry. Does such a person have the ability to decommission idolatry, to negate idolatry? Gemara says, on one hand, the public will call upon him. We say, only one who worships idolatry. So maybe not. Maybe we see like this. Anyone who's what we call a barmineh. If you're in the parsha of an apple, then you can go ahead and decommission all this other. And this guy is in the parsha. Not Jewish. He's not Jewish. He's not Jewish. He's in the parish of an apple. So because of that, even though Baruch Hashem, he himself, but he has the koach to go ahead and negate it. You must own the rule of so they also not in the Stablo, the Koach and Battle Group. Nachman says, no, only someone who worships it can negate it. Because someone who doesn't worship idolatry cannot make idolatry. Therefore, the Eretz Shav doesn't have the ability to negate idolatry. So, went ahead and found idolatry.
What do you think about that?
Found idolatry in the marketplace. What's the actual boss of the So, I remember again. Say, what? Listen to this case. I'm walking in the shop, I'm walking in the marketplace. I see a gold idol sitting there on the ground. And if I lift it up, that's probably not right because I never acquired it. And once it's been acquired by you, essentially you can't be decommissioned. So what do I do? I should bust it. So before I pick it up, over I can call over an apple, bring it call over an apple, and see if you have an apple. I need you to negate this idolatry, decommission. So go ahead and give the article decommission of this idolatry. When it becomes permitted. However, again, in Shabbos Aliyago, ain't no more really open from the law. But again, take it out. Professionally, at that point, it cannot be decommissioned. And Shalom, Ovid Kochav, Medato Avodah from Shalom to Chavera. And Ovid Kochav, Medato, to decommission his own Avodah Zarah, or the Avodah Zarah of his Dain of Dawn, Dain She'ino, whether he worships it or he doesn't worship it. Might the might is what does it mean to work? What does it mean that Akum can decommission of a Zara, whether he worships it or doesn't worship? If you want to say what I'm talking about Akum, then Hayim Shalom Shacharim. We already said just said before that an Akum has the ability to feel like decommission. A lot of the Obed Kofarim, who might a lot of the Obed Kofarim, right? Ultimately, again, of the means natural act. My so what is not worshiper? Their oh, so he is able to go ahead and decommission both in act. And you know, yeah, Tosha that Tosha has the ability to be Matato, also logically condition have a desire. Incredible. Gemara says, no. not true. Rather, if I will be the
When
only
he's on
person
Instagram, he
who
sends the
decommissioned
genie.
of his art as an
Well,
actual
Miller,
idol
shout out to
worship.
your first time here. I saw you delete your
I
message.
admit, Hainu Shalom, we said already said that. Then the price is redundant because you already said that Akum
we've
could
got
go
a
out and
lot of
decommission
posts from
his
2
idol
weeks
Zara
ago.
and his friend Rebel.
Daddy's
The
number.
Gemara says
Please.
ratios.
Lucky
It's
Brendan
two different
97
cases.
posted this.
Ratio is that left for art, is that Marcos.
Back to the
Ratio is teaching you like
shop
this.
mine is
If you have two Akums, right, and both worship Alpha art, or both worship Marcos, obviously, again, Akum 1 can negate his idol and his friend's idol, and Akum 2 could negate his idol and his friend's idol. Seifa, Zella Ba'ar Bizarre. Oh, the Seifa is teaching something different. Let's see if one Akum who worships Marcos and one who worships Ba'ar. What's the novelty over here? And Akum can worship an idolatry even if he doesn't worship.
No, I say
So let's say, so there really three halachas we follow. Number one, Akum can negate his own idolatry. Good. Number two, an Akum can negate his friend's idol if they work the same idolatry. And halacha number three is Akum can negate his idolatry. He worships differently. Incredible. But again, no riot back again. Right? So when it comes to a gear tosha, you still like his out of the can tosha, which is a Gentile who repudiated idolatry, can he be Nevada? That was thought of it. This ignorance is kasha, basically gear tosha. What tosha? Tosha kiba is now getting more definition. What is the definition of a gear tosha?
So,
Zet Kosher Kivala Definitiva Chavirin, Shalom La'avon Avodas Problem. Mayor says it's any Akum who accepted upon himself in front of three Chavim. However, being spoke about it before, other normally means someone is careful with truthfulness, is careful about Tumen. So in this context, it just means it's literally a beast. Anytime an Akum comes in front of a beast, and repudiates idolatry, that's a ger tosha. That's a ger tosha. Good. That's what I meant. From saying, Kosher Kiba Allah Sheva Mitzvos. Kosher Kiba Allah Sheva Mitzvos. Some say, I'm a ger who has accepted upon himself the seven nullifies. From those seeds of life. That's the ger tosha. Sheva Mitzvos Meirah. The next step is freedom only. Able to go with not true. I say not true. That's not neither of these definitions satisfy definition. What is it? Get from the Delos. Shakido of the Tiny Home Mitzvahs Hamuras by Torah. Chutz is certain. This is very interesting. What is the definition of the kosher? The kosher is someone ultimately again eats not kosher, eats the labels, but he has accepted upon himself the rest of the mitzvahs. It's a pretty shocking definition. So let's say, really not quite is out there. Definition of the Rabbi Meir, he accepted upon himself in front of the base of idolatry. Chachamim, he accepted upon himself Shem is this Noah. Acherim, he has accepted upon himself all of the mitzvos except the laws of kashrus. He's not a kosher. Incredible. But the bicycle. Yachad in etz yain. Tafilu be'er shavim. constant growing with it to shove. Right? You can leave it with him for a little bit of time. You can leave with him a short amount of time. You can pass it with him wine for a long what are we concerned about here? What are we concerned? Ultimately, again, Rashi says so many so actually so I keep a little color. We're not going to we're not going to come to us in the Amma base of Rock. Even though I know the kind of money for this dollar, who says this man on more like a it's ultimately hasn't won for sure. For a longer amount of time because like a certain thing may swap out the juice wine for his own. Okay.
Is it a crap for help or is it just
even in a city where the majority of the inhabitants are Jews. אבל יחד עם עצם יין, ואפילו בערובה עובדתו. So as I look you could leave it in one for a short amount of time. Not long, not sure if yain ness or not sure yain ness, because it's repeatedly
different all the time?
idolatry. Right? But we are concerned that over time, for a longer amount of time, we switch his wine for a short amount of time, it's water, for a longer amount of time, also. Shmano, Yena. So the Gemara says, and his oil is like his wine. What is that? Shmano, is so Shemen, Mita, Havi, Yain. Is that what we want to okay. Hello, Yeno, Kishno. Interesting, what it means is like this, that Hawaii saw that ultimately is wine, excuse me, his wine is like this oil, just like just like his oil is committed, so to ultimately again is his wine. Okay, Shmono bin Haviyanis, Yeno Kitamano, Shmono Podishma, about the street. But what does it mean that his oil is like it? That his wine is like this. It's get enough from his oil, he's going to get